everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Shinji Matou at your service. Chapter 801 to 850, Chapter 801. A way to cure bloodsucking impulses. 1087 words. Seeing the two girls holding their black keys, ready to strike, Shinji scratched the side of his face in frustration. Why are people from your church always so stubborn? I have no ill intentions. Or do I just look easy to bully? How could someone who serves as princess's knight be easy to bully? A fourth voice joined the tense standoff in the Black Forest. It was the voice of Miriam Solomon, who had been tricked by Shinji just minutes before. You've already recovered. Looks like my actions were unnecessary. But you don't learn, do you? After falling into my trap once, you still talk to me like this. Want to try again? These words hit Miriam's sore spot, leaving him speechless. Shinji continued. If you truly want to talk, come out and face me. Don't try to fool me with disguises or familiars. It won't work, and will only make you suffer again. I've shown my sincerity, now it's your turn. The voice fell silent but didn't leave, as if contemplating the situation. Shinji wasn't in a hurry, he waited quietly until the voice's owner made a decision. Fine, since it's Sir Knight's request. Please lead the way and thank you. The last part was naturally directed at the two girls, thanking them for leading the way and guarding him. However, the girls didn't appreciate it. Seal snorted coldly and turned away, while the silver-haired girl, expressionless, said, I just don't want to ruin my evaluation. Not cute at all, don't you think, Sir Knight? Miriam seemed used to this and even had the energy to joke. Following behind, Shinji smiled and shook his head. No, I think the opposite, they're both very cute. The place where Miriam's real body was hidden wasn't far from the perimeter. It was also a barren wasteland, devoid of life, not caused by incendiary bombs, but perhaps by a meteor impact or dug out with a massive spoon. In the center of the wasteland, a bonfire burned. Standing next to it was a young boy, about 12 or 13 years old, his exquisite features erasing any trace of gender, like an angel from one of Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel. Angels who, after all, have no gender. So it's you, Miriam Solomon. Shinji pretended to just recognize him, and approached the boy. Makes sense, no other dead apostle would be hanging out with the church like you. Because I want the church's secret treasures. Miriam smiled as he answered, his beauty transcending the mundane, rivaling even the silver princess, Estella. How did you recognize me? I never appear to the outside world in this form. I know you usually appear as a kind, elderly man, but that's just one of your familiars, the demon of the left arm, the Rat King, a rat that can transform into a person. Completely correct. Miriam clapped his hands adorned with 10 rings. If someone didn't know his background, they might mistake him for the legendary King Solomon. It seems the princess has told you quite a bit about us. In truth, she hadn't, but Shinji was happy to let Miriam think so. Arcuade would only share information if Shinji asked, but if not, the ditzy true ancestor wouldn't bother with such unpleasant topics. Shinji's knowledge of dead apostles came partly from his memories of his past life, and partly from Bartholomew's intelligence. Of course, in Miriam's eyes, there was only one possibility, Arcuade must have told him. Didn't the princess come with you? Miriam's eyes darted around nervously, only in this moment matching his youthful appearance. Upon hearing this, he quickly regained his composure, sighing with an old soul at odds with his youthful appearance. So, the princess is already close to being overwhelmed by her bloodlust. It shouldn't have happened so quickly, but your presence has undoubtedly accelerated the process. You're right, which is why I must take responsibility. Shinji and Miriam were both among the few who understood the true ancestors. A true ancestor is the embodiment of nature, and while nature may be beautiful and have a will, it lacks emotions. When a true ancestor gains emotions, whether love, hatred, or anything else, a conflict arises, intensifying the blood-sucking impulse. A true ancestor can only live forever without emotions, like nature itself. However, Shinji's encounter with Arcuade, meeting Altera, and his life with the Matou family made the once emotionless Arcuade more human. The more human she became, the stronger her bloodlust grew. In just a few short years, she had reached her limit, and had to seal herself away. "You're here for Forest of Inash's fruit, aren't you?" That fruit could indeed significantly alleviate the princess impulse, but this is only a temporary solution. The impulse will return before long. It won't return. As long as I'm here, it won't. It won't return. Miriam's exclamation drew glances from the two girls. Beneath his youthful appearance was a mind that thought in millennia, so few things in the world could shock him any more. Yet within 20 minutes, he'd been surprised twice, once when he was tricked and now again. "Do you have a way to cure impulse? Didn't you already experience it?" Shinji replied with a smile. Experience could it be? Miriam's expression turned complicated. 20 minutes earlier, during their mental clash, Miriam had been forced to retreat because he suddenly felt overwhelmingly hungry, so hungry he could hardly control it. As a vampire, his way of satisfying hunger was, of course, through blood. At the time, two girls were sitting nearby, and to avoid drinking their blood in desperation, he had to send them away. The girls noticed something was wrong with Miriam, so they kept their distance while guarding him, leading to the earlier scene where Shinji was stopped from approaching. Miriam had assumed Shinji had used some kind of mental magecraft, but he now realized it was Arcuade's bloodlust that had been transferred to him. Is such a thing possible? How on earth? Just consider it my special ability. As far as I know, I'm the only one who can do this. Shinji didn't have any special ability, but he did possess magic. Transferring Arcuade's bloodlust was an application of magic. However, magic is so extraordinary that revealing it carries too much risk, so he attributes everything to a supernatural power. No wonder the princess chose you as her guardian knight. Miriam didn't doubt him, and even filled in the blanks on his own. Chapter 802, Chapter 802, An Unexpected Substitute. Member 1268. Words. Humans, and the intelligent beings derived from them, are naturally inclined to seek rationality. When they encounter something beyond their imagination, if they can't connect it to their logic and understanding, it becomes difficult to accept. This leads to countless misunderstandings, even for someone like Miriam Solomon, one of the oldest dead apostles. Shinji merely demonstrated the transfer of the blood-sucking impulse, and Miriam automatically analyzed the cause and effect. Arcuade awakened from her slumber, entered the world, met Shinji, and because of Shinji's special ability, took him along. Miriam also analyzed another question. If you have such an ability, why do you still need the crimson fruit? Is it because there's a limit to how much impulse you can transfer? No, there's no limit to the impulse that can be transferred. The limit lies with the vessel that bears the impulse. Impulse is like water, the amount it can hold depends on the size of the container. What kind of existence do you think can hold more than a true ancestor? A true ancestor's mental power, which can connect thoughts with nature and alter reality through thought, far exceeds human imagination, as does the accumulated impulse. As a direct dead apostle under Crimson Moon, Miriam knows this better than anyone. Indeed, there's no comparison. A human's capacity is like a cup, while the princess is like a reservoir. There's too much of a gap. If anyone could compare to the princess's mental power, it might be the legendary third magician, but they've been gone for many years. Shinji had considered this as well, but since he hasn't completed the third magic, his soul hasn't reached that high level. Currently, he's only at the level of a reservoir, much larger than a cup but still minuscule compared to a reservoir. The first time he drew out the impulse through magic, he only lasted 3 seconds. However, if the quality is insufficient, you can consider quantity. Humanity's greatest advantage is its numbers. If one isn't enough, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100, a black key flew past Miriam, interrupting his speech. Along with the black key came Seal's cold voice. Humans are not livestock for vampires to raise. Watch your words. Don't get so worked up. I was just proposing a possibility. Miriam wasn't angry, just symbolically appeasing his companion's mood before continuing. Impulse is a mental impulse, It won't turn humans into vampires. Drinking a little blood won't harm humans either. Isn't that right, Sir Knight? In theory, yes. But you've overlooked a crucial point: the cup is sealed, not open. An individual's consciousness will instinctively reject foreign elements. Almost all mental operations are about slowly guiding rather than directly interfering. Forcing something in is even harder than reading someone else's memory. So how did I? You're different. You were born with the ability to bear others' consciousness and manifest it into reality. If it were those two ladies over there, they would only feel a little discomfort. Miriam's existence is unique. Before becoming a dead apostle, he was a divine child who could communicate with animals and fulfill wishes, a planet terminal, so to speak. To put it simply, he was a subtype of Holy Grail, able to fulfill wishes on a smaller scale without the cumbersome restrictions of the Fuyuki Greater Holy Grail. People would pray to him, and as long as it was within his capacity, Miriam could fulfill even 100 wishes. Ironically, while Miriam could fulfill others' wishes, he couldn't fulfill his own. Though he had a godlike ability, his body was just like any other human. To the villagers, he was an extremely convenient tool. Yes, a tool. Miriam's life before becoming a dead apostle was miserable. He was born in an ignorant village, and after the villagers discovered his ability, they worshipped him as a divine child. To prevent him from leaving the village, they cut off his limbs under the pretext that a god's form should not be the same as humans, and kept him in a shrine as a wish machine. Miriam should have lived out his life as the villagers' comfort object, but one day, over a decade later, Crimson Moon happened to pass by and was intrigued by his ability. Crimson Moon declared she would kill all the villagers at dawn and said, "If you want to live, use your wishes to defeat me." Thus the game began. The villagers' wish to reject death was indeed powerful and ugly. Without regard for Miriam's burden, they continuously conjured powerful divine beasts to challenge Crimson Moon. But it was clear that none of those things were a match for Crimson Moon. The villagers' wishes were unfulfilled, and by dawn, Miriam, who had been operating beyond his limits, reached his demise. The remaining villagers cursed both Miriam and Crimson Moon as they died one by one. At dawn, with the sun rising, Crimson Moon bites the already dead Miriam, resurrecting him as a dead apostle. "I did this merely for amusement. Live as you please. You have created several substitutes for your lost limbs, correct? Though the wishes that led to this were ugly, the gods you painted are worthy of the title masterpiece. If they bear the weight of becoming your limbs, they will serve you well." As if possessed by Crimson Moon's words, Miriam crafted 4 statues modeled after the villagers' faiths, and granted them the ability to become his limbs, allowing him to stand in human form for the first time. Since then, he swore loyalty only to Crimson Moon, harboring deep admiration for her. After her death, he transferred those feelings to Arcuade. Even after becoming a dead apostle, Miriam's abilities remained intact. Because of this ability, he became a distinguished anomaly among the dead apostle ancestors, a collection of beings who valued strange powers. He cherished his ability, trusted it, and often collected others' imaginations, coloring them with his desires. He had done so for 1,000 years. What he hadn't anticipated was that someone else in this world had a similar wish-granting mechanism, and could use this approach to strike at him. Ha ha ha, so that's another problem. It seems I'll need to carry some specialized tools in the future. Miriam's awkward smile slightly improved the mood of his 2 companions, and gave Shinji a chance to speak. "Since you 2 ladies are Miriam's companions and wear the robes of the church, I assume you are members of the burial agency. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier." Before he could finish, the silver-haired girl began reciting his details. "I know you. Matou Shinji, 17 years old, a resident of Fuyuki City, Japan, and a member of the Matou family. 3 years ago, you fought alongside the last true ancestor against the dead apostle ancestor knight of Wallachia as a guardian knight. Your whereabouts before and after that event are unknown. The director issued an order to investigate you, which hasn't been rescinded. Even Narbarek. I don't know whether to cry or feel honored." Shinji wasn't surprised by this outcome. The commotion he caused during that event was too significant. It would be dangerous if the church ignored it. You should cry. No one has ever had a good end after being targeted by the director. The silver-haired girl continued her sharp-tongued remarks. I don't like you, but I dislike the director even more, so consider this a special warning. Thank you. May I ask the names of you two ladies? Burial Agency, 7th seat, Seal. Same affiliation, substitute member, Karen Hortensia. Chapter 803, Chapter 803, The Mysterious Karen. 1125 words. Shinji was stunned. Forget about Seal for a moment, he had already guessed the situation. The problem lay with the other new member. What did she say her name was? Karen Hortensia. Isn't that the name of the heroine from Fate/Hollow Ataraxia, the daughter of the infamous priest Kodomine Kyriai? That's right, the notorious tax evader, or pleasure seeker, was indeed married. The time was around 1985, when Kyriai was still young, hadn't yet met Gilgamesh, and was grappling with a life devoid of normal human emotions. To change that, Kyriai made a final effort. He chose to marry a woman. This woman was Claudia Hortensia, an Italian who was terminally ill when she met Kyriai, with only a few years left to live. Kyriai chose her precisely because of this. If things didn't work out, he could easily withdraw. Despite this, Claudia, like a saint, loved Kyriai deeply and bore him a daughter, Karen. In both Japan and Italy, children typically take their father's surname. Karen's full name should have been Karen Kodomine. The reason she abandoned her father's surname and used her mother's, Hortensia, is because of something that happened when she was 1 year old. Claudia and Kyriai had been married for 2 years. During that time, Claudia tried every possible way to help Kyriai experience normal human emotions but failed. In the end, the woman who loved Kyriai so deeply chose to commit suicide in front of him, hoping that this extreme act would help him understand what sadness and love were. However, this attempt also failed. Although his wife's death became the catalyst for Kyriai to study magecraft, it didn't stir much emotion in him. He even regretted that she had taken her own life instead of dying by his hand. Afterward, realizing he was beyond redemption, Kyriai left Italy, leaving behind his 1-year-old daughter, and never returned. The young Karen was adopted by a priest, with whom she lived for 8 years. The priest was not a good man. Although he kept her living expenses, he saved money by not sending her to school, fearing she would become too smart, and instead made her work as the church's assistant. At the age of 9, stigmata appeared on Karen's body, and she was sent to a secluded Cistercian monastery, which was like both a castle and a prison. She was later discovered to possess the rare masochistic spiritualist constitution, and was kept by the church as a weapon in the monastery. Because her mother had committed suicide, violating church doctrine, Karen's birth was considered sinful. The church never baptized her, denying her access to God's grace. Throughout her upbringing, she was discriminated against and eventually became an executor in name only, doing work that was no different from that of a prostitute. Of course, it's not that the church stooped so low as to run a brothel. Rather, it was due to her peculiar constitution inherited from her mother, combined with the twisted mentality inherited from her father. A masochistic spiritualist constitution is someone who acts as a catalyst for spirit possession through suffering. In simple terms, when a person possessed by a demon exhibits abnormal symptoms, someone with this constitution will replicate those symptoms upon approaching the demon. For example, if the possessed person feels heavy, the medium will feel the same upon nearing them. The church used her as a demon radar. The desires of those possessed by demons are amplified indefinitely, so when Karen discovered a demon, she was often assaulted by the possessed. Karen wasn't violated by people but by demons, so the possessed bore no guilt. Although she knew her work was akin to that of a prostitute, she never found it painful or resisted it. Like her father, she was born emotionally damaged. Because of this, she could handle more work than an ordinary person, and was ranked among the 4 fallen girls alongside Fujino, Sakura, and Kahaku. Like the other 3, Karen had poor combat abilities. Though she held the title of an executor, she was far from meeting the required standards. Her main job was to assist exorcists and act as bait. How could someone so weak be noticed by the burial agency, the church's ultimate combat unit? Was it purely because of her extraordinary endurance, making her a plaything for those sadistic monsters? But what about the throwing skills she demonstrated earlier? If she were just a toy, would they teach her such advanced techniques? Shinji stared at Karen for a long while with a peculiar expression, but her face remained completely unmoved. Finally, Seal broke the silence and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something strange about Karen?" "No, nothing." Snapping back to reality, Shinji quickly shook his head. "It's just that the name sounds familiar. Miss Karen, do you happen to know someone named Kodomine Kirai? He is also from your church." Before he could finish, a dark, ominous aura burst forth from Karen, shrouding her in shadows. The ground beneath them withered and decayed under its influence. Karen's pale skin, silver hair, and golden eyes were all tainted by this aura, giving her a twisted and deranged appearance. She asked in a hoarse, dry voice, unlike her previous tone, "Where did you hear that name?" Seeing Karen's ominous state, Shinji realized something must have happened according to his memories from a previous life. Karen didn't harbor such deep hatred for her father. "Tell me. Are you his accomplice?" A moment of hesitation was like a fuse, completely igniting Karen's emotions. The dark aura enveloped her entirely, and tendrils as thick as thighs formed from the dispersed parts, reaching out to wrap around Shinji. Shinji frowned, sitting still with a calm lower body. His left hand twitched, and he unsheathed the divine fun blade, cutting off one of the tentacles. At the same time, Seal pulled a red ribbon from her sleeve, and wrapped it around the twisted girl. "Karen, calm down." Where the ribbon passed, the dark aura dissipated. Her skillful movements clearly showed she had dealt with similar situations many times. When the ribbon wrapped around Karen's chest, the ominous aura finally scattered. From the earlier contact, Shinji had already deduced that the black aura Karen released came from a demon. And the red ribbon that restrained the demon a sacred relic. "I wonder which saint it belonged to." "It's from Saint Mary Magdalene," Seal replied. Mary Magdalene, often associated with Mary of Bethany, was said to be the closest companion of Jesus, the disciple who most deeply understood his teachings, though she is often depicted in Christian legend as a repentant prostitute. The stark contrast between the two, combined with Karen's experiences, evokes a sense of absurdity and irony. Chapter 804, What's Wrong, Kodomine? 1245 words. The Holy Shroud, which is cloth wrapped around the remains of a saint, carries the concept of the saint, and is thus imbued with various miraculous powers. It functions as a natural conceptual weapon. Depending on the deeds and beliefs of the saint during their lifetime, the properties of the Holy Shroud differ. Some shrouds can block magical energy or conceal magic circuits, others can defend against physical harm or magical backlash, like the one Kodomine Kirai gave to Shiro in the Heaven's Feel route. Some can enhance magical resistance or produce effects similar to mystic eye killers, as seen in Tsukihime, where Shiki uses a shroud to cover his eyes when he cannot suppress his mystic eyes. The special ability of the Holy Shroud of Mary Magdalene is to restrain men. Of course, there's no doubt that Karen is a woman, so normally, the shroud's effect wouldn't work on her. The reason it did work is that it wasn't targeting Karen herself but the aura around her, the power of the demon. Perhaps the demon is male, or maybe the faith concentrated in the Holy Shroud has the power to restrain demons. Soon, Karen returned to normal except for her bloodshot eyes, which were glaring intently at Shinji. "Tell me, Matou Shinji, where did you meet Kodomine Kirai? And how do you know about me?" Matou. Kodomine Kirai is a heretic that Karen has been pursuing, with whom she has an irreconcilable grudge. If you have any information, please tell us, and we will offer a corresponding reward. It was Seal who added this explanation, not only clarifying the reason for Karen's outburst, but also indicating their willingness to exchange information. Combined with her timely intervention to stop Karen's rampage, it's clear why Seal is considered the only decent member of the burial agency. The members of the burial agency are all quite abnormal, with the more prominent members being even more extreme. They are so detached from normal human society that they can't integrate into it at all. Thus, general social activities are managed by Seal, and the old priest, who is the left-hand familiar of Miram Solomon, the Rat King. The old priest handles the headquarters affairs, while Seal operates externally, sometimes as a spy, sometimes as a messenger just like she is now. This was exactly what Shinji wanted to hear. He stroked his chin, pretended to think for a few seconds, then nodded, "All right, no need for any reward. An exchange of information is enough." "Deal," Seal agreed without hesitation, and the madness in Karen's eyes subsided slightly. "The reason I know Kodomine Kirai is simple. My surname is Matou, and I'm from Fuyuki City." Kodomine Kirai's father, Kodomine Risei, was the priest at Fuyuki Church and the supervisor sent by the church to oversee a certain magical ritual. My family, the Matou, was one of the organizers of that ritual, so I had some interactions with Father Risei, and met Kodomine Kirai a few times. I heard Karen's name during one of those encounters, although it's been a long time, so I don't remember who mentioned it, either Father Risei or Kodomine Kirai himself. "And Karen, you do bear a resemblance." "I don't resemble that heretic at all." Karen gritted her teeth, cutting off Shinji's words. Her appearance had been inherited from her mother, but she was still Kodomine Kirai's daughter, and had inherited some of his traits, like her usual expressionless face, and her demeanor during combat. "I've investigated all that." In 1994, during the Holy Grail War, Kodomine Risei died unexpectedly. After Kodomine Kirai handled the funeral, he left Fuyuki and didn't return to Japan for a long time. I want to know if, during those 10 years, he ever returned to Fuyuki City, or if you've seen him elsewhere. As far as I know, he never returned to Fuyuki. The church overseen by Father Risei was taken over by another priest. When his teacher, Tosaka Tokiomi, passed away, he didn't show up either. I only just learned that he never returned to Japan. Honestly, I'm curious, why didn't he go back? Father Risei lived in Fuyuki for decades, it's where Kodomine Kirai grew up, and it's his father's final resting place. Doesn't he have any attachment to it? Attachment? How could a demon like him have any attachment? Karen's face was full of scorn. Perhaps only when talking about Kodomine Kirai does she show such emotional fluctuations. If he had an attachment, would he have treated my mother like that? If he had an attachment, would he have committed such evil deeds? Wait, a demon? Shinji knew the crucial part of the story was coming, so he pretended to be shocked. No, that can't be right. From what I remember, he was always very serious, not very fond of smiling, but not difficult to get along with. Many believers even called him a saint. How could someone like that be a demon? What exactly happened? That was just his facade. You were all deceived. Even in her fury, Karen remained rational. She turned to Seal, who nodded in agreement, allowing her to continue. Everything began in 1994. Tokiomi drove Kodomine Kirai away to form an alliance with the Einsburns. For some unknown reason, Gilgamesh didn't awaken Kirai's true nature, allowing him to leave Japan by plane. Kirai's destination was Italy, where he planned to follow tradition and return his father's relics to the headquarters of the Holy Church. He then settled at the church's headquarters. Afterward, Kirai worked for a time in the Eighth Sacrament organization, as he had before he went undercover at the Mages Association, under the pretense of apprenticing under Tosaka Tokiomi. Then he switched back to being an executor, and after that, he transferred to other departments. No matter what job he took, he never stayed long. Many people felt sorry for him, thinking that such a person, born into a prestigious family, educated at the St. Ignatius Seminary, and so disciplined, could have reached the top of the church if he had focused on one path. Even the position of the Pope wasn't out of the question. Others believed he didn't care about positions, and was using various methods to train himself, a practice associated with legendary saints. They thought that once he completed his training and settled down, he would soar to great heights. Whether out of regret or expectation, everyone in the church held Kyrie in high regard. They even recommended him for advanced studies at the Vatican, the church's public face, after he had worked in every department except the burial agency. It was at this point that tragedy struck. While training as a quasi-saint in the Vatican, Kyrie suddenly went mad one night, and began destroying everything around him. Although he was quickly subdued by the nearby knights, the damage was significant. Afterward, the knights conducted various checks and interrogations but found nothing unusual. Kyrie showed no signs of demonic presence, and that night, his destructive impulse seemed to come out of nowhere. In the end, they concluded that he had been possessed by a demon, and was not in control of his actions. Given his past achievements, the church spared him from the death penalty, instead sentencing him to life imprisonment, where he would atone for his sins through penance and prayer. His place of penance was the Cistercian monastery, the same one where Karen resided. Chapter 805. Chapter 805. The Madness of the Father and Daughter. 1144 words. Kyrie Kodamine's daughter, Karen, had known about him since she was very young. Although Kyrie had abandoned his daughter, he continued to send child support to the priest who had adopted Karen. Kyrie, who lacked normal human emotions and had even contemplated suicide, believed that his daughter would only suffer if she stayed with him, so he entrusted her to the church for adoption. However, he did not neglect his duties, which is how Karen learned about her father's existence and name. Having never met her father from the time she could remember, and sharing a similar emotional void, Karen's feelings toward Kyrie were extremely indifferent. She neither liked nor disliked him. At most, she was curious about what her only blood relative looked like and why he was imprisoned there. Karen took advantage of a meal delivery to meet Kyrie. The moment she saw him, Karen knew that this was her father because their eyes were too similar. Likewise, Kyrie recognized Karen. Her appearance was just like his late wife, Claudia, quiet, detached, and reminiscent of a hydrangea in spring. They shared many similarities, a blood connection, a fractured mind, and similar circumstances. Normally, this should have led to a sense of resonance, a heartwarming reunion between father and daughter, and a story of healing. However, fate played a cruel joke on everyone once again. Before they could exchange a single word, Kyrie went mad. With strength that no human should possess, he shattered his restraints and blasted open the door to his cell. Karen, standing outside the cell, was caught in the explosion, severely injured and lost consciousness. When she awoke, the deepest parts of the Cistercian monastery were destroyed, with many monks dead or injured and several ancient buildings damaged, all caused by Kyrie. Unlike last time, when the knights helped to suppress him, this time, Kyrie escaped with no one able to stop him, committing heinous crimes before vanishing without a trace. Afterward, the knights conducted an investigation and concluded that Kyrie was solely responsible, and that Karen was not to blame. However, Karen stubbornly believed it was her fault, that she had somehow triggered her father's madness, and was the cause of everything. Her reasoning was simple. Why did Kyrie go mad precisely when she delivered his meal, and not before or after? Why was she the first to see him lose control, and yet only suffer injuries instead of dying? Why, when she saw the devastation in the monastery, did she feel such overwhelming anger? She had never cared about the place or the people before. Anger, anger, anger. For the first time, her empty heart was filled with something, an overwhelming darkness that strangely brought her joy and pleasure. But that pleasure was sinful, a perverse delight against reason. Karen realized she was the daughter of a sinner, and that she, too, had been tainted by his sins. What could have driven someone destined to be a saint to become a sinner? What had awakened the darkness within him and herself? The answer could only be a demon. He was possessed by a demon, which drove him mad. And because of her masochistic spiritualist constitution, she was similarly influenced by the demon. It was the demon. It was the demon. It was the demon. For the first time in her life, Karen made a decision based on her emotions. She submitted a request to the church to undergo the most rigorous combat training, to hunt down her father, to exorcise the demon that had possessed him, and to atone for his sins. Of course, that was just the surface reason. Beyond that, she yearned for the feeling of being emotionally fulfilled. The more unattainable something is, the more it is desired. Just as Fujino sought pain because she couldn't feel it, Karen occasionally found joy in pain even after regaining her sense of it. Despite the darkness and sinfulness of this desire, Karen instinctively pursued it. Given the previous conclusion that Kirai was possessed by a demon, and that Karen was a masochistic spiritualist constitution with a radar for detecting demons, the church eventually agreed to her request after much deliberation, transferring her from the Cistercian monastery to the executor's training camp. As the daughter of Kirai Kodomine, Karen was highly talented. Her small body harbored great potential, and driven by the emotions of anger and pleasure, she trained day and night, pushing herself to the brink of self-destruction. She quickly graduated from the camp and successfully became an executor. However, being an executor was not enough. Karen had studied her father's career, and knew that he was one of the church's top executors, powerful and highly accomplished. He was far beyond her current abilities. Worse still, those possessed by demons may go mad, but they also gain great power, widening the gap between them. To defeat Kirai, she needed greater power. Normally, this would require either rare treasures or time to accumulate strength. The church had treasures but wouldn't give them to a novice executor without reason, and Karen lacked the confidence to grow quickly on her own, especially after learning that the church had sent Risbeif Stridberg and her Vestal Shield Knights to hunt down Kirai. Risbeif was the church's elite, a rising star with knights under her command who were as strong as executors. This put immense pressure on Karen. During her training, Karen's anger only deepened, growing more intense, as if to compensate for the emptiness of her previous life, twisting her from indifference to the opposite extreme. Karen knew she had gone mad. What was more frightening was that she didn't mind it. Perhaps her fugitive father felt the same, letting madness take over in pursuit of inner fulfillment. When she learned that another candidate for the burial agency had been killed, and a new one was needed, Karen, driven by madness, made a shocking decision. Despite opposition, she volunteered to become a candidate. Seal, who oversaw the initial selection, initially refused her application and returned it, but Karen persisted. Eventually, she succeeded in persuading Seal with the reasons of revenge and atonement, the same reasons that had led Seal to join the burial agency. After passing the initial selection, Karen cleared several more stages, and even Narbarek's interrogation didn't shake her resolve. After all, the burial agency was known to drive sane people mad, and a person who was already insane couldn't be pushed any further unless the pressure reversed the madness. In the end, Karen became a candidate for the burial agency, enduring longer than most and gaining great power and achievements. It's rumored that Narbarek is considering breaking tradition to create a new seat, the 8th seat for the demon nun. P.S. Well, somehow Kiri changed the fate of Karen, saving her from being tainted by demons. All fallen girls except for Kahaku are still virgins. Chapter 806, Chapter 806, Seal's Stubbornness. 1308 words. The information mentioned is partly from Karen's own words and partly deduced from them. After all, Shinji is not a member of the burial agency, so Karen wouldn't tell him everything. Most of what she talked about focused on Kodomine Kirai, and she only briefly touched upon her own story. However, Karen didn't realize that Shinji understood her quite well. By combining her personality with the information she revealed and observing her emotional changes during the conversation, Shinji was able to piece together the truth of the matter. Shinji's emotions fluctuated several times as Karen spoke. At first, it was something like, "What the hell is going on with this situation? Kirai, what happened to you? There's no need to go crazy just because you're no longer feeling pleasure." Then it shifted to, "Karen, there's something seriously wrong with your thoughts. And your mental state, angry yet joyful, you've probably lost your mind too." Finally, when he heard the title Demon Nun, Shinji became completely numb. "Your father was possessed by a demon, and now you're following the same path. What's going on with this world? Why is everything becoming so insane?" But there were some revelations as well. The mystery of why Risbeif became the director of the Riyen Girls' Academy, and missed the 1998 campaign to subdue the Knight of Wallachia was uncovered. It was to pursue Kodomine Kyrii. Kyrii had fled back to Japan, where the church's influence was weak during that time. If we look at just the severity of the crimes and the level of threat, the Knight of Wallachia far surpassed Kyrii. But the Holy Church and represented the face of the church, and Kyrii's actions severely damaged its reputation. That was why one of the church's top combat forces, Riesbeif, was dispatched to deal with him with overwhelming force. However, from what Miss Karen said earlier, does this mean that Kodomine Kyrii still hasn't been subdued? Karen bit her lip until it bled and said, yes, he's very cunning. He's managed to escape from both the knights and executors multiple times, and his whereabouts have become increasingly difficult to track. Ever since he fled into the Middle East a year ago, the church has lost all trace of him. If you have any information, please let me know, I beg you. All right, as a fellow resident of Fuyuki, I'll keep an eye out, Shinji replied. It's easy to say something nice, but how much attention he would really pay, and whether he would inform the church if he did find out anything, was another matter entirely. With that, the topic of Kodomine Kyrii and his daughter came to an end, and Shinji, who had been sidetracked by the mindset of a transmigrator, finally returned to his main goal. As for the operation to subdue the forest of Inash, I hope to ally with you. You aim to kill the forest of Inash, while I want the crimson fruit. With our interests aligned, forming a coalition is the best choice. No problem, I remember your position, Miriam, you are now a member of the burial agency. Miriam wanted to agree. He was a staunch supporter of the princess, and with Shinji intending to use the crimson fruit to alleviate Arcuade's impulse, Miriam had no reason to refuse. But Seal didn't see it that way. Our mission is indeed to subdue the forest of Inash, but that doesn't mean we should give away the spoils of war, especially the most valuable one, to someone else for free, even if we have no use for it ourselves. With an emphasis on the word free, the blue-haired, blue-eyed girl continued speaking eloquently. Let me put it this way, Miriam, your treasury contains many secret treasures. Does every one of those treasures have a use? Probably not, right? Now, if I were to ask you to give me one of the treasures that you don't use, would you agree? Miriam rubbed his nose awkwardly. As much as I'd like to say I'd be willing to give it to you, I wouldn't even believe myself if I said that. Exactly, so there's no reason for everyone to put in the effort if only Matou-san gets to take the spoils. Seal's words were so reasonable and logical that they left no room for argument. Shinji had no formal ties to the burial agency. Technically speaking, he was even an enemy of the burial agency after all. The true ancestor was still a vampire, and could be classified as an enemy of the church, even if it wasn't a top priority. As a knight protecting the true ancestor, Shinji also fell into that category. He didn't intend to argue and calmly said, I only want the crimson fruit. Everything else can go to you. Seal responded with a sharp gleam in her eyes, but what if the only spoil is the crimson fruit? At least, I haven't heard of any other treasures belonging to the forest of Inash, have you, Miriam? Miriam shrugged helplessly. He might have a nasty personality, but he wouldn't lie about something like this. Having received the answer she wanted, Seal raised an eyebrow provocatively. Seeing this, Shinji sighed in resignation and asked, what exactly is Miss Seal planning? It's simple. You need to offer adequate compensation, or else we won't give you the crimson fruit. That's a reasonable request. Name your price: USD, gold, precious metals, anything works. After all, Arcuade could just print money on the spot, and metals like gold, silver, copper, or iron could also be easily manifested. Do you think that a treasure like the crimson fruit can be measured in something as mundane as money? Seal's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, to which Shinji responded with a smile. Don't underestimate the power of money. Without financial support, neither the Holy Church nor the Mages Association would be able to function. Please don't twist my words. The burial agency isn't short on money. What we need is a treasure of equal value, at least something not too far off. Or are you saying that a knight of the true ancestor doesn't even have a decent treasure to offer? It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned the true ancestor, but the moment she did, Shinji immediately realized that this cunning woman was deliberately making things difficult. Of course, her target wasn't him, it was Arcuade. Just like many other dark organizations in various worlds, the members of the burial agency all had their dark pasts, and Seal was no exception. She was the 17th reincarnation of the Serpent of Akasha, Roa, which meant she was the previous incarnation before Shikitano. She had originally been the daughter of a baker in a small town on the outskirts of France, living a peaceful and ordinary life while pursuing her dream of becoming a pâtissier. However, after her 16th birthday, Roa reincarnated within her and gradually awakened. Having never encountered anything supernatural before, the girl was easily overpowered by Roa, and began an endless spree of slaughter. The once peaceful town turned into a bloody hell because of her. Her parents, friends, and familiar neighbors were all brutally killed by her own hands. Worse still, her consciousness remained fully aware throughout the ordeal, unable to resist Roa's control, helplessly watching the tragedy unfold until Arcuade awakened from her slumber, rushed to France, and killed Roa's 17th reincarnation. With this in mind, Arcuade should have been Seal's savior. But after all, Seal was killed once by Arcuade, and the tragedies that occurred were due to Roa, who was a dead apostle under Arcuade. Roa's endless reincarnation was only possible because of Arcuade's power, so Seal had always harbored hostility toward Arcuade. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that she would take this opportunity to give Shinji a hard time. Chapter 807, Chapter 807, Mutually Reinforcing Yet Opposing 1229 words. Of course, understanding the situation didn't mean Shinji would accept this kind of provocation. He did possess treasures comparable to the crimson fruit, but they were either in use or were noble phantasms, bound to his soul, and thus not something he could offer in exchange. As you said, I don't have any treasures I can offer as compensation. It seems that woman doesn't think much of you either. Seal smiled triumphantly. Since you can't offer anything in return, it's unfortunate, but we can't give you the crimson fruit. It is unfortunate, Shinji remained calm, but the issue of spoils only comes after we've defeated the forest of Inash. The immediate concern is penetrating the heart of the forest. On this point, we still have a basis for cooperation. Seal's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Are you suggesting we join forces to reach the Crimson Core first, and then deal with the Crimson Fruit based on our abilities? That sounds reasonable, but it could just be an excuse, Seal said, not hiding her suspicion. Join forces now, only to turn on us later. Who would trust that? Who's to say you won't slack off, using us as shields, or worse, backstab us at a critical moment? This suspicion applies to both sides, doesn't it? Besides, you have 3 people, and I'm alone. Clearly, you have the advantage. Or is the church's elite burial agency afraid of a nobody like me? The tables had turned. Earlier, Seal provoked, and Shinji defused the situation. Now, Shinji was provoking, and Seal was defusing. We're not afraid, but I think it's unnecessary to complicate matters. Even without an alliance with you, we can still defeat the forest of Inash. Please leave. Are you sure you want me to leave? I've already said I won't give up on the Crimson Fruit. Aren't you afraid I'll come back and launch a sneak attack? Compared to that, moving together makes it easier to keep an eye on each other. No, there's an even simpler solution. We could just deal with you here and now. Seal shed her diplomatic stance, turning cold as she prepared for battle. Her opening move was once again the black keys, but this time the blades were not the usual silver but a vibrant orange, emitting heat that could be felt even from several meters away. The cremation rite? Shinji thought to himself. It was a secret technique of the church, and one of Seal's most frequently used skills. Although labeled as a secret technique, it was essentially a type of magecraft that enhanced weapons with flame attributes, making them far more deadly than ordinary black keys. However, for Shinji, who had integrated the flame of the sun into his regular arsenal, it posed no real threat. He remained seated casually, shaking his head nonchalantly. If the disparity in strength were significant, this would be an effective tactic. Unfortunately, the gap between us isn't that wide. After all, I have also defeated one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. If I'm determined to leave, you can't stop me. And if I go all out, it wouldn't be impossible to take one or two of you down with me. Would you still be able to defeat Arcuade afterward? Anyone can make big claims. Kyrie's daughter, Karen, trembled as she dropped the holy shroud of Magdalene to the ground, allowing the ominous demonic aura to seep out from within her body. She knew very well that when Shinji mentioned taking down one or two, he likely had her in mind. You'll soon find out if I'm bluffing or not. As Shinji spoke, he extended a finger, pointing it at Karen from a distance. A golden bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertip, not only sweeping away the surrounding demonic aura, but also directly striking Karen's body, making her tremble all over. In the next second, Seal's black keys reached their mark. However, no matter how strong the black key was, it couldn't match the speed of lightning. Although both of them had acted simultaneously, Shinji had moved a fraction faster, even finding time to release a second bolt of lightning, shattering the flaming black keys. It was only at this moment that Seal noticed Karen's condition and cried out in alarm. I wasn't bluffing. You have the Holy Shroud of Magdalene, and I have something similar. The golden lightning was a conceptual representation of Indra's thunder. Indra is a protector deity in Buddhism, and vanquishing demons is part of his duties. His divine thunder is the bane of evil spirits. Although Shinji wasn't entirely sure of the specifics of Karen's demonic abilities, it was evident they fell within the scope of this divine thunder's purview. That was just a warning. The next time, it won't be so light. Shinji held a natural fondness for the heroines of the Nasaverse, and he didn't mind lending a helping hand when needed. However, this fondness wasn't enough to make him yield unconditionally. If Seal and Karen insisted on stopping him, he wouldn't hold back. Seal was infuriated. She pulled out an ancient book from her cloak, its dark cover exuding a sacred glow, made from an unknown material. Sensing the unique aura of a phantasmal species emanating from the pages, Shinji's expression slightly changed. That was Seal's ultimate trump card, the seventh holy scripture, a treasure on par with Rysbiv's holy shield. About 1,000 years ago, the church used a unicorn's horn, and the soul of a girl who was sacrificed as a human offering, merging them to create the conceptual weapon known as the seventh holy scripture. In legend, the unicorn's horn was considered a key to interpreting divine will, inscribed with verses that denied reincarnation and carried the concept of denial of rebirth and eternal non-existence. The high-dimensional spiritual entity had immense offensive power. Any spirit struck by it would be annihilated, making it the church's trump card against Roa, and the source of Shinji's concern. Just as Indra's thunder countered Karen, the seventh holy scripture was also Shinji's natural nemesis. He wasn't confident that his incomplete third magic could withstand the seventh holy scripture's effects. I absolutely can't let that hit me. It looks like it's time to use some high-powered weapons. Since Seal has a more robust immortality than Shirsho, I don't need to worry about accidentally killing her and making things irreversible. Indeed, Seal did possess a more exaggerated form of immortality, though with certain conditions. Arcuade couldn't strike at the soul, so every time she fought a Roa incarnation, it was through the destruction of the body. In other words, Seal had indeed been killed once by Arcuade, truly killed. Her body was later retrieved by the church as a valuable specimen. However, no one expected that 3 years after her death, Seal would come back to life in the church's specimen storage. The church, upon noticing the anomaly, immediately restrained her and conducted a month-long series of experiments. Throughout that month, they tried various methods to kill her, but each time she was slain, her body would immediately regenerate and revive. Finally, the church, having no other options, handed her over to the burial agency. Due to her immortality, more exaggerated than any monster, she was valued by Narbarek and assigned the 7th seat in the agency. Chapter 808, Chapter 808, come on, let's hurt each other. 1140 words. The principle behind the undying nature is unclear. The related setting material of Tsukiheim only briefly touches on it without giving a detailed explanation. What is known is that Seal is a descendant of Roa, who had descendants before becoming a vampire. The fact that Roa possessed the body of a direct descendant caused an error in the world's order, an uncorrectable error, a bug in simple terms. This bug causes Seal to be protected by the world itself, with the world's order permanently freezing her body at the moment Roa awakens within her. No matter what happens or how her body is damaged, the world's order will restore her body to its frozen state within a very short time. As long as the source of the bug, Roa, isn't dead, or the world's order itself doesn't collapse, Seal will remain in this state forever. She won't grow, won't age, and won't change. It's even more absolute than Scat Hack, who remains forever 17, a joke. Seal, however, will forever be 16, and that's true. Of course, the only thing the world has granted Seal is her unparalleled immortality. If this were an ordinary person, it wouldn't mean much. So what if you can't kill them? An ant that can't be squashed still poses no threat to an elephant, and this world is never short of elephants. Dead apostles, servants, powerful magi, and various inheritors of mysteries across the globe can easily crush an ordinary person like an ant. Take Shinji, for example. Killing ordinary people is easy, slashing through 100, even 1,000, wouldn't be too hard, and even 10,000 wouldn't be too much effort. Fortunately, Seal herself is extremely gifted. Although born in an ordinary family, her potential rivals that of the original Roa. When Roa possessed her, her potential was fully awakened and then frozen by the world, forming the strong foundation of her current abilities. She possesses superhuman physical abilities, with a magic circuit 100 times that of a normal magus. In terms of raw potential, she is among the very best of her generation, with only Lorelei as a peer. However, the gap in their magical abilities is vast. This gap isn't due to background or environment, it's entirely due to Seal's resistance. Human memory is a strange thing, stored both in the soul and imprinted in the brain. Although Roa didn't awaken for long, his memories were fully imprinted in Seal's brain. Before becoming a vampire, Roa was an extremely powerful magus and the founder of the burial agency. He was often invited to the Millennium Castle, the true ancestor's stronghold, which shows his formidable strength. After becoming a vampire, Roa reincarnated 18 times. Except for Seal, the 16th reincarnation, which was an accident. The previous vessel died before he could choose the next one, and by chance, he reincarnated in Seal, causing the bug, and the unknown 18th reincarnation. Every reincarnation was carefully selected, no poor backgrounds, no weak potentials, and preferably some non-human blood. Over these 800 years of continuous reincarnation, Roa accumulated a vast amount of knowledge and secret arts, rivaling the 2,000 years of the Bartholomew family's heritage. It's worth noting that inherited knowledge can be lost, and magic crests can fail, but Roa, having evolved into a high-dimensional spiritual entity with the help of Arcuade's power, would not lose this knowledge. All this knowledge is stored in Seal's mind, and available for her to access. If she fully assimilated this knowledge, she would be no weaker than Lorelei. However, this knowledge is tied to the painful memories of the destruction of her hometown, and the slaughter of her family and friends. Revisiting this knowledge means reliving that unbearable past. Thus, Seal has always resisted using magecraft, only occasionally using small-scale spells for convenience in missions, such as suggesting or adding special effects to her black keys. This is one of the reasons why Shinji didn't use his noble phantasms, and only planned to deal with Seal using firearms. The other reason is the 7th Holy Scripture's weapon form. As holy light flowed, the scripture was released from its ancient book form, transforming into something resembling a massive shotgun or impact drill. The entire weapon was over 1.5 meters long, with the widest part of the gun being over 50 centimeters. Its imposing design, with a silver-black metallic shell darker than her deep blue habit, carried a steampunk aesthetic. The sudden shift from a medieval-style book to a modern weapon provided a strong visual impact. That's right, you didn't misread it. This is the Holy Scripture passed down through the Church for millennia. Of course, it wasn't originally designed in this form. The 7th Holy Scripture was initially used for its sacred symbolism, as a tool for the final sealing rites. Later, it gradually evolved into a weapon. The earliest weapon forms were spears or stakes, and as time progressed, it integrated more modern weapon characteristics, becoming a gunsword hybrid suited for combat. Up until this stage, the scripture still retained some of its sacred dignity. The steampunk-style impact drill is Seal's modification, inspired by her preferences. When Shinji first saw Seal pull out this weapon in a past life while playing a game, he was utterly shocked. It felt like suddenly encountering a modern tank on the medieval battlefield of Mount and Blade, a truly surreal experience. Now, however, great weapon. I like it. I have something to show you as well. Admiring the scripture, Shinji took advantage of the brief moment before it fully stabilized to pull out two, even more, imposing weapons from his backpack or coffin. A rocket launcher and a 6-barrel Gatling gun. Seal was so startled that she nearly dropped her impact drill, and even Karen's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Miriam showed a notable level of surprise. The rocket launcher and Gatling gun themselves weren't the issue. They'd seen modern weapons before and had even faced off against them during missions. The Church, unlike the Mages Association, wasn't opposed to technological advancements. It was common knowledge that many executors actively requested partial cybernetic modifications to better complete their missions of hunting heretics. The problem was how Shinji pulled out these weapons. Everyone could see his backpack. It was only so big. Fitting a flamethrower might have been possible, and cramming in some grenades and blood packs wouldn't have been too hard, but where did these weapons, which were much longer than the backpack, come from? This wasn't some mystic weapon with shape-changing abilities that could ignore the rules of physics. Could it be that the backpack was a rare space-type artifact? Just how many weapons were hidden inside? Shinji was pleased with their reactions. Grinning with a Gatling gun in one hand and a rocket launcher in the other, he said, "Come on, let's hurt each other." Chapter 809, Chapter 809, The True Nature of the Forest of Inash. 1290 words. Faced with Shinji's provocation, Seal remained silent. If she were alone, she would have definitely replied, "Bring it on, who's afraid?" When it comes to mutual harm, who could outdo her, the massive bug supported by the world's very order? In a simple gunfight, not even the Crimson Moon at her peak could outmatch Seal. Vampires possess a limited immortality. Ordinary vampires can be killed by decapitation, or having their hearts removed, and stronger ones might just take a bit more effort to kill. Even someone as powerful as the Crimson Moon couldn't recover after being blown to pieces by Zelrich's second magic. Seal's immortality, however, is limitless. As long as Shinji is willing to keep fighting, she's confident she can outlast his weapons, drain his magic, exhaust his stamina, and ultimately claim victory. But this time was different. Miriam had one foot in the burial agency, and the other in the princess's faction, with an ambiguous attitude that couldn't be relied upon. The only trustworthy person, Karen, was seriously injured. If the opposing side opened fire, Karen's chances of survival would be slim. As the burial agency's only remaining conscience, Seal wasn't as twisted as the other monsters. She still retained her humanity. No matter how much she might deny it, she still worried about her companion's safety. This included not just Karen, but also Miriam, and even that damn director. Should she surrender? Seal bit her lip and quietly moved closer to Karen. Shinji noticed her inner conflict and, not wanting to push her too far, voluntarily lowered his weapon. After all, there was no unresolvable conflict between him and the burial agency, and he had no desire to provoke such a formidable opponent. Ahem, my apologies. Although I'm a magus, I have a passion for modern weaponry. I got a bit too excited when I saw Miss Seal's armaments. These standard weapons might be good for burning forests and blasting animals, but they're far from sufficient to deal with a member of the burial agency. Changed your mind? Seal didn't know why Shinji had suddenly changed his attitude, so she remained cautious. Yes, I changed my mind because I thought of a better plan. What plan? I'll go ahead, and you follow me later. This way, you don't have to worry about me ambushing you, and your mission won't fail. After all you want is the destruction of the forest of Inash. If I succeed, you'll save some effort. If I fail, you can take over then. And if you want to ambush me, feel free, but be prepared to be countered. As he said this, Shinji slung the RPG around his waist, hoisted the Vulcan cannon onto his shoulder, and began walking deeper into the forest, completely ignoring the hostile enemies behind him. His arrogant declaration and brash attitude made Seal grip the trigger of her impact drill several times, ready to fire at Shinji, but in the end, she suppressed the urge. She knew Shinji was right. Destroying the forest of Inash was the primary objective, and everything else was secondary. If she acted on impulse and lost her teammates, leading to mission failure, she wouldn't need Narbarek to hold her accountable. She wouldn't be able to forgive herself. At this moment, Miriam, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. The Crimson Corps isn't in that direction, or does Sir Knight not know its exact location? The Vulcan cannon on Shinji's waist suddenly slipped, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Ah, you caught me. I was judging the location based on the flow of blood and the intensity of the forest attacks, so I didn't know the precise location of the Crimson Corps. By the way, I just remembered, your existence is somewhat similar to the forest of Inash, so you should know, right, the exact location of the Corps. If he remembered correctly, in the original timeline, it was Miriam who guided Shiki straight to the heart of the forest of Inash, ultimately leading to the destruction of this vast, 50-kilometer-wide blood-sucking forest. Let me correct you, it's not similar, it's higher than forest of Inash. Miriam seemed quite insistent on this point. Because of my higher existence level, I do know. Can you tell me? Miriam nodded, glancing at Seal, but it won't be free. Although I'd like to tell you for free, it would cause some trouble later, and I hate trouble. No problem. I can afford to pay for the information. Shinji's straightforward attitude made Miriam's smile even more radiant. Good, good. Unlike Seal, you're quite honest. That's how the princess's knight should be. As for payment, let's go with your proposal, information exchange. I also have something I want to know. Go ahead, as long as it's information I'm aware of. You know, 800 years ago, the princess hunted down the forest of Inash, and indeed eliminated him. So why does the forest of Inash still exist today? It's simple, because this forest of Inash isn't the same as the original. If you must categorize it, this is forest of Inash too. Here's what happened. Forest of Inash, like the Millennium Lock, was a dead apostle who transformed from a magus, with deep expertise in hypnosis and memory manipulation, to the extent that he could alter memories. He was extremely cautious, and after becoming a dead apostle, he modified the memories of everyone who knew of his existence, including Arcuade, who fell victim to his trickery, believing that a dead apostle named Inash didn't exist. He was an incredibly troublesome adversary. However, for every curse, there's a cure. Just as there's magecraft that can erase memories, there are magus who can restore lost memories. Arcuade received help from such a magus, nullifying Inash's magecraft, and ultimately killed him, wiping out his entire faction. At that time, the princess was a pure executioner, with no kin, no compassion, and no equal. Logically, there shouldn't be any dead apostles related to Inash left in this world. But the princess was careless back then, failing to completely obliterate Inash, instead casually discarding his corpse. The place where she discarded it was under a tree. Coincidentally, this tree was a blood-sucking plant similar to a carnivorous flower, which instinctively absorbed Inash's blood. A dead apostle strong enough to be hunted by the princess couldn't possibly be weak. The tree, having absorbed the blood of such a powerful creature, rapidly evolved and reached new heights, transforming into a plant-based phantasmal species that actively attacks and feeds on blood. Just as vampires can command creatures of their kind, this tree devoured other plants around it. Those plants then also became blood-sucking plants. In this manner, it expanded little by little, eventually growing into its current massive form. The outside world's two biggest points of interest regarding the forest of Inash, the supposed several-day-long reality marble, and the myth of the immortal crimson fruit, are thus explained. There's no reality marble. The forest is simply composed of blood-sucking plants. Not to mention a few days, it could sustain itself for dozens or hundreds of days. And the crimson fruit is even simpler. It's in a plant's nature to bear fruit, and phantasmal species are no exception. The blood and life force absorbed, after using what's necessary to sustain itself, condenses into fruit. After 800 years of accumulation, the essence of countless lives and blood was concentrated into the fruit. While true immortality might not be guaranteed, significantly extended life is certain. The fruit itself also serves as the highest grade material for the ritual to become a dead apostle, essentially granting a form of immortality. This is the truth of Inash 2. 0. The Forest of Inash. Chapter 810, Chapter 810, The Demon of the Right-Legged King of the Land. 1225 words after hearing Shinji's explanation, even Miriam, a steadfast supporter of Arcuade, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What a complete mess of coincidences. Seal directly complained, I can't find the words, I can't believe it, was that idiot always this foolish at crucial moments? You'll get used to it, Shinji shrugged nonchalantly. I've cleaned up after her messes countless times over the years. Fought with giants, got chased by hostile life forms, accidentally caused big trouble from getting too excited, and ended up being hunted by government agencies in some countries, even got banned from several guilds in online games. Take the time we hunted the Knight of Wallachia, as an example. If I hadn't been cautious, a dead apostle stronger than the Knight of Wallachia would have been born not long after. Miriam broke into a cold sweat, not physically, as he had stopped sweating after becoming a dead apostle, but psychologically. You've had it rough, Sir Knight. It's really good that the princess has you to take care of her. Shinji just smiled. Although it was exhausting to clean up after her, the ease of being with her, and the freedom to be himself more than made up for the fatigue. This is fate, the fate entrusted by the planet. He was content and willing to keep taking care of her, even sharing the burden of her impulse. Now, can you tell me the location of the Crimson Core? The core's position keeps changing, so it's hard to describe. I'll have a familiar lead you. The Forest of Inash wasn't a singular entity, it was composed of countless blood-sucking plants. As the core, the second-generation Inash constantly moved and altered the structure of the forest, which is why Shinji still hadn't reached the core after 5 days. Miriam's right foot gradually became ethereal, a sign of summoning a familiar. Using the dreams of others as a model, he gave form and color to them through his abilities, which were akin to high-level spiritualism, ultimately creating the 4 great demon beasts that substituted for his limbs. Legend has it that each demon is a high-level phantasmal species, able to rival even the ancestors. It was their existence that forged the infamous reputation of Miriam Solomon in the world of mystery. Now he was summoning the one that served as his right foot. The entire forest trembled. If there was such a thing as a divine beast in the world, it would surely include this one. With the head of a whale and the body of a hound, this massive demon beast was over 200 meters long. In terms of sheer size, even the 11 offspring of the Earth Mother Tiamat from mythology might not compare. Countless clocks, collapsing towers, and surging waves were depicted across its gigantic body, creating a sense of apocalyptic absurdity. The surreal world, drenched in black and red, increasingly detached from reality with its appearance. The demon of the right-legged king of the land. Someone uttered the title that struck fear throughout the world of mystery. Yes, it was a title, not a name. Demons are nameless, as legend says that once a demon gains a name, it becomes independent from its master. Thus, the demons created by Miriam have no names. King of the Land was his favorite demon, embodying the concept of divine punishment and tsunami, manifested through the depiction of animal sculptures in a cathedral, and was the largest of all his demons. Fear of large things is an instinct for living beings. In the presence of the King of the Land, which could flatten the world with its sheer size and mass, both humans and dead apostles alike would undoubtedly be shaken. Because of this, they missed the best time to warn Miriam. No, quickly, put it away. By the time Shinji reacted, it was too late. The entire forest shook with an even greater force than when the King of the Land descended, as if a giant beast had been awakened. A flock of birds, numerous enough to blot out the sky, took flight, a quantity so overwhelming that it made one's scalp tingle. The King of the Land, half whale, half dog, let out a cry that sounded like a lament. Its massive body was quickly covered, enveloped at an unervingly fast speed. First by the flock of birds and then by a cluster of trees, literally, a group of blood-sucking trees. In less than a minute, the giant beast with a mountain-like body was swallowed by the forest and ceased to function, becoming just another part of the ever-expanding forest. A massive beast capable of flattening the world was defeated not by the world it should have been able to crush, but rather, it was simply consumed in a one-sided manner. Damn it, that thing's serious. Miram pressed down on his injured foot. The ethereal foot had turned back into a solid one, covered with spiderweb-like cracks. This was the only weakness of his dead apostle abilities. If one of the 4 demons that substitute for his limbs is destroyed, the corresponding limb loses its function until he summons the demon again, a process that takes some time. The forest of Inash wasn't going to give him that chance. The trees, having just had a satisfying meal, began to stir and attack the group's location in the crater. These guys only act on instinct, attacking everything in their path regardless of its status. Damn you, Inash. Sorry, I lost this one. You shouldn't have used the king of the land. It has terrible compatibility with the forest of Inashii. Any of the other demons would have fared better. This was exactly what Shinji had wanted to warn Miram about. When mystery reaches a certain level, it's no longer just about power but also about the compatibility of concepts. If the compatibility is too poor, even beings on the same level can be crushed, much like how Shinji's golden lightning overwhelms Karen's demonic aura. The king of the land was no different. Its main characteristic was its size, but even at 200 meters long, it was no match for the 50-kilometer-wide forest of Inashii. Their location was also in the forest's core area, where the plants were most aggressive, so the outcome was inevitable. But there's an even bigger problem. From the way it evolved into a phantasmal plant species by absorbing Inash's blood, it's clear that these blood-sucking plants adapt based on the characteristics of what they absorb. After consuming the king of the land, the blood-sucking plants swarming toward them also started to grow larger. It might not be long before they gain the ability to flatten the world. Now we're in big trouble. I don't have eyes like Shiki, so we'll have to fight them head-on. Shinji said this as he pulled the trigger on his RPG. The grenade, propelled by a bright tail flame, whistled through the air and struck the nearest giant tree. The embedded incendiary bomb exploded, engulfing the surrounding trees. Taking advantage of the brief respite before the flames died out, Shinji quickly rummaged through his backpack, a coffin, and pulled out various items. Grenades, a flamethrower, RPGs, grenade boxes, and even a few barrels of gasoline. As he worked, he said to Seal, "Take whatever you can use, don't hold back." Chapter 811, The Demon of the Right Arm, Lady Windup 1104 word. Seal glanced at the 7th Holy Scripture in her hand, and the black keys hidden under her nun's habit. She then looked at the sea of flames that was holding back the encroaching forest, her eyelid twitching. She had thought her actions were extreme, but she hadn't expected someone to go even further. However, she also recognized that Shinji's approach was the best option available. The first incendiary bomb was nearly overwhelmed by the relentless advance of the tree horde, but the scale of the resulting firestorm rivaled her most secret ace. Yet within the forest, she couldn't use that ace due to her inability to connect with the great source. There was no room for hesitation after all, using technological weapons wasn't a big deal. Members of the burial agency were not like the old-fashioned magus of the clock tower. The blue-haired, blue-eyed nun kicked a barrel of gasoline into the dying fire, stoking the flames to extend the incendiary barrier. She then picked up a 6-barrel Vulcan and unleashed a barrage on the shadowy trees emerging from the flames. Having modified the 7th Holy Scripture into a battering ram, Seal's familiarity with personal weaponry was no less than Shinji's. The Vulcan gun excelled in both rate of fire and power. Even the vampiric plants that had absorbed the king of the land would be shredded by a burst of bullets. If these plants were surrounded by their kind, they could rely on their vampiric nature to quickly regenerate. But now, engulfed in fire, they had no time to recover before the flames consumed them and spread further. Nicely done. Shinji didn't hold back his praise for Seal's sharp maneuvers. As he expertly reloaded the RPG, he launched another round in a different direction. The trees had already begun to adapt and change their approach. Seal immediately adjusted her aim, and unleashed a new round of suppressive fire. Although it was their first time working together, their shared interest in weaponry allowed them to coordinate effectively, and any animosity between them, stemming from their connection to Arcuade, dissipated in the thunderous roar of gunfire. Even as they unleashed their firepower, they kept an eye on their less mobile companions. Karen, come behind me. Miriam, keep yourself safe and alert us if you notice any stragglers. Thanks for the concern, but we're not so weak that we need protection. It's time to get up, Karen. In Miriam's voice, which was laced with both sweetness and menace, an ominous energy flared once again. This time, the source was not Karen, but Miriam himself. The young member of the 27 Dead Apostle Ancestors was famous in the mystical world as the demon summoner, and summoning demons was as natural to him as breathing. It was largely thanks to him that the demon nun had become what she was. The power of the demon filled the air, and was quickly absorbed by Karen. The smaller girl let out a piercing scream, as mysterious wounds appeared all over her exposed skin. Such was the nature of her masochistic spiritualist constitution. Despite her wounded body, her face grew increasingly flushed until she eventually wobbled to her feet, grabbing a Gatling gun in one hand and several grenades in the other. She appeared even more ferocious than Shinji and Seal, who were unscathed. Shinji, keeping an eye on the rear, nearly popped his eyes out of his head in shock. You can do that. But at this rate, her body could collapse at any moment. It's the price to pay. If you want something, you must give something in return. It's a simple concept. To gain great power quickly, you must take risks. This is all voluntary on her part. As Miriam explained, everything was Karen's own choice. Although she had inherited the talents of Kodomine Kirii, she was not particularly outstanding among the many executors. She had also missed the prime age for human growth, making it difficult to ever reach Kirii's level through normal training. From the moment she decided to join the burial agency, Karen had mentally prepared herself for destruction. As long as she could gain power, as long as she could fill the void in her heart, she was willing to pay any price. The burial agency hadn't disappointed her. Though its members were all twisted in one way or another, they had indeed opened new doors for her. There were rare secrets and unimaginable techniques, and she was a beneficiary of one such technique, a method called demon fusion. When a demon possesses a human, it amplifies the human's desires and drives them mad, but it also grants them immense power. This technique's goal was to allow humans to control demonic power for their use, converting demons into combat strength, similar to pseudo-servants. Given Karen's masochistic spiritualist constitution and her willingness, Narbarek had made her the subject of this experiment. With Miriam's help, they crafted the perfect demon for Karen, resulting in the creation of the demon nun. Because of this, as long as Miriam was around, Karen could always replenish her demonic energy. Of course, the fusion process was excruciatingly painful. Karen, let me know if you can't hold on. I can stop anytime. I'm fine, Miriam-sama. I'm not at my limit yet. Her once golden eyes now blackened by madness, Karen showed no sign of giving up. This is nothing compared to that sinner. With Karen's resolve and the stirring of the forest, the young apostle felt his long-dormant passion reignite. If they were going to fight, they had to win. Miriam had no intention of losing to anyone except the master he had pledged his loyalty and admiration. Let's go, demon of the right arm, Lady Wind-Up. His right arm became ethereal, and another of the 4 great demon beasts manifested behind him. Like the king of the land who served as his right foot, Lady Wind-Up had no name, only a title derived from her appearance. Mechanical doll, as in machine, mechanism. Lady, as in a noble girl or young woman. The demon of the right arm embodied these traits perfectly, born from the wishes for guns, swords, and warfare, modeled after a large statue of the Holy Virgin, ultimately materializing as a 10-meter-tall mechanical doll, anthropomorphized gear-activated divine statue. The doll took the form of a delicately crafted and adorable young girl, with parts of her outer armor designed to resemble a black lace dress. Considering this, it was more appropriate to refer to the demon as she. However, in Shinji's eyes, Lady Windup should have been called Mecha Girl or Mechanical War Angel. Chapter 812, Target Lock. 1089 words. Unlike other imaginary demons, the Lady Windup is a very special entity. Once one of Miram's imaginary demons takes shape, it never changes, no matter how many centuries pass except for the Lady Windup. Due to the nature of the mechanical doll, it has ample room for modification and upgrades. The Lady Windup herself is quite enthusiastic about self-upgrading. It is said that when she first came into existence, she was only equipped with cold weapons like guns and swords. Now well, let's put it this way, before entering the forest of Inash, Shinji considered himself a mobile fortress, but compared to the Lady Windup behind him, he was nothing more than scrap. Take a look at the two pairs of mechanical swords on her arms. No, those have long since transcended the concept of swords. They're mechanical chainsaws capable of slicing through the earth. Look at the specialized heavy-duty wheels replacing her leg, spiritual successors to the Type 59 tank, and a guarantee of adaptability to any terrain. Check out the cannons revealed when she lifts her dress, opens her armor plates, a sight that the multi-turret faith dreams of. More is beautiful, big is better. Caliber is justice, and turrets are truth. Thousands of turrets, thousands of stars. And then, take a look at her beautiful metallic body, slender yet angular, with a richly layered design. Excuse me, but all of the Lady Windup's appeal points hit Shinji's sweet spot, so his steel soul got a bit too fired up. Her appearance shifted the battlefield's aesthetic from a prehistoric struggle between giant beasts to a clash of ultramodern fantasy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Amidst the exclamations of a certain mecha enthusiast, Miram casually waved his phantom right hand. Understood. A synthesized voice, metallic in tone, devoid of emotion or warmth, resonated from within the Lady Windup, perfectly matching the mecha girl aesthetic. Target lock. In the next moment, countless cannons all over the mechanical girl's body roared in unison. What followed was a series of deafening explosions. With just one round of barrage, the dense, seemingly endless horde of frenzied trees in the distance was obliterated. Then, the mechanical girl raised her left arm, the twin mechanical chainsaws spinning wildly, shredding nearby giant trees along with the ground and the sea of flames. If the forest of Inash symbolizes primal savagery, then the Lady Windup is the pinnacle of civilization, the blade that slices through ignorance and backwardness. It's like those distant godly eras when early humans, still in a state of ignorance, ventured into the wilds, forests, mountains, and rivers under the guidance of heroes, fighting against nature with their bare hands and primitive weapons to secure humanity's future. The tide of battle had turned. Just a few minutes ago, the forest of Inash was suppressing the king of the land. Now the Lady Windup was suppressing the forest of Inash. The reason was still inherent incompatibility. The Lady Windup was a complete counter to the forest of Inash in every way. The forest of Inash consists of blood-drinking plants that feed on flesh and blood. The Lady Windup is a mechanical doll made of metal, with no blood or flesh, and her weapons are all made of metal and explosives. Conceptually, metal and fire are precisely what humanity relies on to conquer nature. It's no exaggeration to say that most of the troublesome characteristics of the forest of Inash are ineffective against the Lady Windup, making such a result only natural. As the creator of this imaginary demon, Miram clearly understood the traits and power of the Lady Windup. There was a reason he hadn't used her right away. After a single round of barrage and sweeping away the tree horde, the giant mecha girl started rolling forward on her heavy-duty wheels, completely ignoring her injured master and his companions. Stop now, you need to stop. Miram shouted anxiously, the aura of a seasoned expert vanishing in less than a minute. However, no matter how much he shouted, the mecha girl showed no signs of stopping, continuing to charge ahead, leaving Miram red-faced with anger. That simple-minded idiot. Yes, this was the reason Miram was reluctant to use the Lady Windup. She's too dumb. Whether it's due to the innate limitations of the doll, or a flaw in Miram's design, despite looking like a cool goddess, she's an airhead. To put it simply, she's like an old-fashioned printer that won't stop printing even if you press the pause button, or like the oldest film projector that has to finish a reel before it can stop. Adaptability is almost non-existent for her. Miriam says go, so she goes. As for any further orders, sorry, I'll finish the first one before anything else. Watching the lady wind-up move further away, Miriam glanced up at the sky and said helplessly, at this height, King of the Sky is useless. Karen, carry me, we need to catch up with that idiot quickly. Yes, Miriam-sama. Karen dropped her weapon and staggered over. How are you supposed to carry someone like this? Take care of yourself first, I'll carry Miriam. Before she could get close, Shinji had already hoisted Miriam onto his shoulder and gave Seal a look. The latter quickly caught on, picked up Karen, and chased after the lady wind-up. The lady wind-up wasn't particularly fast, and after entering the forest, the resistance from the tree horde increased significantly. Although they couldn't deal any effective damage to the fully metal mecha girl, they greatly slowed her down. Before long, Shinji and Seal, with their superior physical abilities, caught up. As soon as they got close, Miriam shouted an order. Open the door, quick. Since the command to open the door didn't conflict with the command to go, Lady Wind-up followed the order. The armor plates on her abdomen, which looked like decorative patterns, opened to reveal a glimmer of light. From within the light, a retractable ladder extended downward, leaving the other three stunned. You can fit people inside? Seal asked. Miriam countered. It was designed as a war fortress against the dead apostles. It can hold people and various familiars. Don't dawdle, get in quickly. Ah, right. Seal put aside her surprise, concentrated the last of her magical energy into her legs, and leaped onto the still descending ladder. Shinji followed closely behind, and within seconds, both of them had rushed into Lady Wind-up's abdomen via the ladder. Then the ladder retracted, the door closed, and the war fortress was flawless once more. Chapter 813. Chapter 813, Battlefield Meal 1181 words inside the Lady Wind-up. How should I put it? It's a completely different style. The exterior blends the spirit of the Type 59 tank with the multi-turret religious core, creating an ultramodern fantasy style. In contrast, the interior of the fortress is decorated in a medieval, retro style. The walls and floors appear to be of brick and stone, adorned with exquisite murals and carpets, magical chandeliers on the ceiling, and luxurious sculptures and furniture, all exuding an air of aristocratic elegance and opulence. It hardly looks like the interior of a war fortress. At this moment, Shinji, Seal, and Karen suddenly remembered that the fortress's owner, Miriam Solomon, also held the title of Crown. He was the unique collector among the dead apostles, and one of the few super-rich individuals. Miriam was pleased with their expressions. Showing off his collection and seeing the envy in others' eyes was one of the great joys of collecting. If it resonated with his guests, all the better. Shinji met Miriam's expectations, carefully examining the room's layout, and asked with some uncertainty, is it just my imagination, or does this place look a lot like the Millennium Castle Brunestad? Ahahaha, you noticed. Yes, I modeled it after the Millennium Castle Brunestad. But due to limited space, I only replicated a small portion and added some furniture. Feel free to sit anywhere. If you're tired, there are rooms over there too. Don't worry, although Lady Wind-up may seem clumsy, her performance is guaranteed. Miriam's words were not empty. The Lady Wind-up combined mystery and technology, constantly evolving. Advances in technology ensured that she always maintained top-tier firepower. The fantasy nature of the imaginary demon itself meant she was not bound by the physical laws of the technological world. Her ammunition reserves, power supply, and even the structure supporting the fortress all emerged from fantasy. In any era, whether in the surface world or the realm of understanding, she was the ultimate war machine capable of breaking cities and destroying nations. This was the true war fortress, the mobile fortress. Shinji thought for a moment and said, is there a lookout or something? I want to go outside and watch the battle. Yes, you can reach the top or bottom levels by taking the stairs on either side of the corridor. I suggest the lower level, the top level is the Lady Wind-Up's shoulder, and it's easy to fall off when she swings her sword. I'll leave the watch to you. Understanding that Miriam was showing goodwill, Shinji nodded in appreciation. The Lady Wind-Up's inherent advantage meant that the defeat of Forest of Inash was only a matter of time. What lay ahead was the contest for the Crimson Fruit, and watching the battle would allow him to seize it at the earliest opportunity. Miriam had seen through this and agreed to assist Shinji and the faction he represented, Arcuade, in this way. However, just because Miriam was willing to help didn't mean others would be. "I'll go too," Seal said, staring intently at Shinji, clearly planning to stick with him to the end, completely forgetting their previous teamwork with the RPG Vulcan cannon. Miriam didn't mind Seal's attitude. He waved to Karen and said, "Sit here. I'll give you some emergency treatment." Of course, Shinji was even less concerned. Among the trio, the only one he had to be cautious of was Miriam. Although he supported Arcuade, he was now a member of the burial agency, and seemed to have no intention of leaving. At least on the surface, he had to stand on the same side as Seal, so he couldn't allow Shinji to harm her. Of the 4 great demon beasts under Miriam's command, the left-arm demon king of rats lacked combat power and usually took the form of an old man as Miriam's public substitute, so he could be excluded. The right-leg demon king of the land had already been devoured by Forest of Inash, so it could be temporarily ignored. The remaining 2, the ultimate war fortress, Lady Wind-Up, and another yet to be seen, highly mobile king of the sky, were formidable. Facing one would be manageable, but if both were deployed, even Shinji in his current state wouldn't have much of a chance. Moreover, Miriam had collected countless treasures over the centuries. Just the ones he was visibly wearing numbered nearly 20, each emanating an aura not belonging to this era. In a real fight, the outcome would be uncertain. As long as Miriam didn't intervene, Shinji wasn't afraid, even if Karen and Seal were determined to obstruct him. Following Miriam's directions, Shinji reached the end of the corridor, descended the stairs, and entered the watchtower. The tower's design still mimicked the Millennium Castle Brunestad, located at Lady Wind-Up's waist. Although the view wasn't as good as the tower at the shoulder level, it was more stable and didn't sway back and forth. Through the preset lookout holes, the outside scene was visible. Artillery fire flattened the ground, wiping out all enemies who dared approach. A giant sword cleared the way, sweeping aside all obstacles. Though the battle tactics were simple and crude, they were surprisingly effective. War is like that. Strategies, tactics, and schemes are just the struggles of the weak. The strong only need to rely on raw power. The Lady Wind-Up was undoubtedly on the side of raw power, and her steady advance gave Shinji time to rest. Before encountering that magus symbolizing freedom, he had already planned to rest, but a series of events had unfolded, leaving him without even a chance to eat. After another scan of the battlefield, confirming that there was no sign of the Crimson Corps, Shinji reached into his backpack again. This time, he pulled out not a weapon but an iron pot, a gas stove, and a can of fuel. By now, Seal was numb with shock. Who knew how much more could come out of that seemingly ordinary backpack? "Are you going to cook?" "Yeah, I haven't eaten in 6 hours. Want to join me?" As he spoke, Shinji took out a kitchen knife and a cutting board. "I'm not bragging, but my cooking is better than most professional chefs." Seal was tempted. She hadn't eaten in a long time either. Although she wouldn't die from not eating due to the blessings of the world order, her bodily functions and personal state would deteriorate significantly. However, she eventually shook her head, unsure if it was due to caution, a lack of appetite, or simply feeling that the atmosphere of the battlefield didn't suit cooking. "I'll pass, you eat by yourself." "Really not eating?" Shinji confirmed once more. "Really not." Seal turned her head away decisively. "That's too bad," Shinji replied, a sly smile on his face. Seal instinctively felt something was off. Just as she was about to ask, she saw Shinji pull out a label-less glass bottle from his bag, containing a thick, golden liquid that was almost solid. The moment the lid was opened, the girl's face changed. This is Chapter 814. Chapter 814. this isn't type 1176 words. What exactly is in that bottle that makes Seal so agitated? Could it be some rare alchemical potion? No, it's not that. No matter what kind of alchemical potion it is, a life-saving elixir, or a deadly poison, it wouldn't affect a girl whose body is frozen in time by the world. Therefore, it wouldn't be of any particular interest to her. The contents of the glass bottle aren't anything precious, and don't involve any mysterious ingredients. The ingredients for the liquid can be easily bought in the market, and it's not hard to make. Grinding spices like cloves, fennel seeds, coriander seeds, mustard seeds, turmeric powder, and chili powder, then frying them with simple ingredients like coconut milk, is all it takes. Yes, what's in the bottle is a curry sauce, a spice and condiment quite popular in East and Southeast Asia. Could a mere bottle of curry sauce make Seal this excited? The answer is yes. Although Seal is French, she is a hardcore curry addict. So hardcore that she can eat curry for all 3 meals every day, and going without curry for even one day makes her feel miserable, like an addict going through withdrawal. It's said that during a mission to India, she suddenly became infatuated with curry, and couldn't get enough of it, earning her the nickname Curry Nun. Japan is already a country that loves curry, and Shinji had traveled through curry-loving countries like India, Thailand, and Sri Lanka, combining these experiences with the culinary skills he learned from his food vlog to create this golden curry sauce, the very one inside the glass bottle. To an ordinary person, it's just a delicious sauce, but to a curry addict like Seal, it's high-purity dope. No, it's a summons from the devil himself. The intense gaze, the sound of her swallowing, the way she kept sniffing, and the predatory look on her face like a feral dog ready to pounce made Shinji's skin crawl. He even regretted trying to tempt her. But since he'd already started, he had to see it through. Shinji, whose instinct for teasing girls was deeply ingrained, suppressed his discomfort, pretending to be intoxicated as he brought the bottle to his nose and muttered, "Good thing I brought this. Time's short, so let's just make some curry rice." And luckily, there's still some rice left. Curry rice, Seal's mouth watered as she thought about curry rice, one of her favorite curry dishes. The idea of mixing that perfectly fragrant golden curry with rice was irresistible. Yeah, but there's quite a bit of leftover rice. It'd be a shame to throw it away. Seal's eyes sparkled even brighter as she coughed lightly and said, "If there's too much rice, I don't mind helping you finish it. Curry rice is fine for me too." "Aren't you not eating?" Shinji asked with a strange look, trying hard to suppress his laughter. The 16-year-old in appearance but 25-year-old in mind nun blushed and hurriedly explained, "The Lord teaches us not to waste food, and as clergy, we should set an example." Shinji thought about it and realized there was indeed such a saying. If she could even find an excuse like that, what else could he say? He had planned to use this meal to ease the tension between them anyway. If you want to eat, just eat. It's only curry rice, not some grand feast. Before he could finish his sentence, Seal suddenly whipped out a black key. "Ah, what are you doing?" Seal realized what she had done and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me." Damn, Shinji thought. He had forgotten that not only was she a curry addict, but she was also a staunch defender of curry, ready to attack anyone who dared to insult it. Shinji patted his chest, still a bit shaken, and said with a dry laugh, "Put that away. You don't need that to make curry rice. If you need to keep busy, there's a kitchen knife here, you can help me cut the vegetables." Sure, Seal nodded eagerly. Cutting vegetables was no big deal for her. After all, she grew up in a bakery, and knew her way around household chores. Curry rice's ingredients were simple: potatoes, carrots, with a bit of broccoli, egg, and small pieces of beef tenderloin. Stir-frying and stewing together took only 10 minutes, and a pot of fragrant curry rice was ready. The white rice was soaked in the rich curry sauce, the top layer golden from the egg, while the bottom had turned a translucent amber due to the heat. Garnished with green broccoli and red carrots, the dish was visually stunning, blending warm and cool colors beautifully. This was just from Shinji's perspective. From Seal's, this was no mere food, it was an almost perfect work of art, emitting a dreamlike glow. Yes, a dreamlike glow, just like in that classic food anime, where the dish glows and you can see dragons soaring and fairies dancing, drawing you in completely. Unable to wait, Seal grabbed a spoon, mixed the curry with the rice and took a bite. Her demeanor changed instantly. She unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her habit, revealing her smooth, fair neck. Her lips glistened with curry sauce, and her face was flushed with an odd redness, steam practically rising from her. She looked like she was in pure bliss, no, in hell, since no one in heaven would devour food so ravenously. If she could still be considered a proper nun before, she had now completely fallen from grace, all because of a bowl of curry rice. The stark contrast made Shinji almost doubt whether he had accidentally added too much spice, or if his magic had gone haywire. He quickly took a bite himself. Spicy, fragrant, a bit hot, and slightly sweet. Nothing unusual, just a bit intense in flavor, which his father and uncle liked. His mother and sister found it too strong and usually diluted it with other seasonings. All Shinji could say was that Seal truly deserved her title as the curry nun. She was beyond help. If he didn't know she was French-Japanese, he might have thought she was from a country where magic bread could be turned into flying pancakes. Maybe that would suit her better after all. They were all overpowered. After plating the rest of the curry rice, Shinji brought the nun back to reality from her blissful curry-induced hell. Hey, take a break. Don't just keep eating, go check on Miriam and see if he's done. If he is, ask Ms. Karen to join us for the meal. Miriam probably doesn't need any food right now, having just fed. Ah, sure. The curry's still a bit hot, so it'll cool down by the time I get back. Seal reluctantly put down her plate and dashed off. Wait, does that mean if it weren't hot, you wouldn't have gone to get them? Does curry rice have such an allure? This isn't Food Wars. Chapter 8:15. Chapter 8:15. Calling for Lady Windup. 1236 words. This is the world of Type Moon, not a gourmet film set. Yes, that's right, this is Type Moon, not a gourmet film set. Shinji told himself this as he looked out the window at the endless waves of trees and the never-ending bombardment. However, his newly firm resolve was shattered again within seconds. I don't even know what to say anymore. I tolerated Seal's curry nun, but Karen, what's your deal? Yes, not only Seal but Karen also had an expression that was on the verge of bliss, and the happiness on her face was even more intense than Seal's. Shinji felt that something must be wrong with his cooking. It made sense for Seal to be obsessed with curry, but he had never heard of Karen being a curry fanatic too. She, like her father, the spicy tofu fan Kirai Kotomine, was a die-hard fan of Kushuin Seiken Taizen's famous dish, Mapo tofu. If he had served up the legendary dish from Kushuin Seiken Taizen's restaurant, that would have been one thing, but a bowl of golden curry rice. The title of Mapo tofu is weeping. Could the curry nun have such a powerful influence? Shinji was overthinking it. For Karen, there's no fundamental difference between Mapo tofu and curry rice. It was only because her father's image as the Mapo tofu prize was so deeply ingrained that this misunderstanding arose. To be precise, Karen's preference wasn't for any particular dish or specific type of food, but for strong, stimulating flavors. Whether it was Mapo tofu or Indian curry, she'd also be fine as long as it was rich, spicy, and flavorful. She loved it, and the more intense the better. The reasons for her strong taste preferences are twofold. First, she inherited her twisted nature from her father, Kirai Kotomine. Because of the emptiness in her heart, she instinctively seeks spiritual satisfaction, and stimulating food is one way to achieve that. Just as sweets can make people feel happy, spicy and numbing flavors bring Karen joy. Second, her body is tempered by the power of the demonic entity she's endured. After suffering injuries repeatedly, her sensory functions have gradually dulled. The bland diet provided by the church hardly registers any flavor for her, so anything that she can taste, even if it's so spicy it feels like hell, makes her feel as though she's in heaven. This is one of the reasons why Seal appreciates Karen and is willing to help her. Among the entire burial agency, no, in the whole church, only Karen can join her in eating curry every day without getting tired of it. Normally, a chef would feel pleased to see guests experience happiness from the food they prepare. But at this moment, Shinji felt nothing of the sort. The exaggerated expressions before him were affecting his appetite. He had prepared 2 big bowls of rice for himself, but in the end, he only ate 1. Of course, the remaining bowl wasn't wasted, as Seal and Karen happily shared it despite their stomachs already bulging from the meal. So having shot himself in the foot, someone could only reluctantly leave the cleanup work to the 2 girls while he, bored and restless, observed the battle from the lookout. From this angle, a bowl of curry that distracted 2 people who were hostile towards him could be considered a successful transaction. With this in mind, Shinji's mood brightened considerably. He even began to anticipate the appearance of the Crimson Corps, the sooner, the better. Everyone knows it's not wise to exercise after a meal, especially when you're stuffed. Thus, the sooner the Crimson Corps appears, the less pressure Shinji would face. Perhaps due to his training over the years, his hopes transformed into reality in relation to the third magic. At the edge of his vision, beyond a dark, ghostly forest, there was a vivid splash of red. Just by appearing in his sight, it evoked the image of an endless sea of blood. Shinji was certain that this was the destination they sought, Crimson Corps. Instinctively gathering his magic, he prepared his noble phantasms in their spirit form, ready to materialize them at any moment. As soon as they were within range, he would dash forward without hesitation, disregarding whether he exposed more information to the church. Closer and closer, he could already make out the general shape of the Crimson Corps. It was the tallest, largest, and most expansive tree in the entire forest of Inash. Unlike the surrounding dark forest, the mother tree that served as the core was crimson from top to bottom, from branch to leaf. Whether it was due to the blood it was absorbing, or because it was inherently that color was unclear. The life force emanating from the tree was on an entirely different level than its surrounding minions. It was a life force befitting the name 27 dead apostle ancestors, and it was no less imposing than Lady Windup, perhaps even stronger due to absorbing the king of the land. With its appearance, the resistance from the tree group became noticeably stronger, and the vampire beasts swarming the forest began appearing in large numbers. Some charged at the war fortress alongside the trees in a desperate assault, while others circled, trying to infiltrate the fortress through its several lookout points. Although their attempts were thwarted by Lady Windup's tight artillery coverage, Shinji could sense that her movement speed was slowing down. This won't do, things can't go on like this. I need to speed things up. I need to reach the Crimson Corps before Karen and Seal are no longer in their post-meal state. What should I do? His first thought was the noble phantasm, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The range of the noble phantasm wasn't as far as the artillery, and it consumed a lot of magic. In his current state, where he couldn't replenish his mana, he could only use it 2 or 3 times at most. Modern weapons. Not good either. His small world only contained individual equipment, and even if he fired with all his might, it was still far inferior to Lady Windup's full-body artillery, a drop in the bucket. Then Shinji's hand unconsciously moved towards the opening of his backpack should he use his final trump card. Just as he pressed down on the buckle, ready to fully open the backpack and take everything out, a bold idea came to mind. Deep within his blue pupils, the light of his soul flickered, and his strong mental power was unleashed, spreading throughout the entire fortress. This wasn't some kind of spiritual shock but simply a signal, directed at Lady Windup herself, or rather the machine. Though Lady Windup was an automaton puppet, she was, in essence, a manifestation of a phantasmal species by Miriam, so she possessed a soul. The fact that Miriam could scold her as a simple-minded fool also indicated she had intelligence. If she has intelligence, then communication is possible. If she has a soul and can communicate, then there's room for Shinji to maneuver. Are you there? No response, and certainly no one responded with, "Not here, Commander." Perhaps Lady Windup's simple brain couldn't comprehend this kind of greeting, so Shinji switched to a more straightforward approach. Lady Windup, Lady Windup. Do you copy? Lady Windup, calling Lady Windup. Please respond if you hear this. Chapter 816, isn't it just a crimson throne? 1,172 words. The most straightforward approach worked. Soon, a voice devoid of any emotion connected with the mental energy Shinji had released. This is Lady Windup, I hear you. You are not the master. You are, I'm a friend of your master. My name is Shinji Matou, currently at the watchtower on your right side. Location confirmed. State the reason for the call. Your combat methods are inefficient. I have a way to improve them. Cannot understand, request a detailed explanation. Hard to explain. I wish to conduct a mental synchronization for direct demonstration. Insufficient authorization, request denied. Miram, request for authorization. Permission granted. I also want to see how the knight plans to improve her combat efficiency. Miram's voice chimed in. As the creator of the demon, he had a spiritual connection with each of his familiars and sensed everything the moment Shinji contacted Lady Windup. When the artificial demon was first created, this demon, modeled after a war angel, was his favorite. But because she was too clumsy despite pursuing fashion equipment upgrades, her personality was awkwardly simple and boring, making her difficult to use. So even though she was the most popular, she was often benched. If it weren't for the fact that the forest of Inash was terrestrial, unsuitable for the king of the sky, Miram wouldn't have deployed her at all. Understood, connecting now. The broken spiritual connection was restored, and various data were transmitted back and forth between the two souls using spiritual energy. The principle was similar to how Magus operated their familiars, but the data volume was much larger. Among humans, perhaps only Shinji could perform such an operation. If non-humans were included, a few more could be added. Leave it to me. Lady Windup, relax your spirit and transmit the battlefield information you've captured to me. Follow my commands quickly. How nice it would be to have a cockpit at this moment. Shinji's words were casual, but Miram took them seriously. A cockpit? How can a giant robot not have a cockpit? Piloting large humanoid weapons is the dream of any man with a soul of steel. And this is a mecha girl combining mo and hot-bloodedness. Plus, with manual control, you wouldn't have to worry about the Lady Windup's low intelligence. Good idea, tell me more. Synchronization is complete. Wow, this OS is inefficient. No time to explain, if you get a chance, go to Japan and watch some robot anime. I recommend the Gundam series, especially the UC series. You'll understand once you see it. Gundam, UC, names I've never heard before, I'll remember them. Now let me show you what a mecha enthusiast can do. Both Miram and Lady Windup could sense Shinji's excitement and passion, a feeling entirely different from but no less intense than the one Seal and Karen felt for Curry. The light of Shinji's soul flashed continuously, his will spreading throughout Lady Windup's body. The multi-turret barrage network is dense, but the body's defenses don't need to be so conservative. Allow some of these enemies to get through and focus all firepower on the offense, it will be more effective. The continuous, all-encompassing barrage suddenly stopped. The tree swarm, blocked countless times, seized the opportunity and surged forward like a tsunami. However, in the next moment, this tsunami was shattered and scattered by an even more intense and concentrated barrage. Focus fire on areas human joints find hard to reach, and on large targets. The scattered tsunami remained a tsunami, though no longer a unified line, and its momentum was unchanged. As for these small fry intentionally let through, they can be dealt with in close combat. Isn't that what your chainsaw swords are for? Under Shinji's control, the two arms and four chainsaw swords spun wildly, slicing and dicing the tree swarm into pieces. The sensitivity is pretty high. Close combat can take on more, the speed of the drive wheels can also be increased. Amid the storm of wood chips and blood, the gothic Lolita-styled female robot dashed forward. Good, just like that, charge, 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 charge. Crush everything in your path. Show them the difference between a specialized and mass-produced model. As the synchronization deepened, Lady Wind-Up's personality was unconsciously influenced by Shinji, becoming more ferocious. Careful, a giant target is approaching, breaking through the firing line. The only one unaffected was Miram, who, having been burned once, had prepared a secret treasure to counteract mental influence. I know, by the way, this guy has the king of the land's influence, doesn't it? The giant tree formed by the latest fusion of the tree swarm was more than 30 meters tall, making the 10-meter Lady Wind-Up seem like an undergrown child in comparison. The barrage was still effective, but due to the size difference, it couldn't deal a fatal blow. I know I made a mistake, but now isn't the time to say that. Think of a solution, quickly. Miram knew it was his fault. If he hadn't used the wrong familiar, and added new concepts to the Forest of Inash, Lady Wind-Up wouldn't have slowed down so much. I've had a solution all along. This thing may have size, but it's not overwhelmingly strong. It's actually easy to deal with. Mental skeleton framework constructed, initiate. The mental skeleton framework is a concept from the anime Gundam UC, where the pilot's brainwaves, or mental energy, are received and amplified. Initially used for remote control of floating weapons, it later allowed pilots to enhance control over their machines, and even unlock unbelievable powers similar to Shinji's third magic. Blue light representing Shinji's soul enveloped the entire machine. Lady Wind-Up leaped into the air, its arms spinning around to stab into the giant tree's midsection, while its legs extended forward, using the spike drive wheels to pin down the tree. The branches lashed, the vines entwined, the beasts attacked, all were ignored. Even if the latter entered the fortress, they were no match for Miram, Karen, or Seal, who could easily obliterate them. As for the former, fire. Full barrage. A close-range salvo shattered the branches, along with part of the giant tree's body that had been pinned down. With a breach made, the rest was easy artillery strikes, chainsaw slicing, sawtooth wool tearing. In no time, the obstructing giant beast was destroyed. If Sakura or Fujino saw this, they would undoubtedly shout, "Women's self-defense." Indeed, Shinji had already employed martial arts during the battle. The greatest advantage of humanoid machines is their similarity to the human body, allowing them to utilize human combat techniques. If you can't exploit this advantage, humanoid mechas are trash. You might as well use beast-type machines. Under Shinji's spiritual control, he fully unleashed the legacy left by Scat Hack. Spear techniques, gun techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, every martial art he had learned and those he had yet to master were used in turn. He advanced like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable. Isn't it just a damn tree? Watch me smash it with a Gundam. Chapter 817, Chapter 817, It Ran Away. 1179 words. The phrase, "Isn't it just a XXXX? Watch me XXXX it," is borrowed from the Gundam UC series, a famous line from its indisputable protagonist, Amuro Ray. The original line goes, "Isn't it just a piece of rock? Watch me push it back with my Gundam." This was Amuro's declaration as he pushed back the asteroid base Axis, which his rival Char was trying to crash into Earth. Amazingly, with the power of the psychoframe, he managed to push the asteroid away. This phrase is often used to describe someone going beyond their limits, breaking the mold, or accomplishing the impossible. Shinji, who was now fully fired up with his steel soul, had also entered such a state. The black and white Lady Wind-Up dragged a trail of blue particles behind her as she charged toward the crimson tree guarded by a forest of trees, the true Crimson Core. Of course, he wasn't planning to push it back, he was planning to destroy it. However, while Shinji wanted to play the role of Amuro Ray, the true Crimson Core wasn't some inanimate asteroid like Axis. Despite lacking a personality, it was still a living being with strong survival instincts. Sensing the rapidly approaching threat to its life, the Crimson Core, which had been rooted to the ground and integrated with the otherworldly environment, suddenly uprooted itself and began moving like an octopus, using its massive roots to walk. But instead of turning to face its threat for a final stand, it moved in the opposite direction toward the core of the Forest of Inash, a haven for countless subordinates, ruled by the vampiric phantasmal species, the seventh of the dead apostle ancestors, the second-generation Arcuade, who far surpassed her predecessor. It was running away. That's right, it was fleeing. This was the true survival instinct at work, the natural drive to seek advantage and avoid danger. Why stay and die if it couldn't defeat Lady Windup? It's not an ordinary tree, it can move, and it certainly wasn't slow. The trees in the forest of Inash could be classified as immobile and fast-moving. If it were just running away, that would be one thing, but it's a tree. There's no way it could outrun a specialized Gundam, a professional war machine like Lady Windup. But it wasn't just the Crimson Corps running away, the entire 50-kilometer diameter of the forest of Inash was its ally and shield. While the Crimson Corps fled, other trees, under its control, moved to block the Lady Windup. Although Shinji's piloting pushed her to perform beyond expectations, she still couldn't fly, and breaking through the trees took time. With each moment, the Crimson Corps got further away, its distance growing despite Shinji's best efforts. Frustrated by the growing gap, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck, MXXXXR fuck. He cursed both mentally and verbally, not caring if anyone could hear, or if he was in sync with the others. His cursing drew glances from Seal and Karen, who were still savoring their golden curry, and even caused Miriam to frown, whose essence leaned more towards fairy tales and purity. The Lady Windup, in her sync state with Shinji, followed suit. FXXK, Mexer FXXK. Hey, Matou Shinji. Miriam finally couldn't stay silent, even dropping his usual honorific of knight. Rude cursing won't solve the problem, it will only make you more agitated. With that reminder, Shinji quickly calmed down. Do you have any better ideas? Like a flying demon or something? I do, but you saw what happened to the bird swarm earlier. Any ordinary demon would meet the same fate as the king of the land. And for certain reasons, the king of the sky can't approach the ground. Though it sounded like an excuse, it was the truth. Miriam's four great demons were supposedly as powerful as the dead apostle ancestors, but each had its weaknesses. The Rat King on the left arm was extremely weak, Lady Windup on the right arm was clumsy, and the king of the land on the right leg had nothing but size and strength. The last one, the king of the sky on the left leg, was very capable and was considered a king among kings, a weapon of ultimate battle. But as its name implies, the king of the sky could only rule the skies, not the ground. Once its wings touched the ground, it would dissolve into nothingness, along with the demon itself, perhaps the fate of all skywalkers. For Miriam, using the king of the sky was too costly, and in the forest environment, it would be an extreme waste, entering only to immediately retreat. So there's nothing we can do. You have so many mystical treasures on you, isn't there anything you can use? Shinji knew he was being a bit harsh, but with the prize within his grasp slipping away, he couldn't help himself. Miriam understood and didn't take offense. He explained, no, I don't. Most of my combat power comes from my demons, I'm not particularly strong myself. The treasures I carry are mostly for defense and recovery. I have some offensive ones, but they're all meant for small targets. To be honest, I've never expected to lose in a large-scale battle to anyone other than my master, or the second magician, or maybe the white beast, the pet of the Black Blood's moon princess. These are not your ordinary opponents but the true pinnacle of the planet, beings of a different order from other dead apostles. And besides, Knight, our agreement was for you to lead the attack while I merely guide the way. I've brought you here, so now it's time for you to show your strength. Someone who could kill the Knight of Wallachia surely has more up their sleeve than this. You don't need to worry about Seal or Karen, their abilities don't suit battles of this scale. As for me, I have no interest in the fruit. There's no need to hold back on our account. Miriam's voice was sincere, and his words made sense. This wasn't the time to hold back. If things continued this way, they might never catch up, even after the forest of Inash finished its feeding. Once it retreated underground, it would take another 50 years before they could confront it again. Even though 50 years isn't long for Arcuade, and Shinji was confident he'd still be around, he didn't want the princess to spend that time in a dull slumber. Since their encounter in the Millennium Castle, ever since his magic had intertwined with Marble Phantasm, giving him a glimpse of that unforgettable night of pain. He knew he couldn't just leave the pure white princess alone. He, Matou Shinji, didn't want Arcuade Brunestad to sleep in loneliness and cold. Miriam Solomon, can I trust you? He asked one last time. In all matters unrelated to the princess, you cannot. But in all things concerning her, you absolutely can. As expected, that was his answer. Then, if I fail, I'll leave it to you. Chapter 818, Chapter 818, The Right Way to Wake Up a Princess. 1121 words. Miriam agreed readily but quickly sensed something was off. What we? Where did we come from? Isn't he alone here? Is he planning to bring Seal or Karen along? Impossible. Even if he wanted to, would they agree to go with him? The ancient dead apostle was filled with confusion, which was quickly followed by more anticipation. That young knight had already surprised and amazed him countless times. For a dead apostle with endless time and growing boredom, this was an invaluable experience. Now he was even more eager to see what else this human, favored by the princess, could bring. That anticipation soon turned into reality. Shinji returned from the tower's lookout, accompanied by the overstuffed Karen and Seal. The first thing he said to Miriam was, "Open the door. It's time for me to go into battle." "That's not a problem, open the door." Miriam ordered casually, then asked, "But isn't there a skylight in the tower?" "It's a bit narrow, but your size should fit through." "If it were just me, it wouldn't matter whether it's the skylight or the door. But I'm not the only one going into battle. If I made her go through the skylight, you might get angry." Shinji's reply made Miriam pause slightly, quickly leading to a look of disbelief as if realizing something. Could it be her? "Yes, it's her." Nodding, Shinji opened his backpack fully, took out a small coffin wrapped inside, and infused it with magical power. With a click, the coffin lid flipped open on both sides. In an instant, pure white spread out. The world was replaced, or rather, it was changed. White, a purity without a single blemish, spread everywhere. The surroundings, the floor, furniture, and even the entire room were dyed in this pure white. At the center of this pure white world, there was a different color. Dazzling gold, icy silver, and a subtle hint of black. The gold was the color of the hair. It belonged to a princess in a pure white, floor-length gown, the color of the hair of the pure white princess. Although she was the moon princess, her hair was more radiant than the sun. Seeing this golden color, Seal's expression was complex, filled with both resentment and sorrow. Miriam instinctively dropped to one knee, his face full of excitement, and his red eyes showed deep fascination. He murmured, "Princess." The silver came from chains. They tightly bound the pure white princess, suppressing her power and sealing her consciousness. The pure white princess sat quietly on a throne of unknown material in this pure white world, her eyes closed, in peaceful slumber amidst the dense, cold chains. Finally, there was the black, subtle, barely noticeable compared to the dazzling gold and dense silver. If not for the contrast of the pure white world, this color might easily be overlooked. It was a small black cat, lying on the princess's lap, asleep alongside the pure white princess. The princess's guardian and only knight silently approached the throne, cradling the black cat after navigating the only gap in the chains. The black cat, with its instinctual intelligence, opened its eyes and skillfully climbed onto Shinji's head as if it had done this many times before. But this time, Shinji shook his head, took the black cat down from his head, and handed it to Miriam. "She is my link to the princess. Please take care of her for a while." After saying this, Shinji reached out, grasped the chains binding Arcuade, and gave them a firm pull. With a series of clack, clack, clack sounds, the chains seemingly came alive, detaching from her body and gathering into Shinji's hand before vanishing. The now unsupported princess slumped forward but was caught by the prepared Shinji. The knight softly whispered in the princess's ear. "Wake up, princess." The princess's eyelids fluttered but showed no sign of opening. "Wake up, princess," the knight called again. The princess's lips moved, but she still didn't open her eyes. The knight's expression twitched, and with his free hand, he flicked the princess's smooth forehead hard. "Get up, you lazy bones." The startled princess immediately opened her eyes, clutching her forehead with both hands, complaining, "I'm not lazy, you're just waking me up the wrong way." Shinji replied with a blank expression, "Then tell me, what's the right way to wake you up?" Arcuade pouted her lips. "Speak properly," Shinji said, giving her another flick. "Ouch, with a kiss, you big idiot," Arcuade grumbled, still pouting. "That's how they do it on TV. The knight awakens the sleeping princess with a kiss." Shinji turned his head to the black cat perched on Miram's shoulder. "Len, what have you been showing her?" The black cat was, of course, Len, the one who had once saved Shinji from losing an arm, and was later taken in by the Matou family. She might be the last remaining nightmare demon. Since her diet consisted of human dreams and life energy, her schedule was nearly opposite to that of humans, and she preferred staying in Shinji's room. As a result, her presence often went unnoticed by the family. It wasn't until Arcuade could no longer suppress her vampiric urges, and had to seal herself, that Shinji brought Len out of the house, placing her by Arcuade's side to weave dreams for the sleeping princess. Arcuade's favorite dreams were of two kinds. One was created by herself, where she played and laughed with Shinji and the Matou family. The other was entertainment made by humans, like movies, TV shows, anime, and games. Recently, Len had been showing Arcuade an old nightly adventure series, something Shinji's stepmother, Elsa, enjoyed watching, often with Len, giving Arcuade a steady supply of entertainment in her dreams. Of course, a dream is just a dream, no matter what. It can't compare to reality, so Arcuade had always hoped Shinji would make her sweet dreams come true. Receiving the information Len relayed through their contract, Shinji sighed helplessly. The Sleeping Beauty scene. No wonder it felt so familiar. He, so you do know. Don't mess up the way you wake me up next time, okay? The princess laughed naturally, but unfortunately for her, Shinji had developed a strong immunity to that smile. He replied curtly. "Yeah, can't afford to mess it up. I should have been rougher, like with a punch." "Why, you big idiot, Shinji? And you have the nerve to ask why? Use your brain. Do you think I'd wake you up for no reason? Look at the situation. Is this the time for fooling around?" It was only then that Arcuade realized there were others present. Two familiar faces. Chapter 819, Chapter 819, Pegasus Dream. 1176 words. Kneeling on one knee, the boyish-looking dead apostle, Miram Solomon. Since Arcuade appeared, he had maintained this posture, but Arcuade had not noticed his presence. Miram had been supporting her for over 800 years. Every time she awakened, Miram would rush to her as quickly as possible, up until the time they killed Roa, the 17th seal. In other words, the first person Arcuade saw upon waking up over a dozen times was always Miram. Although their meetings were brief, the bond and loyalty should not have been ignored. Yet this time, when Arcuade awoke, she only focused on flirting and being playful with her new knight. How heartbreaking, 800 years of loyalty, only to be overlooked. What was worse, even after she realized it, there was no compensation. She simply said in her usual carefree manner, "Oh, Miram, you're here too. Good morning." Fortunately, Miram understood her pure nature, and never expected his loyalty and admiration to be reciprocated. He was used to waiting for such greetings and responses. "Good day, princess, it's been a while." "Yes." Then they both fell silent. Arcuade was at a loss. She never knew how to respond to this dead apostle, who had offered her his loyalty. As for Miram, he was used to it. In his eyes, Arcuade was supposed to be like this. The earlier chatter didn't match her image. At that moment, a cold snort broke the eerie silence. Just one sentence. "How heartless. I feel sorry for you, Miram." "Seal, this is not something you should comment on." Miram's expression turned cold as he cast a glance at the blue-haired nun who spoke. This glance also made Arcuade notice the other familiar presence. No, not Roa, but also not just a simple resemblance. How are you still alive? Didn't I already what? Already killed me. Seal's eyes were cold, and she expressed her hostility even more directly than Miriam's earlier warning. If I could, I would prefer that you indeed kill me, rather than always leaving behind some after-effects, like this time with Forest of Inash. Arcuade was at a loss for words, as verbal battles were never her forte. However, even without Seal saying anything, Arcuade had her ways of finding out. Just as she was about to use her power to connect with the world and read its memory, Shinji suddenly knocked her on the head. Dummy, did you forget your current condition? Stop using your powers recklessly. Another similar sound, but this time not because of a retort, but because of the increasing blood-sucking impulse within her. Still haven't obtained the fruit of Inash. We woke you up just for the fruit. The Crimson Core fled, and we can't chase it with just our strength. We need you to clear the way. Then what are we waiting for? Hearing this, Arcuade grabbed Shinji and rushed out impatiently. It's always you who's dawdling. If you didn't waste time acting cute, we would have left earlier. Listen, you're just in charge of clearing the way. Leave the rest to me, got it? Under the fortress's main gate, Shinji grabbed Arcuade in return, and fully unleashed his magic circuits. Accompanied by the same pure white radiance, a holy beast of the fantasy species, perfectly matching Arcuade, appeared before them. Is that a Pegasus? Seal's eyes widened. Be quiet, 7. A restless movement came from within her nun's habit, and Seal, already in a bad mood, punched the 7th holy scripture hard. Such a trump card, what a beautiful creature. Amid Miriam's sighs, the knight and the princess mounted the Pegasus. Then Pegasus flapped its wings and soared into the sky, breaking through the fortress's main gate from the belly of Lady Windup. The aura unique to Pegasus, a high-ranking fantasy species, spread wildly, driving the entire forest into a greater frenzy. Pegasus was different from fully metallic, invulnerable mechanical puppets. No matter how strong its defense was, it was still flesh and blood, vulnerable to the forest's attacks. In an instant, more than half of the trees shifted their targets from the tough-to-crack mechanical maiden and redirected their fire towards Pegasus, as did the blood-sucking beasts attacking from all sides, aiming to devour the 2 riders and their steed, just as they did with the king of the land. Branches, roots, leaves, vines. Birds, beasts, reptiles. Creatures with known and unknown names surged toward the sky like mad. Nay, sensing the threat, Pegasus let out a long cry, spread its wings to the fullest, and was about to release magic to destroy the incoming attack. But Shinji suddenly patted its neck and ordered. There's no way to replenish magic power here, don't waste it. Just fly at full speed and leave the rest to me and Arcuade. Leave it to me. The connection that had been interrupted was finally restored. Arcuade, a manifestation of nature, once again connected with nature, and the world was altered once more. Suddenly, a terrifying turbulence appeared around Pegasus. The rapidly moving air, like the sharpest blade, shredded everything it touched. Marble Phantasm. Arcuade used her Marble Phantasm to suddenly make a portion of the air disappear, creating a vacuum. The surrounding air, trying to fill the vacuum, formed a powerful turbulence, the force of which was even greater than Artoria's invisible air. This was the simplest, most efficient, and most effective way of striking. The location of the vacuum was not chosen randomly, and none of the chaotic air blades touched Pegasus, not even the wind pressure affecting it. This might not have been calculated. Arcuade wasn't that meticulous. It was simply the privilege of a natural avatar. Unconsciously not wanting Pegasus to be harmed, the turbulence intentionally avoided it. That's what it means to be a divine presence in this world, the so-called Gaia's daughter. With the obstacles along the way cleared by Arcuade, Shinji had no more concerns and fully released Lesser Source, channeling all his magic power to Pegasus, making it accelerate, and accelerate further. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, 400 miles. 500 miles, Pegasus reached its maximum speed. But it kept accelerating, fueled by Shinji's magic and boosted by Arcuade's air currents. Pegasus, the gentle-natured creature that disliked fighting, had only one passion: running wildly. In the sky, on the ground, in the sea, and even in places humans could never tread, the throne of gods. That's why it left Perseus and became Bellerophon's steed. Even when Bellerophon became arrogant and aimed to ascend Mount Olympus to join the gods, Pegasus still carried him on that journey. Because it wasn't just Bellerophon's dream, it was also Pegasus' dream. Even though it ultimately died of Zeus' treachery, it had no regrets. And now, having descended from the throne of heroes and taken on the form of a constellation, Pegasus entered that state once more. Driven by its master, propelled by its friend's hope, it charged forward with all its might. Turning into a meteor, into a comet. Chapter 820, Chapter 820, Charging into the Throne. 1242 words. Pegasus's charge. Wildly, freely. Faster than a meteor, more brilliant than a comet. In this state, Pegasus is swifter than a dragon, fiercer than a griffin. The only one who might surpass him in speed is the demigod hero Achilles, known as the fastest. So what if the Crimson Core, having absorbed the king of the land, tries to escape? No matter how fast it runs, it won't matter. In just a few minutes, the scarlet giant tree, that had escaped Arcuade's sight due to her playful antics, was once again visible, gradually coming within reach. Pegasus, let's charge straight through in one go. Nay hi, the excited Pegasus responded with a long, unprecedentedly bold cry, its wings whistling through the air, its hooves moving like the wind. Shinji also felt a sense of relief at this moment. Hold on just a bit longer, Arcuade, we're almost there. However, just as Pegasus was about to make a final push into the core, Shinji suddenly felt a sharp, cold sensation at his neck, as if something hard and icy was pressing against him. Accompanying this object was a chilling dampness that seemed to pierce the back of his head. Shinji's face changed instantly. He stiffly turned his body and looked back. He saw Arcuade breathing heavily, her expression twisted, with large beads of sweat continuously dripping from her forehead. Her beautiful eyes alternated between a tormented gold and a bewitching red, looking extremely pained. Shinji, quickly. This was a sign that the bloodthirsty impulse had overwhelmed her rationality, and could no longer be suppressed. As expected, she had reached her limit, hadn't she? At such a critical moment, to falter no, this shouldn't have happened so soon. Based on experience, Shinji and Miram working together could usually hold on for at least half an hour. It's only been 10 minutes. Right, the smell of blood. I've been here so long that I forgot the entire forest isn't flowing with water or sap, but with blood. It's all blood. The more trees they destroy, the more beasts they shred, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. In such an environment, Arcuade's bloodthirsty impulse would multiply. This wasn't her faltering at a critical moment trait acting up, it was my miscalculation. Having sorted out his thoughts, Shinji felt a wave of regret, but now was not the time for regret. Arcuade was holding on with all her might, so he couldn't give up either. No way. With the years of experience and growth, Shinji's mindset has matured significantly. The more intense the situation, the calmer he became, with his thoughts and reactions becoming even sharper. Pegasus, stop. Rise to a height where the forest can't reach. The offspring of a sea god, the oldest Pegasus, highly intelligent, immediately halted its charge and directed all its strength into gaining altitude, knowing that its closest female master was not in a good state. Arcuade, stop the marble phantasm and focus all your energy on resisting the bloodthirsty impulse. Arcuade nodded with difficulty, her eyes turning red again. She covered her mouth tightly, with broken sounds leaking out from between her fingers. Have to. Don't speak at a time like this, just trust me. Remember to trust me completely. Arcuade nodded again. No matter how difficult or painful it was, she believed in her knight. From the moment they met, from the moment he willingly bore the burden of her bloodthirsty impulse just so she could have a moment of clarity. All right, you two stay here. Leave the rest to me. I'll bring back that fruit for you. By this time, Pegasus had already ascended high into the sky, out of the range of the forest. Shinji pressed down hard on Pegasus's back with both hands, fully activating his magical circuits. Ignoring the damage to his body, he forcefully drew mana from the greater source, replenishing his depleted reserves. Feathers scattered, and his feet were clad in Hermes's winged sandals. Golden light shone, and in his hand was the immortal blade. Particles of spirit converged as he knocked an arrow made of the purest solar flame. Bathed in sunlight, the young knight drew his bow and shouted out the true name of the noble phantasm. Brahmastra Kundala, O Brahma, curse me. The power of Vishnu, the divine might of Surya, the faith that Karna ascended through his life fully unleashed. For the first time since its creation, sunlight pierced into this horrifying forest, covered in black and red. Under the power of this force, symbolizing dawn and hope, the twisted creatures that could only exist in darkness shrieked, wailed, and disintegrated into ash as if encountering a mortal enemy. However, with its 800 years of predatory experience, the forest had accumulated enough knowledge to counter sunlight. Under its control, all nearby plants and animals transformed into barriers to block the solar light and flames. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, the Crimson Corps had countless minions at its command. Even a noble phantasm that could incinerate the earth would falter against such overwhelming numbers. But this outcome was already within Shinji's expectations. Before arriving in this world, he knew very well that while a noble phantasm against nations sounded grand, its actual effective range was less than 100 meters, while he was more than 500 meters above the ground, and the forest range extended a full 50 kilometers. So, the moment the solar arrow left the string, he transformed the immortal blade into its spear form, and then merged with the spear, charging toward the crimson target. The explosive solar arrow cleared 100 meters of open space. Before the minions could reform their defenses, the golden spear trailing a long tail of flames flashed by, transforming into an even more powerful missile than the solar arrow, striking heavily against the faltering barrier. By my command seal I command you Vishnu, curse my body, Brahmastra Kundala. The noble phantasm that could destroy nations was a major drain on mana. Even though he had forcibly drawn from the greater source earlier, it was barely enough to sustain Pegasus, and one use of the noble phantasm. For the second time, he had to rely on another mana source. With the true name released once more, a blinding light burst from the depths of the barrier, like a small sun. The powerful barrier that could even withstand the king of the land could not resist the light of the small sun, and was completely dissolved. Good, once more. In the center of the small sun, his entire body burned red from the intense heat. Shinji spat out a mouthful of black smoke, fixing his gaze on the blood-red giant tree, just 10 meters away. This 10-meter wasn't a miscalculation of distance, but the core moving when he broke through the barrier. At such close range, he could see the crimson fruit at the core, entangled in countless branches, resembling a human heart. This time, I will take the crimson fruit. Staggering, Shinji raised his spear, aiming it at the tree's roots. The red light flowed through his right hand, coating the unfading blade in a brilliant crimson. That was the light of the command seal. By my second command seal, I command you burn everything except the crimson fruit. No matter the cost, all for the sake of the princess, so she would no longer be tormented by the bloodthirsty impulse. Chapter 821, Chapter 821, Back to Old Habits. 1167 words. The light of Brahma. The light of the sun. The light of the command spell. The light of faith. The light of life. All 5 sources of brilliance converged into the unfading blade, forming the strongest strike since the battle began. Brahma, curse my body, Brahmastra Kundala. With a roar, Shinji took a step forward, lowering his center of gravity. He channeled power from his legs to his waist, then from his waist to his right arm, finally concentrating all his strength on his wrist. Just as he was about to release this strike, the crimson fruit, the core of the entire forest of Inash, suddenly contracted and expanded, as if it were a heartbeat. The sound was faint, insignificant compared to the roaring heat of the burning atmosphere. But to Shinji, it felt like a heavy hammer striking his chest, causing his blood to surge violently, making the golden spear in his hand deviate from its target. Damn it! Originally aimed at the tree's roots to utterly destroy the life source of the Crimson Core, the spear now veered 30 degrees to the left, landing among the Corps' elite guard. A small sun reappeared, and solar flames ravaged the surroundings. The command spell empowered Noble Phantasm still ensured significant destructive power, but the Crimson Core, as a culmination of blood and flesh, was no easy prey. Without a direct hit on its roots, killing the forest of Inash was an impossible task. Although half of the core's roots, a third of its canopy, and a quarter of its trunk were reduced to ashes, the core itself endured. This was partly due to Shinji's unclear command. He had ordered the destruction of everything except the crimson fruit, without specifying the primary target as the roots. Without a clear target, the unfading blade, which lacked a homing attribute, couldn't accurately strike, giving the Crimson Core an opening. Perhaps after spending so much time with Arcuade, Shinji had adopted her trait of faltering at crucial moments. Though Arcuade hadn't faltered earlier, Shinji now had. But now, Shinji had no time for frustration, anger, or self-reflection. He was in grave danger. The crimson fruit continued to pulse even more rapidly after the Noble Phantasm was missed, increasing in frequency. Correspondingly, Shinji's heartbeat accelerated as well. The heart, which controls blood flow, sped up, causing his blood to flow faster. Within mere seconds, Shinji felt like a living volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. This was the power of the Crimson Core, the second-generation Inash's ability. As a vampiric plant, it had expanded relentlessly over 800 years, regularly plundering flesh and blood. The blood it had consumed surpassed that of ancient dead apostle ancestors. With the blood essence it gathered, the fruit it bore naturally possessed the ability to control blood flow. Otherwise, it couldn't ensure that the blood its minions gathered would all be concentrated within it. For vampires, who rely on blood, this ability had limited utility since controlling blood was a basic instinct. However, for humans, this ability was a deadly threat. Even someone as strong as Shinji, who had trained in Skathaka's body control, couldn't precisely regulate his blood flow. Unless he abandoned his humanity immediately, he could only watch as his blood flowed faster, causing dizziness and impaired movement. To make matters worse, the enemies surrounding him weren't limited to the core. As the solar flames dissipated, vampiric plants closed in, ready to strip Shinji of his flesh, drink his blood, and consume his body. At this moment, Arcuade and Pegasus were still in the sky, Miram was even farther away, and the vampiric trees and beasts were within striking distance. Shinji had only himself to rely on. I command thee with the third command spell, engrave the rune Isa. Isa, one of the runes, was part of both the original 18 primordial runes and the subsequent 24 derivative, common, runes, with minor differences in their inscription. Isa symbolizes ice, representing balance, stabilization, maintenance, and the manifestation of self-will, meanings that Shinji needed at this moment. Ice would lower body temperature and slow blood flow. The balance would harmonize the body and alleviate symptoms. Stabilization would maintain his slightly improved state. Manifestation of self-will would strengthen his spirit, reducing the adverse effects on his body. Empowered by a precious command spell, the rune Isa was maximized in strength, allowing Shinji to regain his mobility. With Indra's thunder in his left hand and the harp in his right, he relentlessly cut down the enemies around him. But this state was only temporary. The magic of the command spell was limited, the crimson fruit continued to pulse, and it was gradually distancing itself from him. Continuing in this way would only lead to his death. He couldn't afford to drag this out. There was no winning a war of attrition with a vampire. He had to overpower it quickly. And he did have a stronger attack than Brahma's divine light. Don't make me revert to my old ways. I'm sorry, but you have to be sacrificed again. I really am sorry, but perhaps this is my destiny. Even though I have a water attribute, I seem to have a knack for explosions. What was Shinji's old habit? Explosions. Also known as bomb fanaticism. Because the mana used came from stored reserves within the Noble Phantasms, Shinji bore little burden, and there was no need for complex control. Given his dire state, this was the best option. Indra's thunder, I'm sorry, but you're always the first to blow up. Boom, a mushroom cloud crackling with lightning. Ishares war spear, I'm sorry, you've been out of the spotlight for so long, only to be blown up as soon as you reappear. Boom, divine power ripped through the earth. Harp, I'm sorry, you've helped me the most, but still, boom, the unkillable slain, specializes in breaking immortality. Athena's shield, I'm sorry, you've protected me countless times, but boom, everything in its path turned to stone. Unfading blade, I'm sorry, Karna, I've let you down. Boom, the mightiest explosion. Still not enough. Winged sandals, I'm sorry, you're going too. Boom, feathers scattered. Shinji only had these noble phantasms on hand. The rest were either intangible, like the Kazikli Bay, and couldn't be exploded, or lent to family and friends as trump cards for self-defense. This limited his ability to unleash a full-scale 9 noble phantasm assault like he had against Shiro, causing total mayhem. As for the higher-level self-destruct, that was even less feasible. His battered body couldn't handle it even if he wanted to. Consequently, he couldn't blast the Crimson Core away. Vampiric plants combined with blood-sucking entities had terrifyingly tenacious vitality. However, the current Shinji was no longer the inexperienced version, who relied heavily on noble phantasms. Now he was the man closest to achieving the third magic, understanding the essence of broken phantasm better than anyone, even more than that red-clad archer. Thoughts converging. Fantasies materializing. Origins connecting. Power transforming. Next, let me show you what true destroyed illusion really is. Chapter 822, Chapter 822, The Explosive Maniac Survives. The explosion? 1153 words gathering thoughts is like collecting raw materials. If one person's will is not enough, then you gather from others whether conscious or unconscious. When you collect the thoughts of all humanity, it can even overpower the planet. Creating the fantasy is like processing the raw materials, shaping them into the most suitable form. Because each person's consciousness differs, forming a unified noble phantasm is nearly impossible, but an unstable bomb is quite fitting. Connecting to the origin and converting the power is the process of transforming the intangible thought bomb into something tangible. This is also the foundation of Shinji's foothold in the third magic, the core of materializing the soul. Finally, you detonate the bomb, releasing all the fantasy destructively. This is the true reality break. This is Shinji Matou's ultimate secret, the final technique of the explosive maniac. It sounds complicated, but for a seasoned explosive expert, this is work that can be completed in the blink of an eye. Even when dealing with that old bald monk in the southwest, it didn't take more than a minute. This is the professional ethic and instinct of an explosive maniac. Shinji has practiced countless times in private, blowing up or injuring all kinds of enemies. However, this time Shinji failed. He encountered an issue at the very first step, gathering thoughts. This should have been his most familiar step. Ever since he opened the Grievance Pavilion, he has been accustomed to observing other people's souls and sensing the thoughts that inadvertently slip out. The problem lies here. Although thoughts can transcend distance, even time and space, the rule that closer proximity makes gathering easier still applies. The closest person to Shinji, or more accurately, the closest sentient being, is Arcuade. Because of one sentence, "Trust me," she placed all her trust in him, fully and wholeheartedly relying on Shinji. The mental power of a true ancestor is immense, thousands of times that of a human. It's no exaggeration to say that just her thoughts alone are enough for Shinji to blow up 10 more times, and still have plenty left over. This would normally be a good thing, but if those thoughts carry something else, it becomes a serious problem. Arcuade's current state is quite poor, deeply troubled by her blood-sucking impulse. Almost all her mental energy is spent resisting this urge. This impulse, too, unknowingly seeped into her thoughts and spread over. As soon as Shinji started the gathering of thoughts and opened his soul without much defense, the bloodlust surged in like a flood from an open dam. Shinji instinctively clutched his throat, forgetting even the newly opened escape route. Blood, blood, blood. Blood, 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 blood. Blood, 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 blood. If it weren't for Arcuade's trust and resistance coming through simultaneously, Shinji would have been instantly consumed by the bloodlust, turning into a madman craving blood. Not good, I'm reaching my limit. Even if I can resist Arcuade's power, my soul can't handle this. His thoughts slowed due to the overwhelming mental load, and soon his vision, hearing, taste, and touch were all delayed. I can't continue like this. I need to release this energy quickly. But wait, can bloodlust be considered a type of thought? Can it be transformed into a fantasy? Whatever, I'll just release it. Better that than having my soul crash. Skipping the fantasy creation, not worrying about power efficiency, directly moving to the origin connection, power conversion. The efficiency of converting bloodlust is unexpectedly high. Is it because bloodlust is always accompanied by a destructive impulse? Wait, I've never handled such a large amount before. Will I get caught up in the explosion? Oh well, no time to worry about that now. An explosive maniac doesn't die from explosions. If you do, you're not a qualified explosive maniac. If this succeeds, I won't have to worry about Arcuade's bloodlust problem ever again. It seems that recklessly opening your soul isn't a good idea. Shinji's mental state is off. He's starting to act more like Arcuade. Arcuade's personality is simple and sweet, with a fighting style that involves charging in without thinking, just smash, smash, smash. But Arcuade's recklessness is backed by strength. In terms of immortality, there are few in the world stronger than her. She can revive even after being sliced into 17 pieces by the mystic eyes of death perception. Attacks that would reduce normal dead apostles to ashes are something she recovers from in an instant, and her ability to build immunity to any mystery she's been exposed to is an incredible passive trait. She truly doesn't fear explosions. Even a nuclear bomb is no big deal to her. But Shinji is different. While his soul is protected by the third magic, his physical body lacks immortality. Even though he has been strengthened to the level of an ancient warrior by the golden apple, he can't withstand endless waves of attacks. Unfortunately, Shinji's intelligence has been dragged down by Arcuade, so he's not thinking that far ahead. All he wants is explosions, explosions, and more explosions. Behold my new bomb. Killer Queen. An unprecedented, unparalleled, peerless super explosion. Centered on Shinji, it spread wildly outward. More terrifying than the explosion against Shiro, and more fearsome than any previous explosion. The battlefield's air, as if pulled by some invisible force, surged towards the explosion's center at a speed surpassing any known weather phenomenon, then recoiled with even greater force. It was like the mighty hammer of Thor himself crashing down. The deafening roar struck the eardrums, and a mysterious, chaotic hurricane spread out with increasing ferocity. A red mushroom cloud rose and rapidly expanded before the naked eye, with blood-like substances swirling within. The Pegasus hovering mid-air was caught off guard by the explosion's shockwave, and was blown away, letting out a whinnying cry. Arcuade, sitting on its back, fared even worse. She nearly got thrown off because she hadn't grabbed the reins, and was wearing a billowing long dress. Fortunately, Pegasus quickly used its wings to block her, and the startled princess clung to its neck, crying out loudly. After a moment, Arcuade suddenly exclaimed, "Ha!" She shook her head, sniffed the air, and licked her fingers, her face full of confusion. It seems I don't feel like drinking blood as much. Is this my imagination? She tried connecting her mind to nature, dispelling the gusts of wind that kept assaulting her. Still don't want to drink blood. I think I'm okay now. He he he. The excited princess hugged Pegasus's neck, her natural smile returning. Pegasus, I'm all better. We can play together again. The Pegasus stabilized its body and snorted, a hint of human-like joy flickering in its emerald eyes. You ask how I got better. I don't know either. We'll ask Shinji later, he knows everything. Wait a second, where is Shinji? Chapter 823, Chapter 823, The Bomb 1118 words. Although a mushroom cloud rose, the bomb that Shinji named Killer Queen wasn't a nuclear bomb, it was a manifestation of soul materialization. Its destructive power didn't match that of a nuclear bomb, and it left no lingering pollution. Most of the energy converted from thoughts was exhausted in the explosion, and the remaining portion, without the support of Shinji's origin, quickly reverted to spiritual particles and dissipated into the air. 1 second of the explosion, 10 seconds of aftershock, and within a minute the clouds dispersed. Spectacular, efficient, powerful, clean, and non-polluting, the true Fantasia collapse lived up to its reputation as a champion among explosions, a model of bomb-making skills. As Arcuade hugged Pegasus's neck, the red mushroom cloud had already dispersed, revealing a large piece of blackened, pockmarked ground, slightly larger than the mushroom cloud itself. Beyond that, nothing remained. Whether it was the massive crimson core, the guard trees that always surrounded the core, or the vampire beasts attached to the trees, all had been swept away by the super explosion. And at the very center of the explosion, the mastermind behind it all had also vanished without a trace. "Hey, Shinji, where are you? Shinji, answer me." Naturally, there was no response. Arcuade grew anxious, and a strange wave of panic surged in her pure heart. He, the one who had always been by her side, could he have just? No, he couldn't have. Absolutely not. She was used to his presence. Used to him waking her up. Used to see him when she opened her eyes. Used to explore the unknown world with him. Used to the meals he prepared. Used to play and bickering with him. Even when she fell asleep, she could still feel his presence. This habit. This habit. This habit. This habit easily outweighed her long life before, with 800 years not even comparing to these 5 years together. She couldn't imagine what the world would be like without him by her side. She believed he would stay with her, always by her side. She knew she had changed from before. There was a feeling in her heart that she couldn't describe. She didn't know what this feeling was, but she knew its source. It came from him. She didn't want to lose him, definitely not. Where are you? 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 Muttering frantically, she scanned the ground, searching desperately for his presence. Shinji, don't die, I don't want you to die. At this moment, Pegasus suddenly neighed loudly, galloping off into the distance. Arcuade quickly grabbed the reins, shouting. Where are you going? I haven't found him yet, huh? You say you're going to find him. You exist because of his magic power. If he dies, you'll disappear too. How could I forget that? I'm so stupid. Sorry, Pegasus, hee. The dark clouds between her brows instantly cleared, the gloom in her eyes turning to sunshine in the blink of an eye. Her relieved, radiant smile was so bright that even Pegasus couldn't bear to look at it, letting out a heavy breath that looked suspiciously like a human sigh. The natural princess had no idea she was being scorned by a horse, and she urged him on. Where's Shinji? Let's go find him quickly. You're the one pulling me, and you're the one rushing me. What do you want from me? Pegasus snorted again, flicked its tail, and galloped toward the outskirts of the forest of Inash, following the magical connection. Due to the earlier chase, especially Pegasus's sprinting at full speed, they had covered more than 20 kilometers in less than half an hour, completing a 5-day journey in that short time, rushing from the core of the forest to the outskirts. Perhaps with a few more minutes, they would have forced the core out of the forest. By now, it was almost the same. In practical terms, it involved being caught by the wind pressure from the explosion, spiraling up into the sky, and once out of the blast range, descending in a spiral. Finally, with a bang, he hit the ground, surviving successfully. That's right, despite being directly hit by the explosion and blown such a distance, Shinji had stubbornly survived. The reason, of course, wasn't because he suddenly awakened a new ability, granting him immortality like Arcuade's, but because of an instinctive emergency reaction. By skipping the fantasy creation step, Arcuade's vampiric impulse wasn't compressed before exploding like other bombs, but was released outward directly. This was a continuous process, though brief, and the effect was better than a single explosion. However, there was still a time gap of a few seconds. Those precious few seconds allowed Shinji to survive, avoiding the fate of giving up on life. Here's how it happened. Shinji habitually released the bomb at a low point. When the first wave of impact was released, Shinji unconsciously leaned forward, slamming headfirst into the crimson core under the push of the materialized mental power. Before the core's branches and vines could counterattack, the subsequent impact continued to release, blasting apart the giant tree's roots, then the trunk, and finally the branches, all the way up into the core. The crimson core was, after all, the core of the forest of Inash, the strongest vampiric plant in the forest, with the strongest resilience and recovery abilities. Thus, it didn't get blown apart instantly like the surrounding trees, but instead persisted, spiraling up with Shinji. Located above the core, the massive tree, serving as the last barrier protecting the crimson fruit, became a buffer for the explosion, using its strong regenerative abilities to resist the explosion and mitigate the impact and the force of the fall, preserving Shinji's life. A plant that had drained countless lives ultimately became a shield protecting life, an irony that couldn't be ignored. Of course, none of that mattered. What mattered was that Shinji had survived. Although he was dizzy and in pain all over, he was alive. He casually tore off the tattered remains of his shirt, and shakily climbed out of a pile of broken branches and rotten wood, muttering incoherently. I did it. The bomb maker doesn't die from explosions, it's true. Perhaps he had touched something sharp, as a pain in his palm brought clarity to his eyes. Struggling to sit up, he looked around. A dark forest. I'm still in the forest of Inash. Then where did this big chunk of iron come from? At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. Chapter 824, Chapter 824, The Princess's Kiss. 11:15 words. The voice, male and slightly weak, carried a sense of fatigue, as if from someone who had been overworked and was running on fumes. Even without seeing the person, just hearing the voice could conjure the image of a worn-out middle-aged office worker. Even though his mind was foggy and his thoughts were jumbled, Shinji instantly recognized the voice. He looked toward the source of the voice and saw a slender man dressed in a suit, topped with a red coat. The man had long hair, wore black-rimmed glasses, and appeared gaunt. Yes, it was indeed that overworked man. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be on the Mystic Eye Collection train? I should be asking you why you're here. This is the Mystic Eye Collection train. Shinji almost thought he had misheard. This is the Mystic Eye Collection train. Looking more closely, the large metal structure in front of him was indeed boxy, with windows, wheels, and tracks beneath it. Waver was standing by what appeared to be the train's door, though it seemed to have been twisted and damaged. Oh, it is a train. How did I end up here? Did I get knocked out by the explosion and not wake up? I think you're awake, but you look awful. Do you need me to administer first aid? My condition. Cough, cough. It wasn't until this moment that Shinji truly focused on himself. It was worse than he expected, far worse. He was severely burned, his flesh bloodied and charred. His face was covered in soot, which for a magus wasn't too serious, a week in the clock tower, and he'd be healed. But the real damage was internal, over 30 fractures, most of them in his limbs, making it hard for him to even stand. If his bones were in this shape, his internal organs must have been in even worse condition. His brain and other organs were also severely damaged and filled with hemorrhages. If he were an ordinary person, he would likely be dead by now. But Shinji managed to stay alive thanks to his robust constitution, and the runes that had enhanced him through the command seals. It's really bad. I could use some help. Waver, who doubled as a teacher, detective, and forensic expert, examined Shinji's body closely and gasped. Gray, bring my case over. Yvette, Luvia, if you have any healing potions, I'll need them. Soon, 3 girls emerged from the train. Gray, carrying the case, was someone Shinji knew well, still wearing her cloak that obscured her face. Yvette, holding 2 bottles of alchemical potions, was also familiar to Shinji. Her full name was Yvette L. Lehrman, a self-proclaimed spy sent by the neutral faction, and a new member of the El Meloy classroom. She gave off the impression of being a mix between a Lolita, and a chinibyo, with a frilly outfit more extravagant than an idol's and pink-dyed hair covering one eye with a star-shaped eye patch. Yvette's comments were even more shocking. Many admired Weber at the clock tower, but Yvette was the only one who openly declared herself a mistress candidate. Lastly, there was Livia, holding an emerald stone. Shinji was most familiar with her. He had seen her as a noble young lady, and even in her cute pajamas. Now that he thought about it. Wait, why was she here? Weber, Gray, and Yvette were all involved with the Mystic Eye Collection train incident, so their presence made sense. But what was Livia doing here? She didn't belong in this scene. Had Weber replaced his assistant? Could this mean the mastermind behind the incident was also? Shinji's eyebrows twitched slightly as he subtly tugged on Weber's sleeve, and whispered in a low voice. Why is she here? Didn't you bring calls? He's in the carriage. But he hasn't mastered the application of electromagnetic magecraft, so I didn't have him assist. Then why is Livia here? She came with Yvette. They have a financial arrangement. The items on the Mystic Eye Collection train were all exorbitantly priced, and even though Yvette came from the prominent Lehrman family, she might not have been able to afford everything. Seeking financial support from outside was understandable, and Livia's Edelfelt family was one of the wealthiest in the magical world. However, considering the undercurrents in this incident and Yvette's role in it, this explanation didn't satisfy Shinji. She and Yvette. Weber cut off Shinji's questioning impatiently. Stop worrying about that and take care of yourself first. In your current state, you can't protect me. We need to protect you. How did you end up like this? Weren't you supposed to be dealing with Inash? Don't ask. I blew up half of the Crimson Core, and then something unexpected happened. I wonder how Arcuade is now. Just then, a voice rang out from above, Yoo-hoo. Speak of Arcuade, and she shall appear. Shinji, I found you. With her signature greeting, the princess in a white dress descended from the sky. Cuter than Yvette, more elegant than Livia, and purer than Gray, she captivated everyone's attention the moment she arrived. Whether inside or outside the train, young or old, male or female, her stunning appearance was no less striking than the debut of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess at a grand ball. She seemed like the center of the world, the creator's perfect masterpiece if one overlooked her current behavior. As soon as she landed, barely steady on her feet, Arcuade lunged at Shinji, making him flinch in fright. Are you trying to kill me? Shinji, you idiot. Arcuade pouted in displeasure. I came all the way to find you, and that's the first thing you say to me. You're the idiot. Look at me. If you hug me like that with your strength, it would be murder. Her hugs, which were meant to be a show of affection, were more like a full-on tackle by a professional football player. In his current state, it could easily turn him into a pancake. Realizing what he meant, Arcuade stuck out her tongue apologetically and muttered, humans are fragile. Hey, saying that in front of all these humans isn't very considerate, ow. Shinji rolled his eyes, inadvertently aggravating his wounds and wincing in pain. What's wrong with that? Halfway through her sentence, Arcuade suddenly clapped her hands together. I have a way to heal you right away. What way? Shinji asked casually. This way. The next moment, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her crimson lips against his. The princess's lips and the knight's met in a kiss. Chapter 825, Chapter 825, The True Ancestor's Blood and the Golden Apple. 1128 words mouth to mouth. What does it mean when lips cover lips? If you asked 1,000 people, everyone would likely say it's a kiss, a form of contact reserved only for those who are extremely close. In the relatively conservative East, this act is generally confined to lovers, even parents and children rarely use such a method. Shinji is a typical Eastern person who holds these beliefs. So when Arcuade's lips blocked his mind went blank. Only one thought echoed, did I get forcefully kissed by Arcuade? Honestly, upon realizing this, Shinji's first reaction was satisfaction, and the second was a secret thrill. In his previous life, she was a symbol of dreams and feelings. In this life, as he spent more time with her, he gradually grew fond of this pure and innocent princess. If he hadn't felt this way, he wouldn't have stayed by her side for 5 whole years, nor would he have tried every possible way to find a method to suppress her bloodlust when it overwhelmed her. Combining the nostalgia from his past life with their interactions in this one, Arcuate had become irreplaceable in his heart. When alone, he sometimes thought it wouldn't be so bad if she could be his lover. He knew that thinking this way was unfair to Justy's, but he simply couldn't control his feelings. Moreover, Justy's indifferent attitude toward the romantic chaos at home suggested she didn't hold traditional once-vows beliefs. However, due to Arcuate's innocence and the increasingly apparent feelings of the girls around him, he hadn't taken any initiative. He feared that if he handled it poorly, those he cherished might all leave him. So when Arcuate kissed him, he was genuinely delighted, momentarily forgetting all his injuries. But before he could take the initiative to enjoy the kiss, he felt something flowing into his mouth. It seemed like some kind of liquid, with a hint of a metallic and bitter taste. I scent this the taste of blood. Why is Arcuate feeding me blood? Doesn't she hate blood the most? Wait, the blood flowing in is being absorbed by my body. Oh no, this woman intends to realizing the princess's intention. Shinji snapped out of his euphoric state, and summoned all his remaining strength to push her away. Fortunately, Arcuate was mindful of Shinji's injuries and didn't exert much force, giving him a chance to break free. The moment he escaped, Shinji started clutching his throat, desperately trying to vomit. But no matter how hard he tried, all that came out were his saliva, gastric juices, and blood. The culprit behind all this remained oblivious, still looking at him with concern. Did your injuries get worse? Yeah, Shinji retorted. Because of me. What did I do? The princess looked innocent. Looking at Arcuate's lips, still bearing the faint marks of teeth, Shinji laughed bitterly. Let me ask you, did you just put blood in my mouth? Your injuries are severe for a human, but they would heal in a minute for me. If you drink my blood, you'll recover quickly. I'm pretty clever, right? Arcuate tilted her head proudly, as if saying, go ahead, praise me. You can indeed recover quickly, only to turn into one of your dead apostles. Didn't I tell you before that I don't want to become a vampire, you idiot? Humph, you're the idiot. I also said that I hate blood-sucking, and won't suck your blood. I only gave you my blood to drink, you won't become my servant. Don't change the subject. I'm talking about dead apostles, not servants. The fact that you didn't suck my blood only means you can't control me through true ancestor methods, but my body will still turn into a dead apostle because of your blood. I can already feel the changes. The transformation from human to vampire essentially involves the destruction and replacement of human genetic material with that of the vampire. With the blood of the true ancestor princess, even a tiny amount would destroy a human body, transforming it into a dead apostle of the 27 ancestors' rank in a short time. Shinji could feel his body's metabolism accelerating to an abnormal rate, with his severe injuries healing at a visible speed, an impossible feat for a human body. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This was the first time since meeting Arcuate that he had been this furious. I went out of my way to get the crimson fruit to suppress your bloodlust, and you turn around and pull this on me. Seeing Shinji like this, the fearless princess felt a bit intimidated. Shinji was always indulgent with his loved ones, to the point of spoiling them. No matter how they misbehaved, he would watch with a smile, at most grumbling a little, and rarely getting mad. So when he truly got angry, everyone would steer clear of him. Don't be mad. I only gave you a few drops of blood, you won't turn into a dead apostle so quickly. Plus, I didn't suck your blood, so your body is still yours. You can completely resist my assimilation. With your immense mental power, it should be easy. Shinji's eyes flickered, his mood lifting slightly. Arcuate nodded vigorously. Shinji closed his eyes, focusing his mind to resist the assimilation of the origin blood. Though his body was damaged, his soul remained intact, and his vast mental power swept through his body repeatedly, washing away the foreign will within the blood. Soon, the strange sensation in his body gradually subsided, but why is my injury still healing at the same rate? The severe burns on his body had already begun to peel, and his damaged internal organs were regenerating. That shouldn't be possible, Arcuade muttered, puzzled. You rejected the assimilation, so you're still human. You shouldn't have such a fast recovery rate, let me check. Her red eyes turned golden as she scanned Shinji's body. I got it. Besides my blood, there's another force within you. It's similar to mine but older, and it's merging with my blood. It seems golden, like an apple. Shinji immediately covered Arcuade's mouth to prevent her from continuing. When she mentioned something similar to her but older, he had a hunch. When she said it was golden, he was sure he was right. That force was indeed older than Arcuade, no older than the true ancestors themselves. It was a divine artifact that once drove the goddesses of ancient Greece to madness. It was also one of the treasures collected by Gilgamesh, later acquired by Skathak in a trade to improve her disciples' constitution. Its name is the Golden Apple, the fruit of the divine tree planted by Gaia, the Earth Goddess. Chapter 826, Chapter 826, A Blessing in Disguise. 1275 words. The Earth Goddess Gaia, one of the first generation of Olympian gods, is a primordial being in Greek mythology. Note that this is not a reference to the human concept of planetary consciousness. In the Nasaverse, while the primordial nature goddess representing the earth is Tiamat, the mother of all things from Sumerian mythology, Gaia, as one of the first gods of one of the world's most famous pantheons, is undoubtedly a manifestation of natural consciousness, an embodiment of nature. Anything associated with her would naturally exhibit the power of nature. And then there's Arcuade. With the decline of mystery and the retreat of the gods from the world, she has become the new embodiment of nature, the daughter of planetary consciousness. Even though one is a god and the other is not, one possesses divinity and the other does not, Arcuade and the Earth Goddess share the same origin. Whether it's the blood of a true ancestor or the golden apple, both are manifestations of natural power. When the two meet and blend, it's only natural that some miraculous transformation occurs. The direction of this transformation isn't hard to guess. Most deities related to the earth have domains associated with life, and as a true ancestor, Arcuade also possesses powerful vitality. The world's power is heavy and soothing, while the blood of a true ancestor is domineering and fierce. When these forces neutralize each other, the result is Shinji's current miraculous state. He's not a dead apostle but possesses the regenerative abilities of one. After a few minutes, he could already move like a normal person, and his pale complexion had improved considerably. The secrets behind this are far too complex, and if outsiders were to find out, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Because of this concern, he covered Arcuade's mouth and quietly instructed, "This time, we were fortunate, but don't do that again in the future. Every time you divide your power, you lose a bit of control over your bloodlust. You don't want to end up sleeping 23 hours a day, right? I get it. I'll only share my power with you. I won't do it for anyone else." Arcuade puffed her cheeks. "Besides, I did heal your wounds and you're still scolding me, Shinji, you big dummy." Yes, I was wrong. I'm the dummy." Roa had to go through a lot of trouble back in the day to extract some power from Arcuade. Now, not only had the princess given Shinji her blood and power, but she had also given him her first kiss. What else could Shinji say? "I'm sorry, Waver, for making you waste so much effort." "It's okay. Getting to watch a comedy with you and the princess of the true ancestors is more than worth it," Waver said with a smile, waving his hand. "How did your mission go?" "It failed, but the outcome was good." "Was it over?" Arcuade's bloodlust had been released, and Shinji also gained a considerable benefit. "You mentioned earlier that you blew up half of the Crimson Core. What happened next?" As Waver spoke, he gave Shinji a look which Shinji understood and replied to. "After that, I got carried away and caused a massive explosion, leading to what you saw unexpectedly. I ended up being blown near the Mystic Eye collection train, and even more surprisingly, the train was in a stationary state. The matter of the hunt for Forest of Inash was highly confidential, and it wasn't supposed to be discussed so openly. But since Shinji had already blurted out a lot when he was confused earlier, he decided to just lay everything out. This could dispel many speculations and hidden dangers. The train stopped because it detected an anomaly in the ley lines and needed to inspect it to prevent any accidents. If I'm not mistaken, the anomaly in the ley lines was caused by your battle with Forest of Inash. Most large-scale mysteries are closely tied to ley lines. The same goes for Forest of Inash, and the Mystic Eye Collection train is no exception. No matter how Forest of Inash moves, it will never leave the confines of the ley lines. The Mystic Eye Collection train similarly relies on ley lines for movement, with the ley lines functioning as the train tracks. The current route of the train started from the outskirts of London, circling the UK. The location where Forest of Inash appeared was in Northern Ireland, not far from the UK's border. Due to Shinji and Miram's fierce assault, the Forest of Inash was severely damaged, and its survival instinct drove it to plunder ley lines and life forces. The largest ley line nearby was occupied by the Mystic Eye Collection train, which also had many passengers on board. Forest of Inash instinctively moved toward the train, and the train detected the abnormality caused by the battle. Their encounter could be seen as both a coincidence and an inevitability. What happened to Forest of Inash? Waver asked again. Not only was he curious, but everyone on and off the train wanted to know, since Forest of Inash was one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. No one wanted to encounter such a terrifying enemy. Shinji shook his head. He might be dead, he might not be. I was blown away in the end, so I'm not sure. Arcuade, do you know? Forest of Inash, or rather the Crimson Core, and the surrounding area were blown to pieces by you, but Forest of Inash itself remains. Then there's no problem. Without the core, the remaining ones are just small fry. It's only a matter of time before Miram and the others wipe them out. Shinji's answer made Waver sigh in relief. Is that the demon summoner Miram Solomon? Yes, along with other members of the burial agency. Then there is no problem. The hearts of the others also eased. The burial agency is well known in the Western world of mysteries, and with them involved, the remnants of Forest of Inash posed no threat. Everyone had seen how Shinji looked before, completely battered, with barely any unscathed part of his body. Hiding the crimson fruit was out of the question. Perhaps that legendary fruit, along with the core, had been blown to pieces as well. Of course, it might also be in the hands of the burial agency or the true ancestor, but either way, those are some of the most formidable forces in the world. It's better to assume the fruit was destroyed to avoid any trouble. Waver, how are things on your end? With Shinji's matters mostly resolved, it was time to focus on Waver. Shinji originally planned to assist Waver after dealing with Forest of Inash, and that's why he had purchased the satellite positioning device earlier, to make finding people easier. Waver frowned at the mention of the issue. I have some leads, but it's not resolved yet. Mind having an extra hand? Not at all. I'd prefer it if you helped. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get on board. With that, Shinji and Waver headed towards the train door. At that moment, a gaunt man in a black uniform appeared on the stairs, blocking their way. Conductor Rodan, what's the meaning of this? Waver asked. Rodan was the man's name, and conductor was his title, a position similar to that of a deputy train conductor. The gaunt man bowed politely and slightly inclined his body. My apologies, mister, you may board but your friend cannot. He does not have an invitation, and your companion quota is already full. Shinji narrowed his eyes. Chapter 827. Chapter 827. Boarding the train. 1171 words. Waver suddenly found himself admiring the courage of this conductor named Rodan. It takes a lot of bravery to stand in front of these two and tell them no. Matou. Shinji, perhaps that name had long been forgotten, but he had just taken down Forest of Inash. Even injured, no one would dare underestimate him. Not to mention, following him closely was the princess of the true ancestors. The intimacy between them was unmistakable, no one would believe they weren't lovers. A man who could kill one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, and a true ancestor who surpasses the dead apostles. Such a combination would demand caution even from the Mages Association, and the Holy Church, let alone a train conductor. Indeed, this was no ordinary train. It housed the largest Mystic Eye collection in history, the Mystic Eye Collection Train, Rail Zeppelin. But so what? Mystic Eyes do not guarantee invincibility. The true owner of the train was one of the 27 ancestors. If these two were truly provoked, they might become the next Inash, especially since hunting dead apostles was Arcuade's job. She needed no reason to kill one. Shinji squinted, scrutinizing the thin man who had the audacity to block his path. Conductor Rodan, correct? Yes, the man replied meticulously. Do you know who I am? As he spoke, Shinji couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. The narrowed eyes and faint smile made him look like a classic villain. I do, the thin man responded, his posture unwavering. If you're going to act, you might as well go all the way. After all, no one on this train could oppose him. You are the Azure Knight, the guardian of Lady White Princess. The Azure Knight was a title Shinji earned in the Dead Apostle community, rumored to have been bestowed by another princess, the Black Princess Alt Rouge. My foolish sister and a man killed that boring pawn. How interesting. Does someone want to protect that idiot? What does he look like? Blue hair. Then let's call him the Azure Knight. When the Knight of Wallachia, Altruge's subordinate, perished, she immediately knew and sent others to investigate. This title spread rapidly after she made her assessment. Titles were a form of entertainment among the dead apostles, often created to stave off their eternal boredom. Hence, the name Azure Knight became far more widely known than Matou, Shinji's real name, or any details about him, an oddity typical of the dead apostle world. And knowing that, you still block me. Aren't you afraid I might force my way in, or worse, destroy your train? Don't doubt it, I have the capability. Even if I don't, Arcuade certainly does. As he spoke, he glanced at Arcuade behind him, who was eager to act. Destroy the train? Sure, go ahead. There's a dead apostle smell in the air, let me smash it. Rodan's expression finally shifted, not out of fear but to make a plea. He turned to Waver and said, Mr. Velvet, for the sake of our master, could you please ask your friend not to make things difficult for us? How many times do I have to tell you, I have nothing to do with your master, Waver said, rubbing his temples in frustration. But our master did contact us recently, instructing us to ensure your safety. It's been a long time since our master last reached out. Wait, Shinji interrupted. Your master? She contacted you recently? Yes, about 3 days ago, she instructed us to protect Mr. 3 days ago. Shinji nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Arcuade. Give me the phone. Oh, okay. Before the battle, Shinji had stored all unrelated items in Arcuade's small world. He now retrieved a specially categorized contact list and selected a number that had recently been reactivated. Tuko, it's me. I've been busy lately, just finished some things. Still, a few days to go. I need to confirm something with you. Did you get in touch with Rita Rosayen? Then could you contact her again? Yeah, it's about the Mystic Eye Collection train. I want to board, but I don't have an invitation. Her subordinates are being stubborn, not letting me on. I'm even considering smashing the train. You're telling me to go ahead and smash it? No, doing what you did back then isn't a good idea, especially since she's still your sponsor. At this, Rodan's expression twitched slightly, as if he had realized something. Stop. Even if she doesn't mind, I do. I want to see the legendary Mystic Eye auction. If the price is right, I might buy a pair of Mystic Eyes as a gift for Manachan. Come on, do me a favor and put in a word for me. All right, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up, Shinji turned to Rodan. Can you wait a few minutes? I have someone working on pulling some strings. That won't be necessary. A soft, ethereal voice suddenly spoke from above the two of them. A woman in white appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. She was like a phantom, or perhaps she was real. The air around her danced with vibrant flower petals, transforming the space into another world. Where the woman in white stood, dozens of scarlet roses bloomed. Her golden curls were adorned with a crown of roses, making her seem like the very embodiment of the flowers. The woman slowly raised her head, her clear crimson eyes meeting Shinji's gaze. Sir Azure Knight is always a distinguished guest on the Mystic Eye Collection train. You may board at any time, in any place. Acting manager as you command. Rodan bowed respectfully to the woman in white, stepping aside to clear the way. Honored guest, please board. Shinji, however, didn't move. He simply continued to scrutinize the dreamlike woman. Your condition is quite interesting. Nothing is interesting about it, Arcuade muttered softly. She's just a shadow left behind by a dead apostle, clinging to this old train. The woman in white was precisely such an existence. After Tuco and Luff Beowulf wrecked the auction in the 80s, the train's original manager departed, leaving behind this lingering thought, akin to a ghost, which continued to oversee the train. Keep your comments to yourself. We're not here to cause trouble. Shinji skillfully calmed Arcuade, then raised his hand, pointing at the woman in white from a distance. In the next instant, the ethereal figure began to solidify. Honored guest, what are you? A look of surprise appeared on the woman's icy face. She could feel her existence becoming more tangible. A small gift, nothing much. Consider it compensation for what she did. Tuco might not care and Rosianne might not care either, but someone, a dead apostle, was indeed harmed by what she did. If they were enemies, it could be ignored, but if they were friends, at least let me do something. As a member of the Matou family. Chapter 828. Chapter 828. The Mist Climax. 1162 words. After a series of minor incidents, Shinji and Arcuade finally managed to board the train, accompanied by the deputy manager, the woman in white. She escorted them throughout the journey, which left the conductor, Rodan, and the other staff members utterly shocked. They were well aware of the deputy manager's condition. Due to her unique existence, she needed long periods of rest to accumulate enough power to be active. She had just used up all her energy about 10 hours ago during an eye surgery. Yes, the legendary technique was hers. Now, even manifesting herself took considerable effort, let alone accompanying someone for an extended period. Could that single touch have such miraculous power? The answer was yes. That single touch indeed had a miraculous effect. The woman in white was a lingering phantom born of memories, her existence extremely fragile and thin. If not for the fact that the Mystic Eye Collection train was a semi-otherworldly, mysterious artifact, the phantom would have vanished long ago. Shinji's touch not only replenished her depleted spirit, but also reinforced her existence with his origin. While it didn't change her mode of existence, it greatly reduced the energy consumption of her activities, indirectly extending her active time. To Shinji, it was just a small gesture, but to the deputy manager, it was undoubtedly a generous gift, and her willingness to accompany them stemmed partly from this. Of course, the act of accompanying itself didn't matter much to Shinji. He wasn't the type to be so particular. However, the impact of this gesture made him quite pleased. The presence of a true ancestor, and the recent slaying of Forest of Einash was enough to pique the curiosity of all the passengers. Without the deputy manager there to maintain order, someone might have already approached him, hoping to establish a connection, or at least gather some information. Shinji couldn't easily turn down certain individuals, such as Luvia, and others he had encountered during the Castle Adra incident. For instance, there was Olga Maria, the daughter of the Lord of the Department of Astromancy, only 12 years old, with beautiful silver hair and amber eyes. In a previous life, she was the unfortunate director of the Human Order Foundation, Chaldea, who met her end in the prologue of Fate/Grand Order and reborn as a vessel of the alien god, Olga Marie. Then there was a certain blood-spitting, walking anomaly. This man, who seemed to bleed at every turn, was named Melvin Weens. About the same age as Waver, he was Waver's closest friend, with a connection so deep even Rhaenys couldn't compare. Melvin was the one who encouraged Waver to participate in the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki, covering all his travel expenses. During Waver's toughest times after returning to the clock tower, it was Melvin who supported him, helping to keep the struggling Elmeloy classroom afloat. When Waver was short on funds, Melvin would lend him money. When Waver needed connections, Melvin would introduce him to the right people. The funds Waver used to renovate the modern Magecraft Theory class came from Melvin, with the Velvet family's crest currently held as collateral by Melvin. Unlike Waver, who had worked his way up from humble beginnings, Melvin was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The Weens family was a centrist force in the clock tower, and although Melvin had been looked down upon in his childhood due to his frail health, he quickly rose to prominence as a rare and valuable crest tuner. With his outstanding skills in crest tuner, Melvin amassed a vast fortune and connections that transcended factions within the clock tower. Even Bartholomew Lorelei, who was often at odds with the Democratic faction, was a regular guest of his, and Melvin played a key role in her completing her crest inheritance in just a year. However, despite his dazzling resume, Melvin himself was a mess. Besides his albinism and chronic blood-spitting condition, his personality was twisted to the extreme. While he was indeed Waver's best friend, he was not necessarily his ally otherwise. He wouldn't have sent Waver into the dangerous Holy Grail War. Melvin's personality combined Tuco's obsession with interesting things, Rhaenys' sadistic tendencies towards Waver, and Flat's naturally cheerful disposition, making him the biggest troublemaker in Waver's circle. Thankfully, his poor health kept him confined to his workshop most of the time, otherwise, Waver's stomach might have already given out. This time, upon hearing that Waver had boarded the Mystic Eye collection train, Melvin immediately secured an invitation, chartered a helicopter, and raced to join Waver, nearly losing his life along the way. Normally, Melvin would have been out and about, eager to join in the fun of what was happening outside the carriage. Unfortunately, his blood-spitting condition had flared up again, leaving him too weak to move. He could only lie on a table, lamenting his missed opportunity while coughing up blood. Even Calls, tasked by Waver with looking after Melvin, hadn't shown up because of this. These three, along with another part-time trickster, Jean Mario Saponara from the Clock Tower, also a peculiar magus with a popular TV show where he fights zombies while cooking on London's TV, as well as Gray, Luvia, and Yvette, who had come to help earlier, were the members participating in this Mystic Eye auction. Oh, and there was one more. A woman sitting quietly in a corner, wrapped tightly from head to toe. Shinji had no recollection of her, so she was likely not an important figure. He figured it was better to focus on what to do next rather than pay her any attention. After being delayed by Forest of Inash, Shinji thought they'd missed the chance, but it turned out they arrived just in time before the climax. Missing out on the opportunity to stir things up would be a disservice to Gaia and Alea's favor. Indeed, it was as if everything had been perfectly arranged. Shinji had arrived just in time. All parties had finished their preliminary skirmishes, and were entering the heated phase of confrontation. The fifth item of the Mystic Eye auction, the final item, was now displayed at the center of the stage. This was the highest-ranked item ever auctioned in the history of the Mystic Eye auction, second only to the Rainbow Class A Jewel-class Mystic Eye. Its ability was time-based, allowing the viewing of past events. Not only could it show things that had already happened, though the time reversal aspect was uncontrollable, but it could also recreate events from the past in the present. It allows the shadow of the past to emerge in the present like a bubble, thus it is named the Mystic Eye of Transience. After introducing the Mystic Eye, which she had personally extracted from its original owner's eye sockets, the deputy manager turned to the auctioneer. Leandra, you may begin. Yes, deputy manager, let's resume the auction. The current bid stands at $240 million. Chapter 829. Chapter 829. Starting with 10 tons of gold, 1293 words, the auction will now resume, with the current bid at $240 million, announced the auctioneer, named Leandra. From her appearance, she seemed the most like the owner of the train. She was dressed in a luxurious fur coat, with short hair and a model-like figure. Strips of leather were wrapped around her eyes, yet it didn't hinder her movements. This auctioneer also possessed mystic eyes. The auction was held in a carriage known as the Vault of the Thousand Mystic Eyes, which used spatial folding technology to make the interior space more than double the actual size of the carriage. The walls of the vault were lined with glass cylinders containing eyeballs. The dense collection of eyes made even Shinji feel a shiver down his spine. These were all mystic eyes, each containing rare mysteries. Amid the countless eyeballs, Leandra struck the gavel, announcing the resumption of the auction. $250 million. $260 million. The astonishing numbers quickly flew through the carriage. First was Adashino Hishiri, followed by Melvin. The former glanced at the latter, narrowing her eyes like a snake. Before she could raise her paddle again, someone else joined the fray. $280 million. It was Yvette. This time, it was Shinji's turn to narrow his eyes, shifting his gaze from left to right and back again. The Lehrman family might be a noble lineage, but their secret arts involve using gemstones to simulate mystic eyes, which places a heavy financial burden on them. There's no way they have that much liquid capital. Without a doubt, someone is backing her. Is it that mastermind behind the scenes? Or could it be Luvia, who shouldn't be here? Or is Luvia herself the mastermind in disguise? Soon, Adashino and Melvin caught up again. $300 million. $320 million. Amidst the continuously escalating bids, which seemed to rise with competitive fervor, Shinji quietly nudged Waver with his elbow. Tell me your thoughts on these mystic eyes. Are they worth spending so much money to acquire? Waver thought for a moment, holding his chin, and replied, the value of something isn't absolute but depends on its significance to the individual. If this were an unrestricted auction at the clock tower, and the legendary rainbow mystic eyes of death perception were up for bid, it wouldn't be surprising for the price to increase by several times. Mystic eyes can transcend theory and causality to grant the result called death. Everyone would covet them. However, the mystic eyes of transients in this auction don't hold that kind of decisive power. Although jewel mystic eyes are rare, and even a lord would have to put in significant effort to acquire them, the ability to make the past appear in the present has varying value depending on the person. For people like us, who are tied to the remnants of the past, they're valuable, but for other magi, perhaps not so much. Shinji turned his head to a different target. What do you think, Deputy Manager? Eyes and people influence each other. A person can control their eyes, but the eyes can also restrain a person. I suggest that you consider this carefully. I feel that the mystic eyes of transients are not suitable for you. If you have needs in this area, you can contact the master through this individual. I'm sure she can find the most suitable mystic eyes for you. Arcuade, what do you think? Crunch, Arcuade, somehow having procured a bag of chips, mumbled as she chewed. It should suit Manachan quite well. Past, present, future, she has a knack for that kind of thing. After all, she's that woman's child. With your reassurance, I'm at ease. Shinji finally opened his narrowed eyes. Ryugi Mana, the daughter of Ryugi Shiki, was a girl Shinji regarded as the best unpolished gem, and she was his intended top disciple. Although she hadn't formally become his student yet, her future master was already planning for her. In his previous life memories, there wasn't much information about Mana, only that she was a precocious girl who, despite being only 10 years old, could outwit adults in their 20s. These adults included not only her father, Kakutano, Ryugi Mikiya. Mikiya had married into the Ryugi family to ensure the continuation of the prestigious exorcist clan, but also a man named Mitsuru Kamakura. Mitsuru was a key figure in the chapter of Kara no Kyokai, the Garden of Sinners, and like Shinji, he had a hidden profession as an explosion artist or, more accurately, a bomber. Unlike Shinji, who engaged in explosives as a hobby, Mitsuru was a professional, setting bombs for profit. His precision and minimal collateral damage earned him a notorious reputation in Tokyo's underworld, a level of skill far surpassing Shinji's, who nearly blew himself up. His accuracy was due to his special ability, or mystic eye's future sight, a determinative type of future sight. This was the opposite of the transient's mystic eyes, determining the future he set. Generally, the future seen through deterministic future sight cannot be changed. However, exceptional cases do exist, and Mitsuru encountered one such exception. This unlucky fellow was spotted by Ryugi Shiki during one of her missions. To eliminate any potential threat, Shiki constantly tracked him, and eventually, Shiki used the mystic eyes of death perception to kill his predetermined future, rendering his mystic eyes useless and ending his explosive career. For some reason unknown, Shiki spared Mitsuru at that time. Over a decade later, her daughter, Mana, took a liking to Mitsuru and clung to him all the time. Apart from Mitsuru, Mana and Shiki also had significant interactions with another person possessing future sight, mother of Mifune. She had mystic eyes that allowed her to see destiny's branches and the ultimate future. She once performed a divination for Shiki's other personality, Shiki, before Shiki fell into a coma, predicting that Shiki would die no matter what but that Shiki would have a happy ending. After Mother of Mifune lost her abilities and fell into poverty, Mana, along with Mitsuru, found her and thanked her on behalf of her other father, Shiki, encouraging her to restart her career. Additionally, Mana's father, Mikiya, while still surnamed Kakuto, had interactions with another woman possessing future sight, Seo Shizun. Her future sight was the weakest type, predictive future sight, only occasionally seeing fragments of destiny. But this also highlights this family's deep connection to the future. The future attracts the present, and the present is tied to the past. As Arcuade said, this family has strong ties to both the future and the past, making them ideal candidates for the mystic eyes of transience. Although the mystic eyes of transience are weaker compared to the mystic eyes of death perception and the ultimate future sight, they are more than sufficient as a welcome gift for an apprentice. Only one problem remains: money. Does Shinji have enough to make such a bid? While they chatted, the auction price had climbed from $320 million to $460 million, with Melvin as the bidder. Deputy Manager, I have a question. Please, go ahead. Does this auction accept payment in gold? The currency used in this auction is the U. For customer convenience, the train does offer a dollar exchange service, though the rate is conservative due to real-time fluctuations. We appreciate your understanding. That's fine. As long as I can exchange it, then I'll make my bid. Please, go ahead. The woman wrapped in roses handed him a bidding paddle. Shinji took the paddle, and after Yvette called out the staggering price of $500 million, he raised it high and, with a playful voice, announced his bid. I bid him, let's start with 10 tons of gold as a gesture. Chapter 830, I can make the global economy collapse. 1232 words in Shinji's mind. He expected to utter a single phrase that would shock everyone and make him the center of attention. After all, that's how it always goes in the various web novels he read in his past life. Society isn't short of examples where people throw money around to make a point. However, this time, his expectations fell flat. He did become the center of attention, but not for reasons of awe. Instead, he was met with ridicule, disdain, or even pity. Melvin, who was seated at a nearby table and continuing to bid despite coughing up blood, spoke up. The closing price in London the day before yesterday was $405 per ounce. For 10 tons, that would be around $140 million, not counting the train's fees. In other words, what sounded like a bold and arrogant offer of 10 tons of gold was less than a third of the auction price, a classic case of overestimating oneself and making an ineffective bid. Failing to impress and having his bluff called out, even Shinji, with his thick skin, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, realizing that he had neglected to check the current gold prices and had made an assumption. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted his mindset, cleared his throat, and nonchalantly said, I don't usually need that much gold, so I wasn't paying attention. If 10 tons isn't enough, then make it 50 tons. That should be sufficient, right? Come on, bow down, the true super rich is right here. If he hadn't flopped with that earlier show of arrogance, if he had just come out with the offer of 50 tons of gold right away, it might have been a display of extravagant wealth. However, given what had just happened, everyone's first reaction wasn't shock but suspicion. Even Waver asked, "Shinji, can you produce that much gold?" The deputy manager also chimed in, "Honored guest, false bids are prohibited." Receiving all these skeptical looks, Shinji found the experience of trying to show off to be quite disappointing, but he had already spoken and couldn't backtrack now without losing even more face. So he patiently explained, "It's one thing for others to doubt me, but you, deputy manager, shouldn't," the woman asked. "You, the conductor Rodan, and Miss Leandra are all under Rita Rosienne's command, so you should know your master well. Rita Rosienne has a certain frenemy, who is also one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, just like her." Not only were these 3 employees from Rita Rosienne's faction, but anyone with a bit of knowledge about the dead apostle world would know about this duo of best friends, Rita Rosienne, the 15th of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, and the 21st, water demon Samire. They were so close that they believed, if one of us has to die, it will be by the other's hand, and would often fight to the death for fun. Samire possesses a unique ability similar to Arcuade's. "What does this have to do with me?" Arcuade looked confused, while the 3 staff members stiffened, clearly understanding what Shinji meant. Samire was the only dead apostle ancestor who possessed Marble Phantasm. It was thanks to this nearly omnipotent ability that she could rival Rita Rosienne, who had collected numerous mystic eyes. Marble Phantasm is connected to nature, allowing its users to manifest any natural creation as long as they have enough mental energy, and make it permanently exist. Gold, which humans use as currency, is essentially just a type of mineral found on Earth. With Arcuade's abilities, 50 tons, 100 tons, 1,000 tons, or even 10,000 tons would be no problem. If she wanted to, she could crash the global economy in no time. "I apologize for my ignorance," the deputy manager bowed to both Shinji and Arcuade. 50 tons of gold is equivalent to $7 billion. The bid is valid. $7 billion going once, does anyone want to bid higher? Leandra raised the hammer, but the strongest competitors Melvin, Adashino, and Yvette had all shown signs of giving up. $7 billion going twice. $7 billion going 3 times. The hammer struck. "Congratulations, honored guest, on successfully winning the Mystic Eyes of Transcience," the deputy manager smiled slightly as she handed the container with the Mystic Eyes to Shinji. "The transplant surgery can be scheduled at any time, although the guest may not need it." Shinji knew she was referring to Tuko, though he wasn't sure if she could perform a risk-free removal like the deputy manager could. However, transplanting should be no issue. Of course, he didn't say this out loud and responded vaguely. "That's hard to say. The person these mystic eyes are intended for is still a minor, and not suitable for surgery. We might need your assistance in the future." Then, this concludes the auction. Thank you all for your. Please wait a moment, may I take up a bit more of everyone's time? Just as Leandra was about to close the event with a thank you, someone stood up and walked to the center of the auction platform. It was Waver. "Is there something you need, Professor Velvet? Perhaps you disagree with my deduction." Adashino, the female magus from the Department of Policies, tilted her head with a slight challenge in her voice, though her face was full of satisfaction. "Yes, a deduction." Before Shinji arrived, something else had happened on the train. Another death, a real one this time, not the fake death charade from Castle Adra, or the framing by Iselma. Right now, the victim's head was placed in the middle of the venue, held by Waver's assistant, Calls. "Trisha." At the sight of the head, Olga Marie bit her lip tightly, her face turning pale. The deceased was Trisha Fellows, Olga Marie's servant and family tutor, who had a very close relationship with her. Olga Marie's father, Marisbury Animusphere, was very busy, so Trisha was responsible for her day-to-day care and education. To Olga Marie, Trisha was not just a teacher but also a sister, even a mother figure. It's easy to imagine the immense impact her death had on the 12-year-old girl. Even someone raised with an elite education, accustomed to using aristocratic pride and a mask of decorum, found it hard to stay composed. The situation was not overly complicated. On the second day after boarding the train, Olga Marie returned to her room after interacting with Waver and others, only to find Trisha lying in a pool of blood, her head missing, with only her body left in the blood. At that point, Waver automatically switched to his second profession as a detective, beginning to investigate, gather evidence, and search for the killer. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, and Waver had even found some clues, but before he could delve deeper, he was attacked. Although he had protection prepared by Shinji in advance, and Gray was there to guard him, the attacker was unexpectedly strong. Fortunately, receiving orders from their master, Leandra, and conductor Rodan, who had been secretly watching Waver, arrived in time to force the enemy to retreat. Despite that, Waver was still injured, with significant magic depletion, requiring treatment and rest. It was during this time that Olga Marie found Trisha's missing head, only for Adashino, who had been secretly observing, to catch her, and thus identified the murderer. Chapter 831, Chapter 831, The Killer is You. 1110 words. The head was hidden at the crime scene, in Olga Marie's room. However, it wasn't in the real world but concealed within a subspace. The one who hid the head was the victim herself, Trisha. Trisha had mystic eyes, similar to Shizen Seo's, which allowed her to foresee fragments of possible futures. These predictions were not definite, and could occur at any time. When Trisha foresaw that she would be beheaded, it was already too late. She only had time to hide her head in a subspace at the moment it was cut off. Her attribute, like Sakura's, was imaginary numbers, making this kind of magecraft her specialty. In subspace, time is frozen, so the head remains unchanged from the moment it entered until it was retrieved, allowing Trisha to leave a final message. After all, there is a slight time delay between decapitation and brain death. The moment the head left the subspace, Trisha's remaining consciousness revealed the name of the killer. Karapa. Karabo Frampton, a black man over 70 years old, was affiliated with the Holy Church. He was the only guest who did not attend the auction because he had already been detained for murder. Even if he hadn't been detained, he might not have attended, as he was there to sell, not by mystic eyes. The mystic of transscience that Shinji bid on was provided by him. Using the mysterious power of the mystic of transscience, Karabo managed to kill Trisha before she could react. The mystic of transscience can recreate past events in the present. By presetting a slash, when Trisha reached a designated spot, the slash would be reenacted. Karabo insisted he did not know about his eyes ability, or have any memory of such incidents. However, in Adashino's scheme, the auction house's agent revealed the eyes ability just in time. Karabo had previously used retrospective vision to look at Trisha's corpse, and claimed not to have seen the killer. This statement was significant proof he wasn't lying because the killer never entered the room. Since the train was constantly moving, there was no need to enter Trisha's room. A simple slash in front of the moving train would decapitate her minutes or seconds later. Additionally, there was another piece of supporting evidence. 7 years ago, a series of murders occurred in which the victims, like Trisha, lost their heads. The Holy Church had sent an investigator, but no progress was made, and the case was left unsolved. The investigator at the time was Karabo. With so much direct and indirect evidence, Karabo's defense seemed weak. The truth was out, and the only thing left was to send the criminal to the clock tower for trial after the auction. Only Waver expressed dissent, because he couldn't find Karabo's motive, what he always emphasized as the why done it. Although he acknowledged Adashino's reasoning, he insisted the case wasn't closed until this was resolved. Based on the clues he had uncovered earlier, he was certain there was a deeper truth behind this incident. So even after Karabo was captured, Waver continued his investigation. Luckily, after a night of rest and treatment, his body had recovered, and he was ready to investigate in peak condition. Now it was time for him to reveal the results. Waver Velvet was the clock tower's greatest detective. Other people's reasoning and deductions couldn't steal his thunder. Alright, Waver wasn't like that, this was just Shinji daydreaming out of boredom. Yes, boredom. Whether it was in the Castle Adra or Iselma, some people and events caught his attention. But in this Mystic Eye Train incident, there was nothing. At least, no one he cared about had appeared so far. Not having been there from the start, He couldn't be bothered with the convoluted reasoning that could fill 5 or 6,000 words. Playing a staring contest with Arcuade at the table was more fun. Fortunately, Waver's reasoning was about to end, and it was time to reveal the real culprit. The killer is you. You are the one who manipulated Carabo Frampton and killed Tricia Fellows. As he uttered the classic line found in all detective novels, a white light flashed through the carriage. A vortex of light suddenly erupted from Tricia's head, binding the limbs of the real killer like chains and isolating the interior from the outside. Indeed, Carabo had never lied. He truly did not know about his abilities, or the identity of the killer. Although he killed Tricia and committed the crimes 7 years ago, he was unaware of it all, as he was being manipulated into committing these acts unconsciously. The true culprit's motive was simple: Tricia's future sight. She foresaw a high-level Mystic Eye auction on the Mystic Eye train, and her encounter with Carabo. She hoped to uncover the truth from 7 years ago through Carabo, even considering the possibility of his being manipulated and preparing for it. This was something the true culprit could not tolerate. They had to eliminate her before she found out the truth. Because of the existence of future sight, Tricia could predict most attacks, so the true culprit chose to attack from the blind spot of her vision, striking from the past to kill her. However, Tricia didn't leave without any backup. Given the dangers of the Mystic Eye train, she deliberately left a subtle clue pointing to the events of 7 years ago in her previous exchanges with Waver, which became the key for Waver to uncover the truth. "Professor, please stop joking," the one bound by the chains of light, Calls, smiled. At first, his expression seemed as if he thought Waver was joking, but after confirming that neither Waver's statement nor the barrier had budged, he shook his head in confusion. Are you serious? Of course. It seems you've convinced yourself that I am the killer, but here, your mere words won't suffice. You understand that, right? If the only ones present were Magus, the Department of Policies would suffice. But this Mystic Eye train belongs to the realm of dead apostles. So besides reasoning, you need evidence to convince the auction organizers. Just as Miss Adashino prepared Tricia's final message, and the auction manager's testimony to prove Carabo's Mystic Eye ability. Waver admitted this calmly, then turned around. So, I called someone, a person who came all the way here. Thank you for your hard work. There in Waver's former seat beside Gray, stood another person. Luckily, I caught a ride, so it wasn't too hard. The young man shook his curly hair, and adjusted his crooked glasses. His height, appearance, and even demeanor were identical to those of the one bound in chains. Chapter 832, Chapter 832, An Unmaskable Connection. 1080 words. At the very least, my standing here is decisive proof that you've committed perjury, wouldn't you agree? The newly arrived young man spoke to the person who was bound. His presence was like a ray of light piercing through the fog, shattering all illusions, and making the situation more intriguing. Olga Marie, who had been staring at Tricia's head, finally looked away and called out the young man's name. Calls for Veg. Yes, the young man who had just appeared was indeed Calls himself. Well done, Waver. Melvin clapped his hands excitedly, shouting praises from the bottom of his heart. This is truly delightful. It's exhilarating. A show worthy of betting my entire fortune on. His fortune wasn't just an exaggeration. Previously, to bid on the Mystic Eyes of Transscience, Melvin had mortgaged everything he owned, including his house, workshop, assets, and treasures, amassing nearly $5 billion. If he had spent it all, he wouldn't even have been able to afford his own medicine. And all of this was because Waver had asked him to, though Waver hadn't explained why, only promising that it would be interesting. Melvin agreed because of this, hence, he was indeed a true friend and the best of friends. Faced with this decisive evidence, the bound Calls no, the person impersonating Calls finally stopped denying it. I suppose I must admit it. You were also the one who invested in Yvette, weren't you? Waver asked. As he had analyzed earlier, the Lehrman family could never have come up with that much money. Yes, the culprit admitted. But why didn't you suspect Miss Livia? She could also have that much money. At first, I did suspect her, but later I ruled her out because she secretly slipped a note into my pocket during our conversation. The note said you were an imposter. Upon hearing this, the imposter let out a surprised, "Ah, that's quite an unexpected answer. I thought my imitation of calls for veg was nearly perfect, even the famous discerning, I didn't see through it. How did you figure it out?" To be honest, Shinji was also curious about the answer. In the original timeline, Waver was severely injured and nearly died. The imposter used techniques that Calls had not yet mastered to save Waver. He didn't want a lord to die at that stage, as it would attract the full attention of the clock tower. This raised Waver's suspicion. As a teacher, Waver had a precise understanding of his students' abilities and potential. But now, with all the preparations Shinji had made, Waver was standing there, conversing and laughing. Shinji knew his efforts hadn't been in vain. In the original timeline, this guy had already been likened to Zhuge Liang, just short of a feather fan and a silk robe, calmly obliterating his enemies. At first, Shinji was a bit worried, wondering if Waver wouldn't see through the deception. But then he thought, with both himself and Arcuade present, did it matter? If things went wrong, they could just crush the imposter with overwhelming force. So he relaxed and enjoyed the show, and unexpectedly, he actually saw something different. Everyone's eyes turned to the girl as dazzling as a gemstone, waiting for her answer. But instead, Luvia shook her head. "It wasn't me, I was just the messenger." "Then who was it?" Shinji asked, finding the situation increasingly interesting. Luvia turned her head toward the mysterious woman sitting in the corner of the venue, wrapped in black clothing, a black veil, and a black hat. The woman, who had remained silent since the start of the auction and kept her presence to a minimum, finally spoke. "Your imitation was indeed impressive. Combining summoning with empathy to achieve near-perfect mimicry, it's truly admirable." "Near-perfect? So there was a flaw in my technique. Please enlighten me," the imposter asked sincerely, like a student eager to learn. To be honest, Shinji was also curious about this answer. The mysterious woman neither stood up nor removed her wide-brimmed hat and veil. She simply lifted her head, casting her gaze at the real Calles. This seemingly ordinary action made Calles' body tremble, his face showing disbelief. Like someone in a trance, he walked toward the woman, mumbling, "Sister. Is that you, Sister Fiore?" The woman didn't rush to answer, calmly removing her hood and veil, revealing a face no less beautiful than Luvia or Yvette. "It's been a long time, Calles. You've grown taller." "Sister, it is you." Calles stood there stunned, staring at the woman in a daze. Shinji was also stunned. What on earth was going on? How was Fiore here? In this timeline, hadn't she left home early and disappeared without a trace, with no involvement in the story? The woman smiled, her expression as clear as her voice. "Of course, I'm not an imposter, nor am I disguised. If you don't believe me, I can reveal all the embarrassing things you did as a child. When you were 3 years old." Stop, I believe you." Calles immediately gave in and quickly changed the subject. "Hey, imposter, I admit your disguise was impressive, but while you can mimic the appearance, body shape, voice, and even temperament, you can never replicate this, our bond of the soul. The memories and experiences my brother and I share from growing up together are something you can never imitate." The imposter frowned slightly in frustration. "I see, the connection between blood relatives is indeed irreplaceable. But to think that the long-lost sister would appear here, what an incredible coincidence." Fiore corrected him. "It's not a coincidence, I came specifically for Calles. I originally planned to secretly see him, just to make sure he was doing well. But when you ignored several hints, I realized something was wrong. The hints were codes we've used since childhood, something Calles would never overlook. So I watched you secretly for a while and confirmed you were an imposter. That's when I asked Miss Luvia to pass the note to Professor Velvet." Calles asked, "Sister, you know Miss Luvia?" "I've been staying with her recently." "Staying with her? So you've been in London all this time? Then why did you use such a roundabout way? You could have just come to see me." Wait, this is strange too. Miss Livia used Miss Yvette's attendant spot, but you boarded the train alone. What on earth were you thinking? Calls grabbed his hair in frustration, a stark contrast to his usual diligent, composed demeanor in the classroom. Chapter 833, Chapter 833, Why is she here too? 1207 words. Why go through so much trouble? The reason isn't complicated, it's simply to avoid attracting attention. Fiore broke off ties with the Forvege family on her own and left home. Aside from calls, all family members wished for her to return to assume the position of head of the family and inherit the magic crest, and they never gave up searching for her. If Fiore openly visited calls, the news would likely reach the Forvege family by the next day. Even though their prestige as spirit summoners is waning, they still hold some influence. If that happened, the family might come out in full force to bring Fiore back. Fiore had already decided to leave the family, so returning was not an option. Calls, who had a close relationship with his sister since childhood, would be caught between his family and his sister. He couldn't bring himself to help the family capture his sister. But if he didn't help and let her go, he might face serious consequences himself. There were already voices in the family discontent with him. They might accuse him of deliberately letting Fiore escape to secure his position as head, possibly even resurrecting the extreme notion of killing him to force her to return. Therefore, Fiore couldn't be discovered. While troubled by this, word spread that Waver was heading to the Mystic Eyes collection train, and Calls was among those accompanying him. The Mystic Eyes collection train is a domain of dead apostles, where the Forvege family has no influence. Fiore asked Livia to obtain an invitation for her, planning to disguise herself and secretly meet with her brother on the train. She went alone to avoid implicating Livia if something went wrong. Those familiar with Livia knew that while she appeared rational, she was emotional and valued her friends. The more Fiore insisted on going alone, the less likely Livia would let her. However, Fiore's concerns were not unfounded, so Livia sought another way and eventually turned to Yvette. The Lehrman family had a good relationship with the Edelfelt family, and the mastermind behind the scenes also wanted to use this opportunity to disguise Yvette's financial backing. They agreed to give up a spot in exchange for a loan, and not compete with Yvette herself. Everything proceeded smoothly from there. Fiore wrapped herself up tightly, boarded the train, and narrowly avoided the imposter calls several times, using codes only they would understand. The imposter didn't get it, arousing Fiore's suspicion. After observing him in secret and confirming he was a fake, she had Livia pass a note to Waver. Waver, erring on the side of caution, called back to verify and quickly found the real calls. I was sleeping soundly at home, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself in an abandoned building. I thought someone had cast an illusion on me. And when I woke up, several days had passed. Calls glared at the imposter with gritted teeth. The thought of what could have happened chilled him to the bone. What if this bastard had killed him, or used that flawless disguise to do something terrible? Thanks to Svin, his nose is amazing. The imposter wasn't surprised. He was the only one I was wary of. Calls Forvege had only been in Elmeloy's classroom for a few weeks. I thought I could get by, but his sense of smell was a problem. I heard he was temporarily away for special courses in the first department, so I thought it was a good opportunity. You and Miss Adashino teamed up when it became clear I was an imposter, right? Waver nodded readily. Even after confirming with Rhaenys that you were an imposter, I couldn't subdue you. If I told Gray or Melvin, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep it a secret. The only one who could successfully deceive you was Miss Adashino. And to set up a binding curse secretly, Miss Trisha's head was the first choice. But since I had no experience working with her, I was on edge throughout the auction. By the way, how did the real calls get here? Honestly, I thought if you exposed me with a phone call or communication magecraft, I could still find a way to bluff through it. It was Rhaenys. Wait, Professor, it wasn't Miss Rhaenys. Calls quickly corrected. Waver was startled, not Rhaenys. Then who? I brought him here. With a creak, the door opened once more. The person who appeared was a woman with a commanding presence that overwhelmed everyone. Her long, flaxen hair was tied back, her pristine white formal attire immaculate, and the magic wand in her hand, resembling a flexible baton, sliced through the air. The slightly upturned corners of her eyes exuded an aura of superiority, like a queen. Gasps echoed around the room. Calls became nervous. Gray lowered her head, trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. Yvette restrained her usual charm. Livia and Fiori expressions grew serious. Shinji was dumbfounded, his mind racing with expletives. Why is another one showing up? Even the extreme hedonist Melvin and the uncrowned Lord Waver showed respect for her. Adashino, the mastermind behind the plot, stepped forward and respectfully bowed before the woman. Lord, why have you come? The only person Adashino would address as Lord was Bartholomew Lorelei, the current head of the Department of Policies, and the Queen of the Clock Tower. Professor Velvet was attacked, and the modern Magecraft department is in chaos. The Department of Policies couldn't ignore it. Besides, I wanted to see the famous Mystic Eyes collection train, so I asked Rhaenys to give me this opportunity. Professor Velvet, your idea to fly here with Tuco travel was clever, but it's a bit too taxing for Miss Rhaenys. As her brother, you should have considered that more. Tuco travel, another patent sold to the clock tower by Aozaki Tuco, inspired by a witch's legend, simplified a complex flying magecraft to the point where many magi could use it. Of course, simplifying the spell came with a price. First, it was inspired by a witch's legend, so it required the use of witch's ointment, a tool limited to female users. Therefore, only female magi could use this spell. Second, the flying experience was terrible. It had nothing to do with the human dream of soaring freely through the sky. It was less like flying and more like being catapulted. After locking onto the target, it was like being pulled by an extremely long rubber band. As long as the mana supply held out, you'd keep flying until you reached your destination. In such a state, the ride was naturally unpleasant, and the caster would be in a daze for almost the entire process. Even if they reached the destination safely, they would need a considerable amount of time to recover. It's a love-hate spell with a strong personal touch. Haha, as expected, the girls are all here, one after another. Next, it's time to pave the way for the fifth Holy Grail war. This entire volume has been leading to this moment. Flirting might be fun in the short term, but remember, you'll have to take responsibility in the end. Chapter 834, Chapter 834, Waver's predecessor. 1536 words. Given Bartholomew's style, and Lorelei's upbringing, it was unlikely for her to say something from a brother's perspective. However, her dark hand is someone who values family ties greatly, and over time, she's been somewhat influenced by that. Her voice wasn't loud, nor did her tone fluctuate much, but it carried an undeniable authority. Waver's previously dominant aura involuntarily diminished, because the situation was urgent. This was the best approach I could think of. Melvin coughed twice. Lord Bartholomew, their sibling relationship is somewhat unique. Rhaenys often gives Waver trouble, and Waver returns the favor. In their eyes, trouble equals a good relationship. The day they stop bothering each other is when there's a real problem. Moreover, before I came, Rhaenys had already inscribed the beacon for the Tuco journey on the invitation, showing she had already planned to support Waver. The invitation clearly states that up to 2 companions are allowed, and those 2 spots were reserved for Rhaenys. As he spoke, Melvin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while raising the invitation. That's correct. So it seems I was overthinking things. Lorelei nodded thoughtfully. Then, Mr. Melvin, could I trouble you to relinquish Laener's spot to me? I will compensate you handsomely. No need, Melvin said quickly, a characteristic smile of delight appearing on his face. Lord Bartholomew's presence here is reward enough. Oh, how will this event unfold next? I can't wait to see. Melvin seemed unconcerned, and Lorelei said nothing more, turning her gaze to Rodan, Leandra, and the acting manager. According to the train's regulations, you won't stop me from proceeding, will you? Rodan and Leandra looked to the acting manager, who hesitated, clearly apprehensive. Lorelei added, I have no other intentions in coming here, only to observe. Although I have brought others along, their task was to monitor Inash's anomaly. They have already left by helicopter, so you can rest assured. In just a few short sentences, she explained her method of arrival and expressed sincerity by stating that while she did bring subordinates, she boarded the train alone. Of course, there was also an implied show of strength she had them leave, but that didn't mean she couldn't call them back. She was giving them face, they shouldn't push too far. Very well, we hope Lord Bartholomew will keep her word. With a mix of firmness and softening, the train authorities could only compromise. After all, this person's reputation in the dead apostle world was already well established. Many dead apostles had fallen at her hands, and even the 27 ancestors had suffered losses against her and her brigade. Even the nominal king of the dead apostles, White-Wing Lord, had taken a small hit during a war with her. Those with real power don't need to lie. She gave a typical queenly reply. All right, Professor Velvet, enough small talk. Time to reveal the truth. Who is this imposter, the killer of the clock tower members? I only have a hypothesis, not a deduction, but the clues are sufficient. Waver closed his eyes and lit a cigar as if holding the key to unlocking the truth. He murmured. Olga Marie once told me. Lord Animusphere was also interested in the ritual in the Far East and commissioned someone to investigate it 7 years ago, ultimately concluding that the ritual was incomplete, and that participation was unnecessary. The person who could have colluded with Yvette, and handed her the funds to buy the mystic eyes. The person who could have such detailed knowledge of the modern magecraft theory department to disguise himself as a mere student like Calls. And the person capable of opening the mystic lock on a vault containing a holy relic. The impostor nodded at each point he listed. As the sparks fell, the answer was revealed. It would be perfectly normal for you to be able to open the vault. After all, you were the one who made it. The former dean of the modern magecraft theory department. Absolutely correct. The impostor, or rather, Waver's predecessor, smiled, a smile completely different from Call's. Though male, it bloomed like a flower. Before you came along, modern magecraft theory already existed. Although considered one of the 12 departments of the clock tower, it lacked a lord, functioning more as a token position to meet the demands of the times. No one in the 12 families took it seriously, they saw it as a means to increase the workforce of the new age. I found it boring, so I gave up the position of dean, and abandoned the stagnant clock tower. However, recently, there have been quite a few changes. The new Lord Bartholomew is seeking reform, and the once ornamental modern magecraft theory has flourished under the leadership of a magus with a background similar to mine, a commoner. So, I couldn't resist coming closer to see how the new professor operates. The impostor spoke, blinking repeatedly as he did so. On the 5th blink, Calls disappeared, replaced by a completely unfamiliar person. The man's age was indeterminate, somewhere between 25 and 45, and any number within that range seemed acceptable. He was tall and thin, with flaming red hair that contrasted sharply with his pale skin, leaving a lasting impression. His attire had also changed into a navy blue suit. Even his clothes could transform, a feat in the realm of animal magecraft, chimera. Combining clothing alteration with spiritual empathy from the summoning department was the pinnacle of transformation magecraft. Old acquaintances called me Dr. Heartless, and I'd be pleased if you addressed me the same. The only thing unchanged was the smile on his face. It appeared gentle, but it sent shivers down one's spine. So, it's the most outstanding member of modern magecraft theory, changeling. I never expected to meet you here. Lorelei's expression remained unchanged, seemingly very composed. Only Shinji knew that her calm exterior belied an inner turmoil, evident by the trembling tip of her magic wand. The changeling, one of England's famous legends. On the land of Britain, mysterious fairies exist, enjoying various pranks, like stealing your shoes, cleaning your room, or even more seriously, abducting people. It's said that those taken by fairies rarely return to what is known as modern reality. It's a place magecraft cannot reach, a distant shore. Or perhaps it's the abyss they yearn for, a gift from the heavens. Heartless was such a person. He was once abducted by fairies, who also stole his heart. The name Heartless derived from that incident. After all, before you became Lord, before Velvet took over modern magecraft theory, I had already left the clock tower and couldn't witness it in person. Indeed, after killing many magus in reviewing the files, I suspected it was you. Lorelei's gaze turned cold. She represented the rules of the clock tower, and Heartless was the rulebreaker, the one who must be punished. It's an honor to be remembered by the current Bartholomew. Even with the highest echelon of modern magus focused on him, Heartless maintained his floral smile. Is that so? Then let me give you even more honor. The wand, resembling a teaching rod, was raised, with cyan currents and an icy killing intent swirling together. It's not good for young people to be so impatient. Velvet's deduction show isn't over yet. The most crucial part, why done it, hasn't been explained. I could explain it myself, but it's much more interesting to hear it from him, especially with such a well-prepared stage. Why commit the crime? What goal is worth the risk of committing such an act? Waver didn't make him or anyone else wait long and quickly answered. This incident is just a remnant, your real goal has already been achieved. Indeed, killing Trisha was to eliminate a contingency, and competing for the mystic eyes of transscience was merely an additional bonus. It was desirable but not essential. Heartless' goal had long been achieved. It all began 10 years ago, in 1994, during the Fourth Holy Grail War. At that time, the most brilliant figure in the clock tower, Lord Elmalloy, went to Fuyuki City in Japan, and didn't return for 3 years. Almost everyone believed he was dead. This event caught the attention of the Department of Astromancy, Marisbury Animusphere. To uncover the truth of the ritual, Marisbury commissioned someone to conduct a thorough investigation of the ritual in Fuyuki, that person being the then head of modern magecraft theory, Dr. Heartless. Heartless had a secret technique that allowed him to extract and keep others' heads alive, using their mystic eyes as his own. The headless serial killer case from 7 years ago was his effort to collect those heads with mystic eyes. Using the power accumulated from mystic eyes, Heartless conducted a detailed analysis of Fuyuki City's ley lines, and concluded that the Holy Grail War was incomplete, and could not become the so-called wish-granting device. Marisbury, aware of Heartless' abilities, did not doubt him. However, such a significant secret couldn't be shared with anyone, so neither Olga Marie nor Trisha knew about it, leading to the tragedy that befell Trisha. This event became a turning point in fate, a divergence in the world's timeline. Chapter 835, Chapter 835 Hephaestion. 1245 words. Parallel worlds hold infinite possibilities. Different choices made in the same event can give birth to an entirely new parallel world. For example, the Einsborn family's illegal summoning during the Third Holy Grail War, or Dr. Heartless' investigation results. If the investigation concluded that the Holy Grail and the Holy Grail War was truly a wish-granting device, Marisbury would have gone to Fuyuki City like Kenneth to participate in the Holy Grail War. The relic he would have used was one of the 10 rings that Solomon, the king of magecraft of Israel, received from God, a key figure in the decline of mystery. The combination of the Department of Astromancy, Marisbury, and the famous king of magecraft would have secured a decisive victory in the Holy Grail War. The wish they would have made before the Holy Grail would lead to the creation of Chaldea, ultimately igniting the fuse of the human order incineration. This would be the beginning of what we know as Fate/Grand Order. On the other hand, if the investigation result was that the Holy Grail was incomplete, and not a true wish-granting device, Marisbury would have abandoned the idea of participating in the war, Chaldea would never have been established, and the final fuse would have been snuffed out in 2015 with his suicide, preventing the human order incineration from ever occurring. This is the world line Shinji now finds himself in, and the last move Trisha left behind. Because of the detailed investigation, Olga Marie and Trisha were so familiar with the Holy Grail War, stringing together all the events that were shrouded in mist. While the investigation result disappointed Marisbury, Dr. Heartless himself found something intriguing during the investigation, the beginning of the ritual known as the Holy Grail War servant summoning, the great achievement of manifesting legends and myths in the modern era. This was Dr. Heartless's true objective. To achieve it, he stole Iskandar's relic and forced Waver to board the Mystic Eye collection train. The Mystic Eye collection train served as a link-A connection between the ley lines and the Greater Grail in the Far East. Waver and Iskandar's relics were the guarantees, fooling the Greater Grail into thinking it was activating the servant summoning ritual by using the identity of a past participant of the Holy Grail War. The moment the servant summoning was completed, his goal was achieved. Auctioning the Mystic Eye's transience, or disguising himself as calls to observe his successor up close was just for fun. Now, with his interest waned, Dr. Heartless no longer intended to continue. He gently placed Trisha's head by his feet, and raised his right hand straight. On the back of his hand was a strange red pattern, containing extraordinary mystery. Miss Adashino. Dispel the barrier. Seeing this pattern, Waver shouted in haste. However, Dr. Heartless' summoning was even quicker. By command spell, I order you. Come forth. The barrier of light set by Adashino instantly dissolved in the face of an even stronger light. In the center of the light, next to Dr. Heartless, appeared a woman. A true warrior could only be described as someone like her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and imposing. It wasn't just her height. Her natural posture, even when surrounded by enemies, made her seem even more formidable. Simple leather and metal armor wrapped around her slender body, with a straight sword at her waist that seemed just right for her. The well-tanned leather gauntlets didn't hinder her fingers' movement in the slightest. Her slightly wavy, mid-length hair had a single braid hanging down to her ankles. One of her eyes was as blue as the sea, while the other was as black as a raven's feather. A servant. To think he summoned a ghost liner. Olga Marie stumbled, Livia trembled, Adashino's calm facade was shattered for the first time, and even Lorelei wavered in the face of this woman's presence. Because of their families or affiliations, they all knew about the existence of servants, and had heard of their extraordinary strength, but hearing was different from witnessing. Many things and people can only be truly understood through personal experience. Her presence was unparalleled. It was a pressure comparable to the 27 dead apostle ancestors. It was a manifestation of mystery far beyond anything they had ever encountered. Even the Queen of the Clock Tower, the pinnacle of modern magi, had to be fully alert to face this formidable opponent. The female warrior who appeared out of nowhere leisurely turned her head to Dr. Heartless. I'm getting impatient, Master. Haha, my successor's words were so interesting that I lost track of time. The female warrior scoffed at him. Gray tightened her grip on Ad, her legs trembling uncontrollably, while Rodan, Leandra, and the acting manager all wore grave expressions as if facing a deadly foe. This wasn't the first time they had encountered this female warrior. On the evening of the second day after Waver boarded the train, they had fought her once, and were well aware of her strength. Even if the four of them worked together, Waver still ended up injured. Despite being the weakest among them, he was performing better than all the strong ones. He looked at the female warrior's face and spoke calmly. I've been wondering who you are, servant. I told you, I am Hephaestion, the female warrior replied impatiently. At that moment, a loud, exaggerated gasp. Did you say your name is Hephaestion? It was Shinji, who had somehow moved to Waver's side. Is there something wrong? The female warrior's voice grew colder, and the chilling gaze from her heterochromatic eyes was enough to freeze one's soul. In the West, such rare eyes were called heterochromia. Shinji's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by the warrior's intimidating presence. No, but he's a man. Who was Hephaestion? He was a famous warrior, commander, diplomat, and above all, Iskandar's closest confidant and dearest friend. Iskandar always led the charge, leaving Hephaestion to command the army in his place. Whenever Iskandar had to make a significant decision, he would consult Hephaestion to avoid mistakes. There are even legends that Hephaestion could share royal authority with the king. One legend tells of Iskandar entering the palace with his close friend after conquering Persia. Darius III's mother, unable to discern who the king was, knelt before Hephaestion. Under the royal standards of the time, such an action would typically lead to execution, but Iskandar merely laughed it off, saying, "He is also Iskandar." Their overly close relationship has sparked endless speculation throughout history, with many even considering Hephaestion to be Iskandar's male lover. "Are you really Hephaestion?" Sensing amusement in his words, the female warrior's eyes locked fiercely onto Shinji. With those words, the woman stepped forward. With astonishing speed, she closed the distance and drew her sword. Shinji still had no intention of wiping the smile from his face, and slowly raised his left hand. However, someone moved even faster than her. Accompanied by a whistling wind, a dark shadow intercepted the path of the sword. A loud clang echoed as metal collided. A black whip blocked the woman's sword. Lorelei had made her move. Her reason for doing so was simple. No one can act so arrogantly in front of Bartholomew. Bartholomew represents the law and governance of the clock tower. No magus can act recklessly in front of them, not even a servant. Chapter 836, Chapter 836, The Warrior's Smile. 1247 words. A sigh of admiration escaped her vibrant red lips. When describing a woman, people often use scents as metaphors like the fragrance of flowers, musk, or something else. This female servant was no different. She exuded the scent of iron. Not the unpleasant smell of rust, but a unique aroma, like that of a sword, a shield, or armor, a quality unique to those who thrive on the battlefield. Impressive. You faced me head-on. It seems you're a bit stronger than the Persian rabble. The female warrior smiled as she applied more pressure to her sword, causing the originally straight whip to bend under the force. But being slightly stronger than rabble makes you, at best, an elite rabble. Before she could finish, the whip suddenly recoiled. The flexible weapon deflected the warrior's sword, and the gust of wind it created scattered her long hair. Then you're just elite rabble yourself. Lorelei. Bartholomew, who had deftly counterattacked, taunted her as she shifted from defense to offense. So, this is all the great Macedonian hero Hephaestion is capable of. Or perhaps, you and your master are both fakers. As she spoke, the whip and the sword clashed over 10 times, the aftermath of their battle wreaking havoc on the auction hall. Fortunately, the acting manager made a quick decision to open the ceiling of the Mystic Eye collection train, otherwise, the surrounding valuable Mystic Eyes would have been affected. However, by doing so, an escape route for Hearthless was also opened. As starlight poured in, Waver turned to Shinji, who responded with a smile. "Don't worry, with me here, they won't escape. If anyone could leave in front of me, it would have to be Iskandar himself, and this woman doesn't measure up." Shinji's arrogant attitude completely infuriated the female warrior, and Lorelei suddenly felt immense pressure. It was an indescribable sensation. The strength transmitted through the sword hadn't changed, nor had the warrior used any magecraft or other mysteries. However, the aura this woman exuded while wielding her sword made Lorelei incredibly uncomfortable. It was as if what she held was not a sword, but something beyond a mere weapon. What's going on? Strange, isn't it? Even though your strength and magic are not inferior to mine, why is it so hard to fight? The female warrior, clearly perceiving Lorelei's confusion, let out a soft chuckle. Remember this, having combat skills doesn't make one a warrior. To be a warrior, you must meet the conditions in body, will, and soul. Your body and will are sufficient, but as long as you don't grasp the soul of a warrior, you'll remain stuck like this. It's a shame such great potential. If I were alive, I'd have taught you properly. The soul of a warrior. I don't need that, I'm a magus. Lorelei scoffed, and her whip sliced through the air, creating a vacuum, displaying the signature technique of the Bartholomew vacuum blade. With her current skill level, executing this technique with full force could split the entire train car lengthwise. The female warrior sighed regretfully, muttered a short incantation, and in a manner no one could understand, filled the vacuum. Then she blocked the whip's powerful strike with her sword once again. A hint of astonishment appeared on Lorelei's face. This woman, this sword-wielding woman who exuded the scent of iron, was also a highly skilled magus. Considering the era Hephaestion lived in, was she a magus from the age of gods? To modern magi, such an opponent would be the worst possible enemy. There's nothing to be surprised about. The female warrior no, the magus uttered another syllable, one that did not belong to the modern age, carrying immense power. With just one syllable, it brought pressure equivalent to that of her sword, forcing Lorelei to retreat. I am a magus too. But when I mentioned magus and warriors earlier, I wasn't talking about professions, but something more fundamental. Whether it's using a sword, magic, or anything else, it's all the same. My master is like that, and so are you. The others. Taking advantage of the time Lorelei spent regrouping, the strange bicolored eyes shifted their gaze to the back. During the battle, the magi had retreated to the connecting section of the train cars. Seemed to be the same. The current magi have fallen to such a degree, it's truly disgraceful. I agree with that sentiment. The only ones who didn't retreat, one human, and one true ancestor, were Matou, Shinji, and Arcuade, and it was Shinji who spoke. However, I need to correct 2 points. First, although the mainstream of the magical world is indeed disappointing, not all magi have fallen. The overworked middle-aged man you look down on and his students are examples of those who haven't fallen. It's not right to generalize. Second, the woman standing before you is not a warrior, nor does she need to grasp the soul of a warrior. She is the head of the Department of Policies, the queen who governs the clock tower. Her primary duty is to lead, not to fight. That's what warriors are for. The bicolored eyes revealed a hint of strangeness and scrutiny. Magus, your name. Head of the Department of Policies, Lorelei Bartholomew. Very well, then, Lorelei, let me see if you have what it takes to be a king. Lorelei raised an eyebrow, her amber eyes meeting the bicolored gaze head-on with an unyielding, commanding aura. Whether I do or not is none of your concern, and a faker like you has no right to judge. That response is unworthy. A true king would never fear anyone's scrutiny. As for my qualifications, you'll soon understand. With that, the female warrior swung her sword again. Lorelei didn't back down and struck with her whip. The crisp clash echoed, repeating the scene from the beginning of the battle. This time, however, instead of Lorelei standing in front of Shinji, it was Shinji who stood in front of Lorelei, wielding a black scythe, the scythe of the Grim Reaper, which he had just borrowed from Grey. Step aside, this is no place for you to interfere. The female servant roared, unleashing both her magical and physical strength simultaneously. Despite the overwhelming pressure far beyond human capabilities, Shinji remained unmoved, fully absorbing it and even finding the strength to respond. That's not right. Your target from the beginning was me. Strictly speaking, Lord Bartholomew was the one who intervened. The female servant wanted to retort, but suddenly felt her sword become heavier. The guy had pushed it back. Moreover, didn't you say you wanted to evaluate her qualities as a king? The quality of followers is also an important factor in judging a king. Compared to the long-handled scythe, a one-handed straight sword was not suited for contests of strength. Within a few breaths, the female servant found herself at a disadvantage. Shinji seized the opportunity and successfully forced her back using mana burst. I am one of the countless insignificant magi under her command, one of the rabble you mentioned. If you want to fight my queen, you'll have to defeat me first. Shinji slung the scythe over his shoulder with his right hand, while his left hand beckoned provocatively. A dark, joyous, and sinister smile spread across his face. Seeing this smile, the female servant's expression changed to first disbelief, then a smile full of iron and blood, identical to him. It was a smile unique to warriors. Chapter 837, Chapter 837, Interpreting the Warrior 1200 words, so there are real warriors out there after all. The female servant's voice carried both the coldness of iron and the fervor of flame. In that case, I can't treat you like just another foot soldier. Then, that coldness and fervor became reality, iron from the sword and fire from magic. This move alone would be enough to destroy 99% of modern magus. Of course, Shinji was not among that 99, but rather the remaining 1%. Such an attack wouldn't kill him, not even slow him down. Wielding the scyther, he charged forward, slicing through the flames and clashing fiercely with the female warrior's sword. At this moment, the woman who embodied both a warrior and a magus finally revealed her true power. Her sword was enchanted, and her physical strength, agility, reaction speed, everything was enhanced to the fullest. Moreover, various types of magecraft continually swirled around her, constantly unleashing different spells. These spells included direct attacks like fire and lightning, as well as indirect effects like weakening and slowing down, all of which worked in tandem with the straight sword in her hand to launch an all-encompassing assault on Shinji. In terms of pure swordsmanship or magical prowess, the woman wasn't particularly exceptional. Her swordsmanship wasn't on par with heroes like Siegfried, Artoria, or Lancelot, who were renowned for their sword skills. Her magecraft didn't surpass that of Semiramis, who had more than a passing understanding of the mystical arts. None of her skills reached the level of being inhuman, divine, or miraculous. But when she integrated these human-level skills and fused them into one, the combat strength she could display was in no way inferior to that of servants whose singular skills had transcended humanity. This was how the female servant, who called herself Hephaestion, fought by fusion. Her honed swordsmanship ensured she wouldn't easily lose against any warrior. Her versatile magecraft gave her the edge in a duel with other magus. When fused, these elements were like the perfect blend of tequila and Cointreau, complementing and enhancing each other, culminating in the creation of the world-famous cocktail, Margarita. She offered her interpretation of what it meant to be a warrior. You may not have extraordinary skills, and you may not possess superior attributes, but you must fully unleash everything you have, without holding anything back. Swordsmanship and magecraft conflict. You can't balance physical strength and magic power. Those are just excuses you make to justify your weakness. If you know you're weak but don't strive to improve, if you're aware of your flaws but don't try to fix them, then you don't deserve to call yourself a warrior. Once you choose the path of the warrior, you must fight against your enemies, but more importantly, against yourself. Only when you've given everything you have will you walk away from the battlefield alive. If you can't, then dying in defeat will leave no regrets. The female warrior's face, her sword, and her magecraft were all imbued with this unwavering belief this was her warrior's soul. It was precisely because Lorelei did not understand this that she was restricted in her battle against the female servant. It wasn't an issue of skill or ability but a difference in mindset. Now this warrior's soul, along with the female servant's entire being, enveloped Shinji. Indeed, even though it was a one-on-one fight, the female servant managed to make it feel like she was surrounding him. Her sword was in front, her magecraft was at his back. Magecraft attacked from below, while the sword came from above. Magecraft assaulted him from both front and back, while swordsmanship flanked him from left and right. As the attacks grew faster and more complex, Shinji couldn't even comprehend how a single sword was managing to flank him from both sides. Reversing his grip on the scythe, he used the handle to protect the back of his head, and the blade to block the attack from the right. At the same time, he raised his left hand, using the divine gunblade installed on his left arm to fend off the attack from the left. Then, he took the fire magecraft head-on with his chest. The power of Age of Gods level magecraft far surpassed that of modern-day spells. Even though Shinji's magic resistance was comparable to a C-rank magic resistance, it still wasn't enough to fully block the attack, and he was blasted away, nearly flying out of the unshielded train car. Waver cried out. Lorelei's right hand gripped the handle of her magic whip so tightly that the contact points between her fingers and the leather turned white. Only Arcuade, with her carefree attitude, continued to snack, seemingly unconcerned. In truth, there was no need to worry. Shinji, who had stopped himself at the edge of the train, showed no signs of being overwhelmed or anxious. Instead, he laughed. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. So there's a way like this. I owe you my thanks, warrior who calls herself Hephaestion. Why thank me? Asked the female servant, who had not pursued her attack after being interrupted by him. Because you've opened a new door for me. You've shown me the path I should take. Now, at last, I can see it the hope of challenging her. His sure show, scat hack. Defeating her was the ultimate goal of Shinji's life. However, until just now, Shinji had seen no hope. An incomplete third magic, a jumbled mix of martial techniques that fell short of mastery, rune magic that barely reached a high level, and the power of all generations stemming from his origin. Though each of these would be enough to serve as an heirloom in the world of mysticism, they were still far from sufficient to defeat the queen who had slain gods and stood at the pinnacle of human history. Scathach had reached the dual peaks of warrior and magus, possessed the wisdom of Duanscath obtained from being outside the world, an eternal body that countless curses couldn't kill, and had accumulated millennia of training. The gap between them was despairingly vast. Countless simulations, countless calculations, every conclusion pointed to one possibility. Only by completing the third magic could he have a chance at defeating Scathach. But the task of completing the third magic might be even more challenging than defeating Scathach herself. After all, in history, only one person had ever completed the third magic, while those on Scathach's level were not as rare. Although Shinji was recognized by Zelrich as the person closest to achieving the third magic, being close was not the same as completion. 100% and 99% are only 1% apart, but that 1% marks a qualitative difference, a gap greater than that between human limitations and the inhuman. But now things were different. Shinji had found a way to reach that peak from the battle just now. He had learned to fuse everything in his life, his strengths, his weaknesses, everything that was part of him, and unleash it all together. It's you, the whole person, who fights, not just a fragment of you. Use your entire being to fight. Use every aspect of your existence. Such brilliance cannot be ignored by anyone. Chapter 838, Chapter 838. The True Identity of the Female Warrior. 1104 words. Next, I will use all the power I've accumulated as a token of my gratitude to you. With a smile, Shinji pulled off his already tattered shirt, revealing a physique that was not overly muscular but explosively powerful, like that of a cheetah. In an instant, everyone felt that Shinji before them had transformed. Though he had the terrifying achievement of killing the 27 dead apostle ancestors, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him beyond his handsome appearance and slightly arrogant attitude. When he wasn't speaking, people's attention would naturally gravitate towards Arcuade, Lorelei, or the female warrior, subconsciously ignoring him by their side. Now, however, though he remained the same, the presence emanating from him overshadowed that of the three women, who had long surpassed the realm of the ordinary, like a fearsome prehistoric beast awakening from slumber and showing its might. This was the aura befitting a warrior, who had annihilated the 27 ancestors. Sensing this aura, the female warrior raised her sword to her chest in a warrior's salute, her voice solemn as she asked, "State your name." "It is an honor due to any warrior." Shinji returned the salute with the etiquette of a polearm wielder but shook his head. "I refuse because you haven't told me your true name. You treat me with the courtesy of a warrior, so I must reciprocate. This is a tradition passed down from Scathach. Conversely, since you hide your true name, I will not honor the warrior's code by revealing mine." Before the battle, if Shinji had said this, the female warrior would have considered it an insult, and would have cut him down without hesitation. But now, facing a fellow warrior qualified to converse with her as an equal, she did not do so, for it would be an insult to both herself and the other. The female warrior hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Why do you think I am not Hephaestion?" Iskandar, the king of conquerors, led many heroes, among whom 7 were the most famous and trusted, known in later generations as the Ionian Companions. I once saw the Ionian Companions from a distance. Although I couldn't match names to faces, I'm sure that you weren't among them because they were all men. Even without considering the script, Shinji was certain. These 7 were the closest to Iskandar in the king's army, and dressed differently from the other warriors around them. If they weren't the 7 companions, who else could they be? Hearing Shinji's response, the female warrior was silent for a few seconds before answering, "I did not lie. Hephaestion is indeed my name." Mid-sentence, something occurred to Shinji, and his expression turned strange. Could it be that you're actually a man, and just changed your gender in the modern era? Whoa, I've heard that the customs of Macedon were rather bold. A flash of anger passed through the female warrior's heterochromatic eyes. I didn't change my gender, nor have I heard of a heroic spirit being able to do so. That just shows your ignorance. The famous artist Da Vinci manifested as the image of Mona Lisa. The reason was that he believed it represented the ultimate beauty, a body befitting his genius. It seemed like they had just heard something incredible by the reactions of the spectators. Could such a person exist? The female warrior showed an expression of disbelief, but shook her head in denial. I have never changed my gender, this is how I was in life. I think I know who you are. From the crowd of onlookers, a voice spoke out, and Waver emerged. You're not Hephaestion. Perhaps you used that name, but you're not him, at least not from the summoning. Then, who do you think I am? The female servant's body trembled slightly. She coldly asked in a somber tone. I once summoned Iskandar in the Holy Grail War. However, his appearance did not match the legend. According to the legend, Iskandar was short in stature, but the one who appeared before us was a towering giant over 2 meters tall. Even if he wasn't like that in his youth, his hair and eye color were crimson, a far cry from the legend. The records state that Iskandar's hair was either golden or black, and his eyes were described as one as deep as the night sky, the other a heterochromatic eye reflecting the blue sky, heterochromia. That isn't. Beside Waver, Gray gasped in shock. Exactly, that's who this woman is. In the summoning, you should be called Iskandar. That relic couldn't have summoned any other heroic spirit. However, due to the summoning class, what was summoned was a being that resembled, yet was not truly, Iskandar. It's only natural that such a being would appear alongside ancient royals associated with assassination and war. Waver adjusted his glasses and pointed at the female servant. You are the king's shadow, Iskandar's body double. The term shadow warrior comes from Japan. In the Warring States period, life was as fragile as a dream, and the life and death of a feudal lord could affect the survival of his entire clan. Therefore, lords would find people who resembled them to act as their doubles, ensuring their safety. These doubles were called shadow warriors. Of course, such beings have existed throughout history, from east to west. Many historical figures had shadow warriors, and many artistic creations were inspired by this concept. The Iskandar of the Tight Moon world also had such a shadow warrior, but it wasn't by his own will. A king as bold, generous, and straightforward as him, living more vividly than anyone else, would never have chosen to have a shadow warrior take on his dangers. It was all orchestrated by Iskandar's mother, Olympias. She was a terrifying woman, an ambitious schemer, an unfathomable sorceress, a femme fatale with many similarities to Morgan and Semiramis. Before marrying Philip II of Macedon, this woman had planned everything. First, by some unknown means, she borrowed the seed of Zeus, the king of gods from Greek mythology, whose morals were utterly depraved, and conceived the child who would later become the king of conquerors, Alexander the Great, Iskandar. After conceiving Iskandar, Olympias began to create a divine image for him using Zeus's name. She ingrained the impression of a divine child, and a natural-born king in people's minds before his birth. After he was born, she began teaching him the ways of kingship, molding him into an unparalleled ruler. Moreover, Olympias secretly prepared trusted aides for Iskandar. For this purpose, she chose a pair of twins. Chapter 839, Chapter 839, The True Form of Iskandar. 1,004 words to be precise, they were fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. The boy was raised to become a future general, the most loyal subordinate of Iskandar, a sword that could pierce through any enemy. The girl, on the other hand, was trained as a magus, destined to be Iskandar's shadow, a perfect shield that would bear all harm for him. The boy would become Iskandar's most trusted lieutenant, Hephaestion. The girl was the female warrior standing before them, who lived her life without a name. In philosophy, a name is a symbol of self. In the concept of mysticism, a name is intimately linked to a person's fate. They influence each other, cause and effect intertwined. In the mystical world, allowing someone to know your personal information, including your name, is taboo. In some special rituals, just knowing someone's name can increase the precision of a curse dozens of times. A name grants selfhood and an independent destiny. Only by remaining nameless could she fully become the Shadow Warrior, merging her fate with her master's, protecting Iskandar from all the harm and curses directed at him. Of course, this anonymity could be inconvenient. Humans are accustomed to calling each other by name, and it would be difficult to communicate without one. Therefore, when necessary, the Shadow Warrior would borrow her brother's name. Olympias, considering this, gave Hephaestion a somewhat unusual name for that time. According to Greek customs, boys were usually named Hephaestus, not the derivative Hephaestion. It was a name that could be used by either gender. Historically, there was even an Amazonian queen named Hephaestion. Furthermore, the name Hephaestion had another meaning. At the time it meant offering to the gods. But to whom was this offering made? It was not to Zeus, the king of the gods, who had gradually become more distant from human affairs. Instead, it was Zeus's divine son, Iskandar, who inherited the god-king's noble bloodline. With this, everything made sense. From the moment Olympias set her sights on the twins, their destinies were bound to Iskandar's, dedicating their lives to him. Indeed, they both fulfilled this fate. Iskandar died at just 33 years old, and the siblings died even earlier. The secret was unveiled, dissected with the precision of a scalpel, by the pair of eyes of discernment that had instilled fear in countless magus. Through various clues and hints, combined with his investigation and imagination regarding Iskandar, Waver had completely unraveled the secret that the Shadow Warrior had guarded her entire life, a secret never recorded in official or unofficial histories. As the evaluation in the Department of Policies noted about him, a disassembler, the highest level problem child, an anomaly in the realm of magecraft. But isn't it strange? A stand-in and a Shadow Warrior shouldn't look completely different. Gray couldn't help but ask after hearing Waver's analysis. Whether in novels or movies, the first standard for a Shadow Warrior is resemblance. Iskandar and the nameless female warrior differed in appearance and gender, making them easy to distinguish at a glance. How could she serve as a Shadow Warrior? A Shadow Warrior doesn't need to look identical, especially in ancient times when there were no photographs. If the ruler's appearance wasn't widely known, who could tell which was real? A little information manipulation, and it's easy to blur the truth. The historical descriptions of Iskandar's appearance already suggest that she or Olympia successfully manipulated the information. Besides, she probably wasn't a Shadow Warrior in the conventional sense, but rather something akin to the substitute king of ancient Mesopotamia, someone unrelated to the royal bloodline who was placed on the throne to avoid an omen, only to be killed once the disaster had passed. Hey, what are you doing? The female warrior's voice suddenly interrupted him. Waver's reasoning, like his lectures, held an irresistible charm, and everyone present was quietly listening, including the female warrior and Heartless. The only exception was Shinji, who, while leaning on his scythe, projected an image with his free hand. The towering figure, the bulging muscles, the dense body hair, there was no mistaking it. Both the Shadow Warrior and Waver were familiar with the image of the conqueror, Iskandar. Shinji didn't rush to answer. Instead, he raised the image, overlapping Iskandar's figure with that of the Shadow Warrior, before finally speaking. They might have looked quite similar before they matured. Hey, are you blind? How could that woman and this big guy possibly resemble each other? The scythe's blade blinked and a mocking voice emerged. There's an old saying, a girl changes a lot in her teens, meaning that girls often look very different as they grow up. The same goes for boys. Give me a moment. As he spoke, Shinji began tweaking the image, altering Iskandar's appearance bit by bit, as if he were customizing a character. Soon, the massive figure started to shrink, the solid muscles softened, and eventually, an exceptionally handsome young man appeared, one whose looks could rival any of the women present. Shinji then smoothed out the young man's facial hair and lengthened his red hair, braiding it into a long, thick braid that draped over his chest, similar to that of the Shadow Warrior. Now, what do you see? The onlookers were stunned. Ad, closest to them, was especially taken aback, his gaze darting back and forth between the Shadow Warrior and the young man in the image. Is this possible? But how did you even manage to do this? Shinji snorted through his nose, speaking in a tone far too weary for someone his age. I only know a little bit. The masters of this craft could transform even the ugliest woman into the goddess Venus. Sigh, I've had my fair share of experiences. The desire for beauty is universal. In this appearance-obsessed world, beauty is a VIP pass, granting privileges in social interactions, job hunts, and relationships. When he said, I've had my fair share of experiences, each word carried a deep, personal story behind it. Chapter 840, The Enchanted Eyes of Gold and Silver. 1073 words. Heartless, a master of transformation techniques, was amazed. Did Iskandar look like that in his youth? From what I can see, such a transformation defies the natural laws of human growth. His skeletal structure and muscles couldn't possibly undergo such extreme changes. This question echoed in the minds of many. Almost all magi frequently deal with the human body, and have a level of understanding of human anatomy that rivals that of professional doctors. While it might be possible for someone like Waver to grow 30 centimeters, from 157 to 186, within a few years, it would be impossible for him to increase his muscle mass by 30 centimeters in width. Impossible for a human, yes, but not when you factor in the mystical, Shinji said nonchalantly. Waver, do you remember what Iskandar's innate abilities were? Of course, leadership, military strategy, divinity. Waver realized at once. Divinity was a power that transcended physical laws, making all sorts of extraordinary things possible. That's right, divinity. Divinity is a characteristic of gods, a remnant of the laws that governed humanity in the age of gods. Those with divinity possess various miraculous powers. The higher the level, the more their physical nature mixes with divine blood, and the stronger the power becomes. Iskandar's divinity is rated at C, deriving from Zeus, granting him the power of Zeus's lightning. One interesting aspect of Zeus's divinity is that the more he uses his lightning, the stronger his physical body becomes, and the more his divinity increases, allowing his body to grow. Shinji didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he was implying. Iskandar spent his entire life in battle, so it's unlikely that he would have left such a powerful ability like thunder unused. The more he used it, the stronger his body became, eventually transforming a beautiful youth into a burly muscle-bound warrior, a figure more in line with the Conqueror King's image, though the former might have been more aesthetically pleasing. So, if Iskandar didn't use his divinity, would he have looked like her? Luvia asked. Excluding female characteristics, it wouldn't be too different, Shinji nodded. Even though physical resemblance wasn't a requirement for a magical shadow warrior, Olympia, being the shrewd woman she was, wouldn't have left such a glaring flaw. True, the ancient world lacked our modern advanced technology, but magecraft could easily make two people look alike, similar to Dr. Heartless's spirit possession. Moreover, I have another theory. Iskandar might have done it on purpose. That man valued the bonds between his retainers more than anything else, and such a person would never allow a woman to sacrifice her life as his shield. The greater the difference in appearance, the more likely it was that her identity as a shadow warrior would be exposed, allowing her to shed that role. He probably didn't want her to be a shadow warrior from the start. So is that the case? Heartless turned to his servant. Yes, that king was always like that. The shadow warrior spoke with a voice heavy with emotion, like water boiling beneath a layer of ice. He said he would give me a name, that he would make me a bodyguard or a magus, but I refused, so I. The female warrior, struggling with deep emotions, hesitated to finish her sentence, but Waver didn't let her off the hook, driving the final blade into the dissection started by Shinji's theory. And that's why you're not an Ionioi Hitairoi. Shut up. The female servant's face flushed with anger as she slashed her blade, crackling with lethal intent and terrifying thunder, toward Waver. At the same time, a dark shadow flashed by and Shinji, wielding the scythe, blocked the attack in front of Waver. The sound of a scythe clashing with a sword rang out, not once, but many times, so fast that it seemed like one continuous sound. Visible shockwaves erupted, ravaging the floor of the carriage. Professor Velvet, please continue. She won't harm you while I'm here. Lorelei moved to Waver's side, casually flicking her short whip to dispel the encroaching shockwaves. The queen might lack a warrior's soul, but she certainly didn't lack a ruler's composure. Even though Waver had been getting close to the rival faction of Bartholomew in recent times, she wouldn't stand idly by while this teacher, who had brought a new breeze to the clock tower, was harmed. "Thank you," Waver said softly, then shouted, "The king said he would give you a name, didn't he? If he said that, it meant he couldn't bear your situation. He couldn't allow you to be treated like a tool without a name. But you refused because you thought that would prevent you from being his double. Yes, you are undoubtedly one of the king's most precious loyal retainers. But despite that, you're not part of Ionioi Hetairoi because Ionioi Hetairoi was the embodiment of his Kondar's bonds with his retainers. All who followed him and recognized him as their king would respond to his summons and stand by his side. It was the Conqueror King's greatest pride and trump card, and both Waver and Shinji had witnessed its brilliance. Given the relationship between the Shadow Warrior and the king, she should have been by his side, in the closest place to him. But Waver, who had etched that vast sandy battlefield into his heart, knew that she wasn't there. He had wondered about this for some time, but now he understood. "I told you to shut up." The first command was an angry shout at Waver, while the second used a mysterious power directed at Shinji, who had blocked her path. This power came from the Shadow Warrior's eyes, the enchanted eyes of gold and silver. Heterochromia has always been a classic characteristic of mystic eyes, and the Shadow Warrior was no exception. Her left eye was pitch black, like a black hole, as if it could suck in a person's soul. Her right eye was a deep blue, like the sky, carrying an overwhelming, irresistible pressure. When combined, they imposed a compulsory command on the target. This noble color's mystic eye was the Shadow Warrior's mystic eyes. The reason Waver had been injured on the second evening, after boarding the train, was that the Shadow Warrior had used it to control Grey, catching the two of them off guard. Now, this power was being directed at Shinji. Chapter 841. Chapter 841. Throwing a woman 1285 words. Shinji's movements suddenly stopped, as if he had lost all momentum, standing frozen in place. The compelling power of the gold and silver mystic eyes was akin to a command spell. The simpler the command and the clearer the target, the stronger its force. The order from the Shadow Servant to stop was as simple and direct as it could get. Originating from humanity's primordial senses, the mystic power from the gold and silver eyes, an elevated form of sight and being seen, bound Shinji's body. He couldn't move forward or backward, immobilized in place. High-level mystic eyes possess such overwhelming power that many desire them. The Shadow Servant's timing in using these eyes was masterful, striking at the critical moment when Waver was dissecting the situation. Just as everyone assumed she was merely enraged and had lost her mind, the command was subtly slipped into her furious shout, catching even those previously duped, like Grey and Waver, off guard, not to mention everyone else. By the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. The Shadow Servant's sword was less than 3 centimeters from Shinji's neck, and all the powerful onlookers could only watch, unable even to shout a warning. The sword drew closer. 1 seconds. 0.1 seconds. Or perhaps even less. Within a fraction of a second, the straight sword, wielded with the full force of the female servant, would cut his throat and sever his head. But at the last possible moment, Shinji's body suddenly leaned backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, almost grazing the sword's edge. The Shadow Servant's heterochromatic eyes contracted sharply, her instinct urging her to stop, but it was too late. To ensure the enemy's death and immediately take down the detestable jester afterward, she had put her full strength into that strike. Her target had always been Waver, whom she despised the most. Gloomy and eccentric. Unable to wake up early. Spending all day with musty old books. Always subservient yet somehow arrogant. With a face that seemed destined for hardship, yet when she looked back, he was the most disruptive one. At first glance at Waver, she made this judgment, because during her lifetime, or rather, in Iskandar's company, there was someone just like that. That person was Omens, who once served as Iskandar's secretary, and was one of the Shadow Servant's most frequent contacts. In her words, so annoying. It's infuriating. Just looking at omens was tiresome enough, and now, in this era, I have to keep seeing that face. But she wasn't unreasonable. As the shadow servant of a king, she often handled state affairs and met with vassals, not neglecting talents out of mere whim. Although she disliked Waver, if he had shown enough strength, she would have acknowledged him. Unfortunately, Waver had not. His performance during their first meeting was utterly disappointing, filling her with rage. He's supposed to be someone who follows the king, so I thought he'd be some kind of impressive magus. But he's nothing more than a useless nobody. Not even close to omens. Not by a long shot. Although I didn't expect him to have the wisdom of an Ammonius priest or Aristotle, this kind of brain isn't even fit to be fed to monkeys. Her anger led her to attack Waver, as she did now. After only spending about half a month with the king, this fool dared to shamelessly and arrogantly claim to follow him. The audacity had limits. She had to kill him. Even though the enemies had the advantage in numbers, even with powerful figures like Lorelei, Matou, Shinji, and even an unfathomable presence she couldn't understand, she wasn't afraid. She was a warrior who had fought countless battles alongside the greatest conqueror king, Iskandar, and had slain too many formidable enemies to count. She wouldn't fear these fragile flowers of peace. This was the confidence of a warrior who had walked through mountains of corpses, but it was also her downfall. Indeed, there is no comparison between the people of wartime and peacetime. The former has experienced trials far beyond the latter's imagination. However, there are always exceptions. Every era produces its share of outliers. In wartime, some well-protected noble ladies know nothing, and in peacetime, there are freaks like Matou Shinji, who specializes in battling servants and old monsters, with a wealth of combat experience that's absurd. The moment Shinji felt the compelling force, he found a way to resist by using his magic resistance and willpower. Servants with strong enough magic resistance can resist a command spell, and heroes with enough willpower can delay its effects. Astolfo endured several days of torture under Selenite by relying on magic resistance and willpower, eventually holding out until Shinji's rescue. Although Shinji's magic resistance wasn't as strong as Astolfo's, his willpower, honed by stepping into the realm of the third magic and helping Arcuade resist her vampiric impulses, was unparalleled. The pause lasted only a moment, everything that followed was a feint to deceive the enemy. The goal was to exploit the moment when the shadow servant's attack missed, leaving her defenseless. With a sudden twist of his wrist, Shinji hurled the scythe in his hand, striking the female warrior in the abdomen. Immediately afterward, he reached out with both hands, one gripping her arm, and the other seizing her belt, slamming her hard into the ground, dazing her. Without giving her time to recover, Shinji lifted her off the ground, slammed her down on the other side, then lifted and slammed her repeatedly, continuing until he heard the sound of several bones breaking. Only then did he toss her toward Heartless, standing opposite, like a discarded rag doll. Heartless quickly stepped aside, his overly handsome face now wearing only a wry smile. "Don't you think you were a bit too harsh? That's not how you win over girls." "She's not a girl, she's a warrior," Shinji shook his head. "A warrior on the battlefield faces only life or death, victory or defeat. Just like how she tried to trap me with her mystic eyes. If I didn't have a way to counter it, I would die. The same applies to her." Of course, despite his words, Shinji secretly glanced back at the women behind him. Arcuade was still as carefree as ever, Lorelei remained stoic, Adashino looked thoughtful, with her arms crossed, Luvia and Fiori whispered to each other, their expressions strange. However, Yvette and Olga Marie's faces had turned a bit pale, seemingly frightened. The closest ones showed calmness, those with some connection reacted decently, and the irrelevant ones could be ignored. Good, it seemed he hadn't made a bad impression. As for the men, they didn't matter at all. As for the throne shadow servant, her reaction fully demonstrated her maturity as a warrior. She leaned against the wall, using her sword for support, standing up and honestly admitting her defeat. "I was careless, outmatched. I didn't expect anyone would still use Pancration, a move that once it grabs hold, will destroy completely. Its reputation is well deserved. You flatter me. I'm far from a true master, Shinji said, bumping his fists together. His standard for mastery was Chiron and Achilles, and compared to those divine-level experts, he was indeed far behind. I'm sorry, master, I've lost. The shadow servant then apologized to Heartless, who shook his head. It's not your fault. It was my insistence on staying here. Shinji ignored the mutual reassurances between master and servant, turning his head to look at Waver. You can continue now. Waver didn't hesitate, nodding before speaking. You're not in the Ionioi Hetairoi because you refused the king's call. You loathe the Ionioi Hetairoi. Chapter 842. Chapter 842. A Broken Mindset 17:02 words. No one would have imagined that Iskandar's shadow warrior, the one who shared the king's destiny, his most trusted and loyal confidant, would reject the Ionioi Hetairoi and once harbor hatred for the king's greatest pride in life. This equates to denying the very way of life and existence of the king she had sworn loyalty to. Yet, this is the reality. Even the one who conquered countless heroes could not unify all hearts and wills. Perhaps he could in life, but after death, when the Holy Grail endowed him with the knowledge of both modern times and history, it's hard to say, especially considering everything that transpired after Iskandar's death. Looking back at world history, Iskandar's final moments were clear. After the ultimate failure of his grand campaign, just before succumbing to fever, the king left behind the words, "Let the strongest inherit the throne." Though his true intentions remain unknown, those words completely extinguished the legacy he had fought his whole life to build. To become the strongest, to seize that supreme position, Iskandar's subordinates went mad. Capable generals turned their blades against one another, and even Olympias, grieving the loss of her son, refused to remain idle. The vast empire, whose territorial expanse was a source of pride in human history, swiftly fractured and crumbled. The comrades who once aimed for the fabled ends of the earth forgot that absurd fantasy, and engaged in blood-soaked battles, a struggle that their descendants continued, a conflict known as the Wars of the Diadochia. This war spanned over a century, nearly wiping out all who claimed the right to succeed, and in the end, most of that vast territory fell into Roman hands. Iskandar lived his life in a dream, only to find that at its end lay such a tragic outcome. When the shadow warrior died, Iskandar was still alive, so she never witnessed such a miserable conclusion, nor did she know that the earth was round, and that the fabled ends of the earth did not exist. But upon being revived with knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, her mindset completely shattered. In life, her loyalty to the King of Conquerors and her trust in those comrades was immense. Now that loyalty and trust had turned into a profound hatred. Yes, I hate the Ionioi Hetairoi. Even though severely injured by Shinji, struggling to stay standing, the shadow warrior still exuded a terrifying aura. I hate those fools who destroyed everything the king accomplished, and I hate those who would still try to join them. I also despise Olympias, who taught me magecraft and tried to manipulate the king. And even my brother, who knew the outcome and still fraternized with those fools. Even if the king could accept it, she could not. Even if the king could forgive, she could not. Her near-pathological rage was ignited by tens of thousands of the king's subordinates. Perhaps it even included the king himself, who had forgiven them. The shadow warrior's anger was so terrifying that it almost became tangible, capable of setting the entire train car ablaze. But amid this blazing fury, Waver suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. His shoulders shook as he laughed inappropriately, ignoring the pressure emanating from her anger. What's so funny? Nothing, it's just so typical of him. A king who forces tens of thousands of soldiers on such a grand campaign, yet still manages to form bonds with them, but also manages to anger his shadow warrior to the point where she doesn't even want to deal with him anymore. That guy was always one step behind, wasn't he? Maybe he never had any real talent to begin with. At the end of his laughter, Waver lowered his head and softly said, "Thank you." He said this to the shadow warrior who had always looked down on him, and had wanted to kill him. I've been thinking. Not a day in the last 10 years has passed without worry. Even if I wanted to follow in his footsteps to the place I should reach, I didn't know what I could do. After all, I'm an irredeemable mediocrity, never destined to be a heroic spirit. Only my students have grown, while I can only watch helplessly as talent takes flight. It was as if he had been carrying a heavy burden for 10 years, compressed all this time. But now, at last, it could be released. But now I can hold my head high and say it. No matter where we meet again, without a doubt, I can proudly boast to him. He'd probably allow it no matter how many times I repeat it. If my rationality doesn't allow me to sound like a broken record, then I can always drink a little. Ah, I never dreamed you would give me this chance. I must thank you properly. What are you? Oh, just that. Waver nodded as if it was the most natural thing in the world and then continued. I took revenge on your beloved general on another version of you. If I tell him that, I'm sure he'll laugh his head off too. Everyone fell silent. Hearing his audacious words and seeing his unwavering demeanor in the face of fury, no one could remain indifferent. There are people who, even without the strength to fight, can still shine with a brilliant radiance. There are people who, despite their weaknesses, can still accomplish earth-shattering feats. At this moment, everyone naturally believed that Waver and that King were meant to meet again, that the King should witness them, and Waver had become a stubbornness that, though almost laughable, was even more admirable. The Shadow Warrior was stunned as if mesmerized by a mystic eye. Waver's declaration hit her soul like a great magecraft beyond the capabilities of modern magi. Do you intend to defeat me? Regaining her senses, her anger reignited, this time not at the foolish king and his foolish subordinates, but at Waver himself. Do you think these injuries are enough to defeat me? Listen up, the men with the soul of a warrior, and all of you. As long as a warrior still stands, they will continue to fight. The female warrior raised her trembling sword, her stance as if to tear the sky apart. No, her rising magical energy had already torn through the sky. This is bad. Realizing the danger, Lorelei and Grey rushed forward to stop the rampaging female warrior, but before they could move, the sword, charged with immense magical energy, was already swinging down. A flash lit up the night, and something beyond reason appeared in the void, pushing aside the air, and creating a tremendous shockwave that descended upon the train car below, crashing down upon the people inside. Lorelei lashed out with her short whip toward the sky. Her magic circuits roared with terrifying intensity, amplified by the nearly 2,000 years of mystery accumulated by the Bartholomew family. It was a vacuum magic powerful enough to demolish city walls, a mark of strength even in the age of gods. Yet, this mighty magecraft could not stop the threat descending from the sky. After breaking through the shockwave, it was nullified by the falling lightning. Dense bolts of lightning descended from the dark clouds, striking around the armored woman, and blessing her. At the center of the lightning was a chariot, a crystallization of faith formed by transcending time and space, a noble phantasm. The Shadow Warrior's noble phantasm was a chariot, very similar to Iskandar's gorgeous wheel, a rough yet classic two-horse chariot, a symbol of devastation on the battlefield. However, the chariot was not pulled by the divine bulls symbolizing Zeus's power, but by two skeletal dragons. Of course, these were not true dragons but wyverns, a subspecies of dragons. Originating from the dragon serpent worship in Dionysian beliefs, they were often driven by witches and magi in ancient Greece. It is said that Medea once used such a dragon chariot as transportation, and the Shadow Warrior, who had been a disciple of Olympias, was well versed in such arts. From the chariot's identical appearance to the gorgeous wheel, it's not hard to infer that the female servant charioteer once drove the chariot under Iskandar's name, rampaging across battlefields. However, she was not a child of Zeus, unable to command beasts related to Zeus, and so had to use magecraft as a substitute to drive the chariot. Even though wyverns fall far short of true dragons, they are still powerful symbols as fantasy creatures. Every step of the skeletal dragons pulling the chariot burst with lightning, erupting with a power comparable to the earlier falling lightning. If an ordinary magus were struck by this lightning, they would be reduced to a pile of charred remains. Even Lorelei didn't want to test what it felt like to be hit by the lightning, repeatedly unleashing vacuum magic to counter it. Though she was able to prevent the lightning from striking for the moment, everyone knew it was only temporary because lightning was just part of the chariot's power. The chariot's greatest strength was in a head-on charge. The female warrior leaped onto the chariot and said to Heartless, "Forgive me, master. This time I intended to serve you faithfully, but I cannot ignore such provocations." Sigh, sigh. The red-haired magus let out an exaggerated sigh. The blue suit he wore fluttered in the roof's howling wind, and his sigh was scattered into the darkness. "I anticipated things might turn out this way, so I tried to stop you before. But there's no helping it now. Fortunately, I wasn't unprepared either, so let's make a grand spectacle out of this." Heartless wore an innocent smile as he gently placed his hand over his left chest. "Turn around, my heart. Lorelei is a powerful being on the level of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, but only when fully prepared. She didn't expect so much trouble on this trip, and didn't bring the various mystic code of the Bartholomew family, so the pressure of opposing a noble phantasm is still too much for her." Chapter 843, Chapter 843, Tear it apart. 1359 words, turn around, my heart. It was an ordinary phrase, spoken without any particular emphasis, but when it came out of Heartless' mouth, it turned into a melody. In an instant, everyone felt a strong sense of dissonance, as if the world had been turned upside down, making them feel nauseous. The source of the discomfort was soon identified. In the direction the train was heading, something appeared, something as formidable as a bipedal dragon. Arcuade, who had been either eating or daydreaming, twitched her nose, jumped onto the adjacent carriage and looked into the distance. A new vampire scent. It's somewhat similar to Inash, but not quite, as expected of the true ancestors' princess, you can sense it from so far away. Heartless slightly smiled and nodded. "It's not Inash, whom you defeated, it's its offspring or perhaps a remnant, commonly called the child of Inash. Didn't you find it odd how easily the last one disappeared? Even if it's just a child, it's still a descendant of a great mystery. To be defeated so easily is indeed shameful." As he spoke, the train continued to move forward. With the decreasing distance, the presence obstructing the train became increasingly clear, so much so that everyone could feel its nauseating power swelling. This was the contingency plan Heartless had prepared, a crucial part of his heroic spirit-summoning plan, the Child of Inash. Heartless had placed it in the path of the Mystic Eyes collection train, creating a massive distortion that connected with the Holy Grail in Fuyuki. Unlike Inash's main body, this forest was not black or red but pure white, the color of ice and frost, indicating its evolutionary direction. On the second day of Waver's attack, the train encountered this frosty forest, and Waver's closest friend Melvin arrived just then, using the same method as Lorelei by private helicopter. Unfortunately, the helicopter flew too low and was captured by the forest, nearly freezing Melvin to death. Fortunately, he crashed close to the train and was quickly found. Otherwise, Waver might have painfully lost his friend. Thanks to the efforts of Gray and others, the train successfully left, and the Child of Inash was destroyed, or so they thought. I secretly retrieved the core of the injured Child of Inash and sealed it in an imaginary pocket. I just released it in the path of the train. Although I'm not an imaginary attribute, I can still do something similar as the price for this heart. Heartless had his heart stolen by a fairy, and in exchange, he gained privileges surpassing magecraft, which gave him the confidence to face even the strongest without flinching. No matter what, it's a tenacious dead apostle. The more injured it is, the more it seeks a powerful opponent to replenish itself. Before his voice fell, a huge sound came from the silent forest. The frost-covered forest began to change its original form, starting to expand. The once rigid branches became soft, like tentacles, still wrapped in a layer of ice. But from the bark it was clear that the pulsing red substance, like blood, was the Child of Inash in its newly evolved state, pushed to its limits by severe injuries. Unlike before, the current Child of Inash has never been so hungry. Now tell me, where is the most abundant source of magic in the area? This question was unnecessary. It was right under their feet, the Mystic Eyes collection train they were on. Heartless showed a satisfied smile, but in the next second, that smile froze on his face because of a single sentence from Shinji. If Inash's gone, its child will do. Arcuade, tear it apart. Oh, finally, it's my turn. Arcuade stretched towards the approaching branches, her curves beautifully extending, but what emerged from beneath them was a terrifying power far surpassing that of humans. Her hands, more delicate than a human's, effortlessly tore apart the nearest branches into two pieces, literally tore them. Having promised to tear, the princess kept her word. And this was just the beginning. From the point where her hands started tearing, the violent power spread outwards, shredding everything connected to it. The mutated branches and trunks, including the ground where the child of Inash was rooted, were all affected, collapsing and sinking, leaving the train's front and its tracks untouched. This fully demonstrates Shinji's influence on Arcuade. The Arcuade of the past only knew how to kill, never caring about her surroundings. Destroying an entire area to kill Roa was her standard practice. But after meeting Shinji and having new contact with human society, she learned to restrain herself and to think of others. She no longer unleashed her power recklessly, and knew how to control it without harming those around her. Even so, she still overwhelmed the entire frosty forest with her power. The passengers on the train widened their eyes, gasping or exhaling deeply, including Lorelei and Heartless. Those familiar with vampires knew that the true ancestor was the source of dead apostles, and that the true ancestor was immensely powerful. But few had seen a true ancestor in action, so they had no direct understanding. Earlier, when the female warrior appeared, the power and presence of the Age of Gods magecraft made many think that the true ancestor wasn't all that and that Arcuade's strength was limited. But now they realized they were wrong, terribly wrong. The Shadow Warrior was like a tall building on the ground, while Arcuade was like an iceberg on the sea, with only a small part visible. If the sea were drained, the true terrifying sight would emerge. The Shadow Warrior's gold-and-silver demonic eyes lost their luster for the first time, muttering to herself. Having experienced that era, she understood better than any magus what Arcuade's performance meant. Physical strength was secondary. The Age of Gods never lacked great warriors like Heracles, the hero admired by countless warriors. The key was the way the power spread. In front of her, the rules of physics were completely overturned, with the direction of force propagation changing arbitrarily according to her will. In the female warrior's understanding, this was an ability only gods possess divine authority. If you say so, it's not entirely wrong. Shinji, taking a moment to return Ad to Gray, remarked with some comment, Arcuade's birth is similar to that of the original gods, just without divinity. If it were a fully powered Arcuade at her peak, even your god King Zeus wouldn't be her match. That's right, the princess is that strong. Without suppressing her bloodlust and without Roa draining her power, she's almost as vast as the ultimate one on the moon, Crimson Moon, who could manifest a pyramid-sized structure on the moon. As for God King Zeus, he'd be stuck on the second floor. This isn't her full power. Lorelei finally couldn't maintain her queenly demeanor, feeling an intense sense of defeat. Whether it was human amazement or frustration, Arcuade remained indifferent. Though she was gradually understanding human emotions, her essence was still not human. She only cared about a few specific individuals, and others were no different from dogs or cats in her eyes, far less important than tearing apart the vampire in front of her. With the driving force of the highest level of divine authority, Marble Phantasm, Arcuade's transcendent physical strength spread to every corner of the child of Inash, shattering the great mystery vampire that Heartless had praised, revealing a core that resembled a blue gemstone or a plant fruit. It bore evident scars, undoubtedly the result of Gray's previous battles. Sigh, it's flawed after all. Shinji thought of the trophy he had once given Lorelei and sighed with regret. Well, it's better than nothing. Arcuade, control your strength and leave the core for me, I need it. Ah, okay. Arcuade, who had already reached the top of the train, halted her attack and grabbed the exposed core from a distance with her right hand. Instantly, an invisible force appeared out of nowhere, lifting the core into the air. At that moment, a red shadow suddenly appeared, striking the blue core and sending it back to its original position. Chapter 844, Chapter 844. The Resurgence of Inash. 1264 words. About 5 kilometers away from the Mystic Eyes collection train, Lady Windup continued her unstoppable journey. Thanks to Shinji's guidance, her efficiency had significantly improved, sweeping through the remnants of the forest of Inash with the force of a storm. Of course, part of this success was due to the forest of Inash's loss of the Crimson Core, leaving it unable to mount any effective resistance. With Lady Windup handling things so well, Miriam and the others, hiding inside the mecha, were enjoying some leisure time. Miriam, having somehow acquired a tea set, was leisurely brewing black tea. Seal, meanwhile, had found a room to give Karen a thorough checkup and systematic treatment. After Karen took her medicine and fell into a deep sleep, Seal left the room and returned to the living room where Miriam was. How long are we staying here? Conservatively, 10 more hours. Miriam sipped his tea as he spoke and poured Seal a cup. The director's orders were to eliminate Inash. Since Child of Inash is Inash itself, not a single one can escape. Not a single one. Is that even possible? In theory, no. After the core is destroyed, the vampiric plants under its control should scatter or fight among themselves to choose a new leader. Then why are you still here instead of chasing after your princess? I'm afraid you'd report me to the director. The director has been pretty idle lately. I can't give her an excuse to find fault. Miriam's straightforward response left Seal at a loss for words. He wasn't wrong at all. If anything went wrong, Seal would report it, and the same went for Miriam. Members of the burial agency often interacted this way, pushing others into the spotlight to attract the director's attention so they could stay safe. So Miriam had to do his job thoroughly to avoid giving the director any reason to pick on him. For a moment, the human and the dead apostle sat silently across from each other until Miriam suddenly frowned, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Strange. What is it? What happened? Seal asked. Inash's resistance has suddenly intensified. Suddenly intensified. Seal's brows furrowed as well. This was unusual. The entire forest of Inash could be seen as an army, with the Crimson Corps being the supreme and only commander. With the commander dead, the army should fall into chaos, and a swift attack would completely crush it. Currently, Inash was in a thoroughly broken state, unable to organize any effective resistance unless someone capable of turning the tide had appeared. Could they have chosen a new main core? Or was the Crimson Corps not destroyed after all? Unlikely. If a new core had emerged, I would have sensed it. If the Crimson Corps were still intact, it wouldn't only be resisting this much. I'll try to observe further. After speaking, Miriam closed his eyes, appearing as if his soul had left his body, like a puppet. Fortunately, this state didn't last long, and he soon opened his eyes again. The increased resistance is just a secondary issue. The forest that had stopped moving has begun to move again, heading in the direction of the princess. When Shinji blew up the Crimson Core, the forest of Inash stopped moving. More precisely, it stopped its coordinated movement. Now it was moving again, and in the direction of Arcuade's location, which could only mean one thing. I think I've figured it out. The Crimson Core was shattered but only fell into a near-death state, not completely killed. At our level, vampire species have strong regenerative abilities. As long as there's a large supply of life force, they can recover quickly. The Crimson Core has likely regained some of its power by now. In a near-death state, the Crimson Core couldn't control the army. But after recovering some strength, it could regain control of its subordinates. The forest of Inash's return to coordinated movement meant the Crimson Core was calling its forces. Upon hearing this analysis, Seal was exasperated. That idiot. Making one mistake is bad enough, but repeating it. And that Matou Shinji guy too, he knows she's an idiot, so why is he following her lead? Could stupidity be contagious? After a few curses, Seal felt a bit calmer and grasped a few black keys, saying, Miriam, let me go down there. At this moment. What do you plan to do? Miriam asked, puzzled. Seal didn't have any broad area suppression abilities, so her strength wouldn't make much of a difference in a large-scale battle. It would be a waste of effort. Seal was aware of her limitations and explained, Matou, Shinji doesn't seem like the type to make such a mistake. I think something must have happened that allowed the near-death Crimson Corps to evade their detection. I'm going to investigate. Miriam thought for a moment, then nodded, that makes sense. This is your specialty, and you don't have to worry about safety. I'll send a flying demon with you. You'll get there faster from the air, and your magic power can be replenished effectively. But earlier is earlier, now is now. Besides, how else can I witness the knight's power? Haha, that kind of explosive attack. Brad, that blockhead, must be having a hard time dealing with it. White Knight Blood, the 8th of the 27 dead apostle ancestors and the knight protecting the Black Princess Alt Rouge, was the captain of the Ghost Ship Fleet, possessing the Reality Marble Parade. Like the Forest of Inash, he specialized in large-scale warfare. Shinji's targeted explosive attacks were the perfect counter to this type of strategy. Stop laughing. Where's that bird of yours? I want to leave as soon as possible. Hearing Miriam's cheerful laughter, Seal hurried him while secretly grumbling, this guy is slacking off. I'll make sure to include this in my report. Go to the lookout on the left shoulder. I'll have it waiting for you there. With that, Seal got up and left the living room, never touching the cup of tea. Miriam didn't mind, casually picking it up and limping toward Karen's room. Better to make some extra preparations, just in case. At the same time, members of the Chelan Canticle Brigade on the outskirts of the Forest Inash also noticed the forest's unusual movement. What should we do? A newly recruited member asked a veteran. This was his first mission, and their initial orders were simply to observe and record. Until a moment ago, everything had gone smoothly. They had even taken out a few stray vampiric plants. But now, things were taking an unexpected turn. The veteran, much more experienced, quickly grabbed his stunned comrade and began running. We don't do anything. We retreat to a safe place. This isn't an enemy we can handle. Choosing the right opponent and battle strategy is a rule passed down by the former captain. And then what? Then we report to the Lord. Don't forget, our primary mission is observation. As he spoke, the veteran had already pulled out a specialized satellite communication device. Reporting to the Lord, the Forest of Inash is showing abnormal activity. Specifically, before he could finish, a commanding voice came through from the other end of the communicator. I already know. You're to board the helicopter and leave immediately. Leave the rest to us. The members of the brigade, still running, exchanged bewildered glances. How did the Lord know? They were at least 3 kilometers away from her location. And who exactly are the we she mentioned? Is there someone else involved? Chapter 845, Chapter 845, Devourer of Offspring 12-18 words. How did Lorelei know? There's only one answer. The revived core of Inash is right in front of her. Wait, the core of the Forest of Inash? Isn't it supposed to be the core of Child of Inash's? How did the Forest of Inash come back? This all started with a sudden appearance of a red shadow. The red shadow appeared out of nowhere, moving incredibly fast. For a moment, no one reacted. It wasn't until the red shadow crashed into the core of Child of Inash and put it back in place that Arcuade let out a scream. Ah, that's FXXK, the Crimson Fruit. Shinji had the same expression and cursed without any pretense. Indeed, the true form of that red shadow was the Forest of Inash's real core, the supreme symbol of the Crimson Core, the Crimson Fruit, condensed from countless essences of flesh and blood. Earlier, due to the massive explosion, the Crimson Core had been blown to bits, and they hadn't sensed the presence of the Crimson Fruit afterward. Both of them assumed the fruit had been destroyed. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. This thing wasn't blown to pieces. And it just happened to show up here. Not good. Arcuade, destroy it quickly. At this moment, the Crimson Fruit began to change. It sprouted countless vein-like lines, resembling blood vessels, which pierced into the surrounding blue crystals. In the blink of an eye, it drained the red liquid inside them. Having absorbed the red liquid, the crimson fruit became even more vibrant, while the blue crystals lost all their luster and color as if all their energy had been exhausted. Is this devouring? Devouring its offspring. Gray turned pale and covered her mouth. Earlier, when Child of Inash appeared, Waver had given her a brief lesson. She learned that Child of Inash was born from droplets of liquid secreted by the crimson fruit, essentially, Inash's offspring. A mother devouring her children. Such a thing wouldn't happen even among the most cold-hearted Magus families. The scene before her shattered Gray's understanding. In stark contrast to her reaction, heartless eyes sparkled as he eagerly analyzed the situation. The seeds come from the liquid secreted by the fruit and share the same essence. When injured or starving, they make the perfect nourishment. Calling them offspring isn't quite accurate, they're more like extensions. Satiate them to proliferate, starve them to devour the extensions. If this method were utilized, could we artificially create more? As the two spoke, Arcuade made her move. She no longer controlled her power with complexity, but instead formed her fingers into claws and swiftly unleashed 5 powerful slashes through the air. However, the crimson fruit, having devoured its offspring, was no longer a mere solitary commander. As the blood vessels penetrated the ground, the body of Child of Inash also fell under its control, transforming into a new crimson core. The shattered forest reassembled, with branches intertwining to block Arcuade's slashes. By the time Arcuade launched her second strike, the crimson fruit had already withdrawn its roots and hidden beneath layers of protective ice. No, it wasn't just ice. The ground and various types of vampiric plants were also involved. The forest of Inash's inherent ability to gather information from what it devoured allowed it to evolve using this as a template. The icy environment previously created by the predecessor of Child of Inash, the Black Forest, evolved over 800 years by Inash's main body, the crimson essence of the crimson core, and the king of the land, a high-ranking phantasmal species it recently devoured. All these were manifested by the crimson fruit, now the core, and rapidly spread throughout the entire forest. Initially, Arcuade could tear through the ice and trees in large swaths, but soon the newly reborn crimson core adapted to her methods. Not only did it expand to resist her slashes, but it even had the strength to counterattack. Shinji, everyone, get away quickly, I'm going to get serious. The princess, frustrated by her stalled attack, showed clear impatience. Her red eyes fully transformed into a golden hue. Her delicate lips revealed sharp fangs, and her 10 fingertips extended into razor-sharp claws. This was Arcuade's true combat form. 800 years ago, she had single-handedly slaughtered countless dead apostles and fallen true ancestors in this state. Once she entered this mode, she would unleash all her power, obliterating everything around her. Shinji had witnessed this form of Arcuade twice before. The first time was when he glimpsed into her memories. Back then, she had wiped out all the true ancestors in the Millennium Castle Brunestad. The second time was in Altera's chamber, where she fiercely battled against the vanguard of the predatory star. Each time, it was a terrifying scene of earth-shattering destruction. Immediately he shouted, "Everyone, get out of here as fast as you can, run as far as possible." However, as soon as he said this, he noticed that all the magi had turned pale. Waver smiled bitterly and said, "How do we run? Our connection to the greater source has been severed, and it's hard to even use magecraft. I forgot that we're already within the forest of Inash's domain." Hearing this, Shinji remembered the inherent characteristic of the Inash to devour mana. Due to their massive scale and unique life forms, the Inash automatically drew mana from the greater source with far greater efficiency than humans, resulting in a weakened connection between magi and the greater source. With Child of Inash, the weakening was about 30% to 50%. But with the forest of Inash's main body, the Inash's mana consumption reached 100%, completely severing the magi's connection to the greater source. Even the Mystic Eyes collection train lost its link to the ley lines. The train, which drew power from the ley lines to create its tracks and travel across Europe, had stopped moving the moment the fruit appeared. Unfortunately, most of those present were magi. Even someone as strong as Lorelei could only use basic spells, with her power reduced by more than half. As for the others, Livia, who relied on jewel magecraft and had a strong physique, fared better, but Olga Marie and Waver were almost powerless. Wait, then why am I not affected? As Arcuade gradually unleashed her power, she responded, because my blood is supplying you with mana. Arcuade, being the embodiment of nature, possessed infinite life force and energy. Her blood contained this power, and just a drop could create a powerful dead apostle, regarded by ordinary magi as a great mystery. In a sense, Arcuade could be considered a personified, mobile greater source. By drinking her blood, Shinji had essentially opened a direct, unbreakable channel to the greater source within his body, allowing him to draw mana at will. Even if the Earth's greater source were completely depleted, as long as Arcuade existed, Shinji's mana source would never run dry. Understanding this, Shinji turned his gaze to the three trained staff members, the acting manager, conductor Rodan, and Leandra. They weren't magi but beings associated with dead apostles, so they wouldn't necessarily be affected by the severed connection to the greater source. You three, find a way to take 4 people with you. The rest will be left to me, Lord Bartholomew and Gray. Chapter 846, Chapter 846, Self 1274 words in the carriage, excluding the clear enemies Heartless, his servant Iskandar's shadow, and Arcuade, who stayed behind to fight the forest of Inash. There were a total of 16 people. They were Lorelei, Shinji, Waver, Gray, Melvin, Livia, Calls, Fiori, Adashino, Yvette, Olga Marie, Jean Mario, Carabo, and the 3 trained staff members. Among them, those with relatively strong power and mobility were Shinji, Lorelei, and Gray. They could carry 6 people. If the remaining 4 could be taken by the trained staff, it would be a perfect solution. However, the acting manager did not answer Shinji's question but asked instead, if we leave, what will happen to the train? It would probably be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Shinji awkwardly rubbed his nose. Although the train wasn't directly destroyed by him, it was still ruined because of him. He wondered if he and Tuko were truly mobile disasters, causing destruction wherever they went. Upon hearing this, the acting manager and the other 2 exchanged glances, then shook their heads together. We're sorry, esteemed guests, but we cannot agree to that. Letting this train continue to be harmed would be a disgrace to Rita Rosien, and thus a disgrace to us as managers. We are entrusted by our master to manage this train, and have sworn to live and die with it. Their resolve was so firm, and their determination so unwavering, that Shinji could feel the intensity of their emotions without needing to activate any magical thought concentration techniques. Faced with this powerful emotion, he found himself unable to speak. Of course, if he couldn't speak, someone else could. Lorelei. Don't be foolish. The train is dead, but we are alive. Only by surviving can there be hope. Our master's trust is above all else. The acting manager's indifferent attitude made Lorelei frown. Enough, saying more would only insult them. Shinji sighed and shook his head at Lorelei. The acting manager glanced gratefully at him. Rodan, Leandra, go to the cockpit and initiate the Mystic Eyes projection. Everyone else, please leave quickly. We will stake everything and fight to the last moment, ensuring Rita Rosien's name will not be tarnished. Understood. We will follow the acting manager's orders. We shall not let Rita Rosien's name be shamed. The 2 bowed, their emaciated or stunning figures filled with a resolute spirit that was truly moving. At this moment, a new voice suddenly sounded. The loss of material possessions will not tarnish Rita Rosien's name, losing such excellent subordinates like you would. Hearing this voice, the acting manager, Rodan, and Leandra trembled simultaneously, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. Lady Rita Rosien. Hee, you've done well. I am very pleased to have such subordinates. The newly appeared voice sounded lazy as if it lacked energy, but if one listened closely, there was an unmistakable tone of approval. Unconsciously, an image of a woman lying on a bed, yawning while smiling, appeared in everyone's mind. However, this was just imagination. No one except those 3 knew what was truly happening, because the voice was not from a real person, but from something that looked very strange. It was a light-colored, cold, humanoid figure made from skin that resembled a lizard or a snake, just a piece of skin, hollow inside. Despite being just a piece of skin, the acting manager and the other two instinctively knelt, their knees bending in reflex, but the humanoid figure stopped them. "Stop, no need to bow. This is a familiar made from that guy's shed skin. It feels weird to bow to this thing. It was you who urgently needed materials to create a familiar, so I gave you my shed skin. Now you're saying things like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have given it to you." A different voice, also lazy, came from the corresponding mouth of the humanoid figure. "Drunkard, don't interrupt. Go drink on the side. Once I finish arranging things here, you can either fight or drink as much as you want. But the wine you brought is already finished. Do you absorb it directly with your body, you water monster? If there's none left, bear with it for a while. If not, we'll go to my castle and drink until we're satisfied. I've had enough of your castle with nothing but shed skin." "Oh, I've been waiting for you to say that. Once we finish drinking, we'll have a good fight. This time, I must dig out those treasured mystic eyes of yours. Humph, before that, I'll cut off your tail first." The voices within the humanoid figure continued to switch, filled with complaints and banter, yet conveying information that made several people, especially Lorelei, frown. The voice that made the humanoid figure and conveyed the message undoubtedly belonged to the train's true master, one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, Rita Rosa, a being on the same level as Forrest of Inash, who was currently fighting Arcuate. The other voice, the one bantering with Rosin, should be her close companion, another member of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, the water demon Samire. The information indicated that only this peculiar mutated dead apostle, who often shed her skin, and was usually drunk, could transform her entire body like a snake. Her peculiarities extended beyond her ownership of the same marble phantasm as Arcuate. One notable feature was that she was an aquatic dead apostle. Legend has it that vampires cannot cross running water, making rivers, streams, and seas insurmountable barriers. However, Samire overcame this limitation at the cost of finding it difficult to operate on land, gradually evolving into an aquatic species. She sheds her skin like a snake, and from a magical perspective, these skins are top-tier materials. Even a single piece would cause a frenzy if released into the world, but Samire only hoards them in her castle, never letting them out. Now, because Rosie mentioned needing materials, Samire voluntarily offered her shed skin. This would typically signify an extremely close relationship, yet the two still spoke about cutting off parts of each other, leaving one to wonder whether their relationship was good or bad. Indeed, these ancient dead apostles are all oddities, each more twisted than the last. While the two female dead apostles were bantering, a loud crash suddenly erupted from the front of the train, causing the wall standing in front of the engine to collapse. This was a defense line created by Arcuade to buy time for Shinji and the others to retreat. Defense was not the princess's strong suit, and she had already done her best by coming up with such a solution. Arcuade pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and created a vacuum layer near the collapsed wall, shredding the extending vegetation. At the same time, she didn't forget to remind them. "If you don't want to die, leave quickly. I won't be able to hold on much longer." She could only hold on, not that she couldn't win. From the moment she was born, defense was never something she considered. What she excelled at was always offense, offense, offense. The true ancestor's powerful regeneration meant she feared no one in a fight where injuries were exchanged. Rather than wasting time on defense, it was more efficient to spend all her time on offense since she would heal quickly anyway. If not for being influenced by Shinji and considering the presence of humans, she would have long since dropped a meteor to flatten the entire forest, then searched for the Crimson Core in the ruins this time. She would not give it a chance to revive. Chapter 847. Chapter 847. You forced my hand. 1294 words. Upon hearing Arcuade's urging, Rosie and Samire realized that this wasn't the time for banter. Samire fell silent, while Rosie coughed lightly and said, "Listen to the princess, everyone retreats. The train can be rebuilt, but if you die, it will be very difficult to find such excellent subordinates again. Hearing this, the three immediately showed excitement. Their lives were spared, but more importantly, this was the highest recognition from their master. Standing at the edge, Conductor Rodin glanced at the open carriage and the rows of mystic eyes displayed inside, and sighed in conflict. Master, are we going to abandon these mystic eyes we've painstakingly collected? It is indeed a pity. Although it's not all of them, it represents decades of accumulation. Rosie sighed along with him. She called herself an artist, and the art she collected was mystic eyes. The idea of so many exquisite pieces being destroyed made her feel anything but indifferent. But there's nothing we can do about it. Compared to the mystic eyes, you all are more important. Just think of it as some eye are stealing them. Hey, you unreasonable woman, it wasn't me who took them, it was Inash. Smaily protested. But Inash is about to be defeated by the princess, so I can't take revenge on it. I'd rather blame you. Wait, I've got it. Rosie's lazy voice suddenly changed, as if injected with passion born from interest. Since we're going to lose them anyway, why not give them away? Hey, that man over there, is your name Shinji? Shinji Matou, yes, Matou Shinji, just like that woman. Japanese names are such a mouthful. The train and the 10,000 mystic eyes vault are yours now. From this moment, they belong to you, and you can do whatever you want with them. Oh ho ho ho, I'm a genius for thinking of this. Shinji never expected Rosalie to say something like that out of the blue. Everyone else, including Rosalie's subordinates, reacted similarly, bewildered by her erratic thinking. Giving something away just because it's destined to be lost so that it won't hurt as much. What kind of bizarre logic is that? Thank you, Miss Rosie, but I don't know what to do with them. That's easy. They'll either be swallowed by Inash as nourishment, or smashed by the princess you're protecting. Well, if you manage to protect the train, you'll have hit the jackpot. Hearing Shinji's hesitation, Rosie eagerly offered suggestions. The 10,000 mystic eyes vault on the train contains hundreds of mystic eyes, of various kinds. In the Magus world, this is one of the most valuable hard currencies. Just one of them can be exchanged for millions of dollars or equivalent materials. You're being pursued by that troublesome woman, aren't you? With these, you could support her for hundreds of years. That troublesome woman referred to Tuko. Considering the love-hate relationship between Rosie and Sumire, it was likely that she had a similar dynamic with Tuko. Shinji had always suspected that this woman might be a masochist, getting happier the more you beat her, and the more damage you cause, the closer the relationship becomes. Of course, he could only think this in his head. What he said was something else entirely. That may be true, but I don't know the key technology of the train, the removal and transplantation of mystic eyes. Without that, how many customers would be willing to come is anyone's guess. Don't worry about that. You can't do it, but that woman can. She's a monster in this field. I only taught her a bit of the basics, and she developed the accumulated mystic eyes. Who knows what ridiculous techniques she's come up with now. Rosie complained while casually revealing Tuko's dark past. Even if you don't sell them, they make excellent weapons. The train's engine is equipped with a superweapon I designed, the Mystic Eye Grand Projection, which can use mystic eyes as consumables to unleash 100 times their power. Sumire shed so many skins because of it. Oh ho 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 ho. That woman asked me for it countless times, but I never gave it to her. Now it's yours. But I still have to protect the train, Shinji said, rubbing his temples in frustration. There's no reward without risk. Rosie smiled wickedly. Oh, I should tell her this right away. If you fail, just wait to be pestered to death by her. Sumire, watch things for me. I'm going outside to make a call. Then came another string of exaggerated, oh ho ho ho, laughter that made Shinji want to blast her with a mental bomb. What a weird gal. Compared to her, Tuko's personality was far better. At this moment, Arcuade urged him again, hey Shinji, aren't you ready yet? Perhaps she was starving, or perhaps the prey wasn't putting up much of a fight. The onslaught of the icebound Crimson Core grew more intense. The 3 protective walls Arcuade had erected were all destroyed, and some vines had already reached the train's engine. Shinji looked at the lifeless humanoid figure, and then at the numerous mystic eyes around him, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Honestly, a heavily damaged Crimson Core, forced to restore itself by devouring its spawn, didn't pose much of a threat to him. With a command seal and the true ancestor's blood, no matter how strong the Einash's core resilience, how fast it could run, or how well it could hide, he could destroy it if he wanted to. The only question was how many trump cards he'd have to reveal, and that was precisely what Shinji was worried about. He had too many secrets. Once exposed, no matter how determined Lorelei was to protect him, it might not be enough to shield him from all the greedy eyes. After all, she was just one of the Lord of the Clock Tower, not the ruler of the entire world of mystery. That's why Shinji had been holding back his strength. Even when fighting the Shadow Servant, he said he'd go all out, but only use techniques like martial arts and magecraft. But to protect the train, these abilities were far from sufficient, and the train's size made it impossible to store in the small world. If the train still belonged to Rosie, even though she was Tuco's close friend, he wouldn't risk exposing himself to countless people by going all out. But now it was different. Rosie had given him the train, a massive prize that Bartholomew and Trambilio had coveted for years. With it, the Matou family could instantly rise from an ordinary Magus family to one of the top houses. Capital is reckless of the health or length of life of the laborer, unless under compulsion from society. Capital eschews no profit, or very small profit, just as nature was formerly said to abhor a vacuum. With adequate profit, capital is very bold. A certain 10% will ensure its employment anywhere, 20% certain will produce eagerness, 50% positive audacity, 100%, and it will trample on all human laws, 300%, and there is not a crime at which it will scruple, nor a risk it will not run, even to the chance of its owner being hanged. This doesn't apply just to capitalists, it applies to almost any situation. The balance of risk and reward is a timeless principle. If the reward before wasn't worth more than 5% and wasn't worth Shinji taking risks, the reward now was at least 50%. Maybe Rosie was acting on a whim, but Shinji found it hard to resist the temptation. As the final weight tipped the scales, his heart settled on a single thought: no choice, you forced my hand. Chapter 848, Chapter 848, Forcing Me to Show Off. 1193 words, no choice, you forced me to do this. In an instant, Shinji made up his mind. The next moment, his figure vanished from where he was and appeared beside Arcuade, who was growing impatient with passive defense. With a wave of his hands, he cast 2 streams of sun's flame, reducing the tightening frost vines clinging to the front of the train to ashes. Forcing me to show off. Arcuade, who had been creating vacuum pockets, tilted her head in confusion and called out. Shinji shrugged helplessly. I've changed my mind. I'm not leaving. With your help, I can dismantle it even faster. Arcuade nodded repeatedly, but Shinji just smiled and shook his head. I'm not leaving. Arcuade was puzzled again. Shinji, are you planning to fight it alone? But before. Before was before, now is now. If I could, I wouldn't want to make things this complicated. But since Rosie Yen gave me this train, I guess I'm now a train owner too of the Mystic Eyes collection train. Hearing this, Arcuade's golden mystic eyes gleamed even brighter. You mean this train is ours now? That's right. From now on, we can drive anywhere we want. The train was powered by magical energy and ran on ley lines as tracks. With Arcuade, a walking great source, they could go anywhere. In that case, we can't let it get damaged. Arcuade said seriously. So leave this to me. You take the train and go. You're the only one who can move it. At least make sure you save the engine and the first carriage, the all-seeing Mystic Eyes collection. Okay, leave it to me. Where should I move it? Not too far, just make sure you stay within the influence of the Forest of Einash. Shinji spoke as he glanced back at Heartless and the Shadow Servant below. Due to the suppression of the Forest of Einash, Heartless had to supply mana to his servant on his own. The shadow servant's magical power was greatly diminished, unable to maintain the chariot, and was barely holding on with her heavily injured body. But once they left the core's suppression range, the shadow servant would quickly recover, becoming the powerful warrior who charges into battle with her chariot again. Although not a threat to Arcuade, if she made a run for it or tried to kill someone, Arcuade might not be able to stop her after all. She was hopelessly inexperienced in everything but offense and recovery. Her simple-mindedness made her susceptible to Heartless' cunning. The best strategy was to stay within the Forest of Inash's influence, maintaining Arcuade's absolute suppression. It could also serve as bait, preventing the core from wandering off in search of other prey. Of course, Arcuade didn't know any of this, and naturally, she had no interest in knowing. In her mind, she just had to do what Shinji told her to do. Arcuade jumped off the train, casually slicing through the branches in her way. Then, she ran to the front of the train, and with a strong lift, the entire engine shook as she picked it up. Yoo-hoo, the Mystic Eyes Collection train is on the move. With Arcuade's energetic shout, the engine made a 180-degree turn and sped back the way it came, powered not by machinery, but by the strength of a true ancestor. Because of the rough and forceful way it was being driven, the passengers inside were thrown around, screaming in panic. Several almost flew out, and Shinji quickly reminded her, slow down, don't break it. When he told Arcuade to move the train, he meant using marble manipulation to manipulate gravity and lift the train. But she had chosen brute strength instead. All Shinji could do was give a couple of reminders. With Arcuade leaving, the vacuum layers that had been defending them disappeared, and the pressure of the Forest of Inash fell entirely on him. At this moment, Arcuade hadn't gone far. After all, she was dragging a train. Even with EX-level strength, she couldn't run at full speed. If they couldn't effectively stop the advance of the Forest of Inash, the train would still be doomed. It had to be stopped. Thinking this, Shinji activated his magic circuits, extracting mana from the immense vitality of true ancestors' blood and casting Sun's Flame. However, Sun's Flame was only part of the power of the unfading blade, and couldn't burn away a large area of high-level mystic forest, especially one that had evolved into a fantasy species of vampiric plants with ice power. Soon, the ice power of the Forest of Inash overwhelmed Shinji's Sun's Flame. A few tendrils wrapped around Shinji's body, while many more extended toward the Mystic Eyes Collection train behind him, drawn by the promise of more magical energy. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy, huh? Shinji drew the divine gunblade strap to his right arm, used to cover the command seals, and swiftly cut down the approaching tendrils. He had to come up with a plan quickly. Rune magic. No, there wasn't enough time to prepare. Broken Phantasm. No, like Arcuade's Marble Phantasm, it was hard to control the range. If it destroyed the train, that would be a huge loss. Noble Phantasms. Some had been lent out and weren't with him. The ones he had left were almost depleted, except for Pegasus Bellerophon and the Khazikli Bey. Bellerophon's life specs weren't inferior to the Forest of Inash, but a flesh-and-blood creature against a vampiric plant was a bad match, and exposing it would have too much of an impact. The Khazikli Bey were fairly effective against vampiric plants, but this wasn't Romania. Without the local bonus, the stake's strength and range weren't enough here. Well, better than nothing. If they could at least delay it a bit, that would be good. Once Arcuade got a bit farther, he could blow these rotten branches and leaves to smithereens. This entire thought process took less than a second. Shinji swung the bow blade again, unleashing another Sun's Flame, then pressed his hand to the ground, chanting, Khazikli Bey, bloodstained demonic impaler. Immediately, countless stakes sprouted in his field of vision, shooting up from the ground and trees, crisscrossing like iron bars, blocking the forest's advance from root to branch. Shinji, who had created the stakes, nodded slightly. Good, but not enough. He needed more stakes, covering a wider area. Mana output, Noble Phantasm release, extend to the edge of his vision, and beyond, ideally sealing off the entire forest. But Shinji knew that was an impossible task. The edge of his vision was already the limit. Just like now, he would have to think of something else next. No, wait, the stakes were still extending, beyond his line of sight. Could it be that concentrating, Shinji realized stakes were also sprouting behind him, in his blind spot. And as he continued pouring in mana, the stakes kept growing in scale. This wasn't Kazikli Bey, blood-stained king demon. This was the Kazikli Bey, the Lord of Execution, the ultimate embodiment of Vlad III, Romania's greatest hero. Chapter 849. Chapter 849. Overwhelming power. 1208 words indeed, this was the Lord of Execution. In Romania, Vlad III's legend as the Impaler had been elevated to its utmost, resulting in this massive anti-army noble phantasm, which could cover an area of 1 kilometer and summon up to 20,000 stakes. However, this was only possible within Romania, where the land and ley lines themselves provided support, boosted by the unwavering faith of the people in their greatest national hero. But now, neither of these conditions was met. So how had the constraints of faith and the land been broken? As he continued to spread the stakes outward, Shinji split off a thread of his consciousness to scan his entire body, trying to uncover the reason. The nearby land and ley lines were still under the dominion of the forest of Inash, offering no support. His only aid came from within true ancestor blood mixed with the power of the Golden Apple, a force remarkably similar to the territory of the Millennium Castle Brunestad he had once visited. Could it be the true ancestor is an embodiment of nature, and the true ancestor's blood represents nature's life force, which could be considered a great source? The Golden Apple, an artifact connected to the Earth Goddess, contained the power of the land. The combination of the two was equivalent to ley lines. Arcuade's castle, the Millennium Castle Brunestad, was located within Romania, occupying the largest ley line node, arguably the very heart of Romania's ley lines. Perhaps Arcuade had unconsciously absorbed the ley line's power during her long sleep, or maybe she had influenced the ley lines without realizing it. Perhaps, in an even more extreme scenario, Arcuade herself was born in the land of Romania. Regardless, Arcuade had a deep connection with Romania. With this connection strengthened by the Golden Apple, it could simulate the land of Romania, akin to a Romanian embassy abroad. Yes, that had to be it. Although much of this was speculation, and without hard evidence, Shinji's intuition told him that this series of coincidences had led to the correct solution. Thanks to this, the noble phantasm, which had become nearly useless outside Romania, had regained its true form, instantly becoming one of the most practical of all his noble phantasms. With the final piece of the puzzle in place, Shinji would never have to worry about insufficient attack range again. Ecstatic, Shinji once again called out the true name of his noble phantasm, Kazikli Bey, the Lord of Execution. The same pronunciation, but with vastly different power. While the noble phantasm's rank was only one level higher, the difference in strength was worlds apart. It was a qualitative leap from human to non-human, the step from an ordinary servant to an elite. The battlefield's dynamics shifted once more. Previously, it had been one person fighting an entire forest. But now, it was forest against forest. A vampiric forest against a forest of steel. The red forest, mixed with frost, was terrifying, but the vast black steel forest covering the ground was even more oppressive. Shinji stood at the center of the steel forest on a platform constructed from over 10 stakes. With his arms spread wide, the ground that was already covered in black became even darker. Layers upon layers of stakes, like rows upon rows of sharp spears, mercilessly pierced through the frost, stabbing into every branch, every claw, every tendril of the vampiric forest. Once they pierced, they stayed lodged in place, never loosening, giving the forest no chance to recover. The impaled forest didn't die, it sprouted new branches, new tendrils. This was its greatest strength and a common trait of plants' exceptionally strong vitality. However, as these new branches reached out, the steel forest also changed. Stakes sprouted from other stakes, continuing a new round of impalement, as if competing with the vampiric forest. But that wasn't all. The one controlling the stakes wasn't satisfied with the status quo. Shinji sharply raised his outstretched arms. The stakes that had been planted behind him for testing purposes now burst from the ground, soaring into the sky. They arced high before scattering and descending, driving into the most active nodes of the Crimson Core. The more active the node, the more stakes fell upon it. As one wave of stakes fell, new stakes immediately burst from the ground, either piercing directly or shooting into the air, seemingly endlessly. They attacked the Crimson Core from every direction in a relentless barrage, even more intense and concentrated than the assault during the forest invasion. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And this was just the interest Shinji intended to take the Crimson Core's life as repayment for the principal. Such a massive clash could no longer be described as a battle. It was a war, a terrifying war straight out of myth and legend. The spectacle of two immensely powerful forces clashing, the mythical scene of high-level mysteries battling for dominance, left every onlooker in awe. It was a sight so grand that no one living in this peaceful era, where the mysteries were waning, had ever witnessed anything like it. No, impossible. Luvia's eyes widened in disbelief, and her usual ladylike demeanor shattered. That's not magecraft. Olga Marie bit down hard on her lip. She had always prided herself on being at the pinnacle of the magical and mystical world, but the scene before her was beyond her imagination. So strong, so terrifying. Calls trembled all over. Among those present, he had the least experience, making the impact on him all the more profound. His reaction was reminiscent of Waver's first time seeing a servant battle. That gentleman, is he human? Even Adashino, who had seen all sorts of monsters as a member of the Department of Policies, lost her usual composure. The reactions of the others were similar: shock, fear, or complete mental shutdown, with the only difference being the degree of their reactions. Those who didn't know Shinji well were more shocked, while those who did know him were less so. Waver, Gray, Lorelei, and Arcuade fell into the latter category. Their level of reaction was inversely proportional to their understanding of Shinji's strength. Arcuade, who knew him best, barely even changed her expression. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, Melvin, who was focused solely on his interests, stared unblinkingly at the battlefield, his face full of joy, muttering continuously, "Amazing. This is exactly what I wanted to see." As I thought, being with Waver is never boring. Similarly focused on her interests, Sumire had a much calmer reaction. Being one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, like the forest of Inash, her power was immense. Though Shinji's display of strength was terrifying, it wasn't enough to shock her deeply. She merely mumbled a half-drunken, "Not bad," and then fell silent. Sharing the same body with her, Rosa Yen, however, gave Shinji high praise, "A frightening man. Her eye for talent is as sharp as ever, though she's not the only one with good judgment. The true ancestor's princess, is she all right? Should I give her a hand?" When individual strength is lacking, other aspects must compensate. Competition is only fun when it's evenly matched, like Sumire and me. Chapter 850, Lorelei's Doubts 1174 words. The most peculiar reactions came from Dr. Heartless and the Shadow Servant. Heartless was the master, and the Shadow Servant was the servant. Both of them possessed the privileges granted by the Holy Grail. While others saw Shinji as possessing strength far beyond that of any normal human, with mysteries that surpassed conventional magecraft, what they saw was something entirely different. Is that a noble phantasm? Heartless could sense the spiritual particles surrounding Shinji. Those were the fundamental elements that composed a servant's body. It is indeed a noble phantasm, possibly of a higher rank than my Hecatic wheel, the Shadow Servant said quietly, her voice somewhat lacking in strength. Even so, her words were heard by Lorelei, who was standing closest to them and vigilantly keeping them at bay. Lorelei's expression immediately changed, and her tone grew urgent. "A noble phantasm. Are you certain?" As she spoke, many thoughts crossed her mind. Why did he possess so many mystical treasures, and why did he travel the world so freely with them? Even the oldest families, like the Bartholomei, usually kept their treasures locked away in the deepest vaults, only retrieving them when necessary. How did he manage to wield the once-lost rune system? She had once thought that his Shursho, the immortal queen of the Shadow Land, who had lived from the age of gods to the present, could explain all of this. But now, she had new questions. The fact that Scathach had taken on a disciple was suspicious in itself. Since the end of the Age of Gods and the beginning of the Age of Fairies, there had been no mention of Scathach ever taking another student. She had assumed that the Bartholomew family had simply missed out on this information, but compared to the theory that Shinji was a reincarnated heroic spirit, the latter seemed far more plausible. "I am a servant, I wouldn't mistake it," the shadow servant's voice remained soft, but the weight of her words was as unshakable as her warrior's soul. A noble phantasm is the crystallization of a heroic spirit's legend, an integral part of a servant. While others might not recognize a noble phantasm, a servant would never fail to. "Is that man also a servant?" Heartless looked at Shinji, a new expression forming in his eyes. "No, his body is undoubtedly human. Though he possesses mysteries beyond the modern era, he is human. How could this be? Could it be the Holy Grail? Although it's not an all-powerful wish-granting device, since it's called the Holy Grail, it should have the power to grant certain wishes, right? Giving a servant a second life isn't impossible." "You're wrong. Shinji is not a servant," Arcuade suddenly spoke up, her tone carrying an air of certainty. "And why do you say that?" Heartless asked. "Because he's not, simple as that." "There's no why," she replied. "That's not very convincing." "Why should I convince anyone else? It's enough that I believe him." Her response was just as matter-of-fact as before, as if it were a law of nature. But humans, being what they are, often can't accept anything without a reasonable explanation, not even natural laws. So, naturally, Dr. Heartless didn't believe her. At that moment, another voice joined the discussion. It was Waver. "Let me explain why." "By all means." His growth and history have been meticulously recorded, from childhood in Japan to his arrival in Britain. Records can be forged. The Bartholomew family knows this better than anyone. Lorelei said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Experiences can be falsified, yes. But what about my personal experience? I've known him for 10 years, since he was 7 years old. Although we didn't meet often, every time I saw him, I witnessed his growth both in strength and in spirit. He's worked hard to get where he is today, step by step. Anyone who knows him well can see that. Surely you wouldn't claim that my personal experience is also fabricated?" Heartless was at a loss for words. "That's indeed something that can't be faked," Lorelei sighed, a wave of guilt washing over her. Yes, Waver had known him longer, but she hadn't met him much later. He had been working for her these past few years, spending more time in the Department of Policies than in the Department of Modern Magecraft. They had even sparred regularly, with both winning and losing their fair share. Recalling their first encounter in the underground workshop, she had been merely a candidate for the family head, without even the family magic crest. Although he had disguised himself, his speech and combat skills had still been somewhat unpolished, far from the maturity he now displayed. In these 5 years, she had grown significantly, but hadn't he also? As someone who had grown alongside him, she should know this better than anyone. And yet, she had doubted him. A heroic spirit or a hero must have already endured numerous trials, achieving a high level of mastery in mind, skill, and body. Such a being might continue to grow after gaining a second life, but they could never start over from zero, from nothing. And yet Shinji, like any other young boy or girl, had undergone this gradual process of growth. This was stronger evidence than any theory or suspicion. Setting aside the seemingly naive true ancestor for now, what would the other girls around him think? Would they doubt him as she had? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lorelei suddenly felt a wave of panic. What had happened to her? On the other side, Dr. Heartless had accepted Waver's explanation, but he had discovered a new problem. How could a human possess a noble phantasm, a mystery exclusive to servants? Even with a command spell, that shouldn't be possible, right? Master could give it a try, the shadow servant said, her expression unchanged. Let's not. It's not worth wasting a command spell on something so nebulous. Besides, if I did, our relationship would be in jeopardy. And anyway, I have a feeling that this young man has other secrets that could shock the entire Mages Association. In his last sentence, Dr. Heartless deliberately raised his voice, making sure everyone on the train could hear. Along with his words, a seed of greed was sown. Oh my, what could it be? What surprises lie ahead? I'm looking forward to it. The red-haired man with a devilish charm continued to smile gently, his gaze fixed on the highest point of the steel forest, where a platform made of stakes stood. There Shinji, shirtless, pressed his left hand to his right shoulder, extended his right hand forward, spread his fingers wide, and began to chant. I am the bone of my nail. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to impale many enemies. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited nail works. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.